Chapter 968. His uncle was a live-in son-in-law in Casterly Rock City. How could he not be a coward? Jamie sighed. Eamon Fry wasn't a live-in son-in-law, but because Westerners didn't have such a profession, live-in son-in-law had always existed. Fry wasn't as powerful as Lannister. Xena was the only daughter, but Eamon was the second son. After marriage, Eamon didn't receive any inheritance from his family. He lived and ate in Casterly Rock City, relying on his wife's dowry. If he wasn't a live-in son-in-law, then what was he? It was normal for live-in son-in-law to be a coward. Because of this, some live-in son-in-law's literary talents were so explosive, slapping faces to their heart's content. But Eamon Fry wasn't transmigrated, so he wasn't the main character. Sigh, I regret it so much. Xena said sadly, "You've also redeemed yourself. Eamon will forgive you." Jamie comforted her. "Do I need that coward's forgiveness?" Xena shook her head. Aren't you regretting your promiscuous behavior when you were alive?" Jamie was confused. Promiscuous behavior isn't a big sin. Xena waved her hand. "If I broke off my marriage with Eamon earlier, I wouldn't be guilty even if I slept with 100 men. But I married him under the statues of the Holy Father and Holy Mother and swore 7 marriage vows to the 7 gods. Sleeping around is equivalent to breaking the vows and even blaspheming the 7 gods. That's why I'm guilty." "So, you regret not divorcing Eamon earlier?" Jamie was stupefied. "I also regret being greedy. Long night descends, extravagant and wasteful, eating a roast suckling pig for every meal. Eating roast suckling pig is a sin? Then isn't every noble sinful?" Jamie frowned. "Gluttony is one of the 7 cardinal sins. It's different from being full. Not only was I greedy, but I was also wasteful. I didn't save food and went against the Holy Mother's long night light operation." Xena said regretfully. Jamie's mouth twitched. "This is really... I didn't expect the 7 gods' precepts to be so strict. If that's the case, many honorary nobles with good reputations who didn't break the law will also go to hell." Xena said helplessly. "Aristocratic traditions and the laws of the 7 kingdoms do not apply in heaven. 40 years ago, one of my maids used to steal my clothes and use my makeup. I was very angry. After that, he sold her to the lowest class brothel and let the sailors work her. She couldn't take it anymore and killed herself 2 days later. Even if Saint Danny were here, she wouldn't be able to convict me, but according to the heavenly code, Big Sparrow added 0. 8. Sin points to Maine. Yes, the Great Sparrow was in charge of judging the crimes of the death nobles. Another example would be when Tywin was the prime minister of King's Landing in the early years, and I would sometimes handle the affairs of Casterly Rock for him. Many commoners were hungry in the winter and spring, so they came to our forest to poach. I had the soldiers tie the poachers to the targets and shot them one by one myself. Kevin praised me for my excellent archery. Tywin praised me for protecting Lannister's interests. The nobles of the western region cheered for me, and even the commoners were in awe of me. I also did comply with the aristocratic property law. In the end, I went to hell and added 5 sin points." "That doesn't make sense, does it?" Jamie murmured. Xena shook her head. "When you go to the world of the stranger and the Holy Mother, you have to obey the laws of the 7 gods. Moreover, the teachings of the 7 gods are all in the 7 Stars Bible, so the stranger is not punished for not teaching." Then she continued, "Only when you enter the world of the stranger after death will you experience a truly fair and just trial. No one can escape. While you are still alive, Jamie, you have to do more good deeds. Especially good deeds. Not only will you have a good ending after death, but it will also make Cersei, Joffrey, and Tywin feel better in hell. Good deeds." This was another unfamiliar term. Jamie was a little confused. Spreading the word, letting others know that you are doing good deeds, and thus receiving praise and praise, is good deeds. Doing good deeds silently, only giving without asking for anything in return, is good deeds. Good deeds are more valuable than good deeds, so you have to do more good deeds. Fat Zena taught earnestly. How is it more valuable? What's the use of good deeds? Jamie asked. For the same good deed, if you have 3 points of good deeds in the yang, you will get 6 points of good deeds in the yin. Good deeds in the yin and yang are the same. They can offset the sin points of you and your family. Oh, I can atone for the sins of Circe and father by doing good deeds in the yin. Jamie seemed to understand. He leaned over and straightened Joffrey's tablet, sighing. How are father and Joffrey and the rest? He was not surprised that his father and son went to hell. Even the good old Aunt Xena had 52 sin points. Tywin, who did not have the atonement scroll, would probably be sitting in hell for a long time. They must be in a deeper part of hell. I met Circe there. You know, she was not loyal to the holy marriage witnessed by the 7 gods. That's why I had the chance to meet her. Xena sighed. 1 sin point, and you have to serve 100 years in prison. That's tough. Jamie was worried. I'm not that bad. I heard that some of the sinners who are labeled as demon will have their sentences calculated exponentially. For example, if you have 2 sin points, you will be in prison for 4 years. If you have 3 sin points, you will be in prison for 8 years. 4 sin points is equivalent to 16 years. Those demon-level sinners have sin points starting from 100. You can calculate how long they have to stay in hell. Xena's voice trembled. 2 to the power of 100. That's... Jamie was shocked. They have to stay in hell until the end of time. Unfortunately, Big and Sparrow labeled Circe as a demon. Even after using the atonement scroll, she still has more than 300 sin points. Xena sighed. How many years is that? Jamie's handsome face was pale. How can I help her? The Holy Mother once said that a family that accumulates good deeds will have more to celebrate. In other words, if you do good deeds, your family will also be rewarded. I was able to leave hell so quickly because Tyrion was accumulating good deeds. I loved him so much in the past. He gave all his good deeds to me by default. Not only did the 2 sin points make up for it, but I also got 10 more merit points to live a good life in heaven. Xena chuckled. Tyrion has good deeds. Jamie was incredulous. Stranger said that he protected Chizong in the eastern lands to spread the scriptures, so he has a lot of good deeds. If he successfully spread the 7 gods' teachings in the barren lands, his good deeds will allow 10 Circe demons to ascend to heaven. As I expected, among the 3 of you, Tyrion is the most successful. Xena said proudly, That's good. When Tyrion completes his mission, Circe and father will be free. Jamie breathed a sigh of relief. Tywin is easy to convince, but Circe and Joffrey, I'm afraid he won't be willing. Xena looked at her nephew and frowned. You can't be like this. You're too useless. You have to pull yourself together and accumulate good deeds. Even if you can't free Circe and Joffrey from the abyss of suffering, you have to at least ensure the daily incense offerings. Jamie was stunned. Annie, you came out of the smoke ring and said there were too few incense offerings. What is incense? Xena pointed at the incense burner in front of the memorial tablet. What are you doing? Jamie explained. After the long night, we can no longer leave the bodies of our ancestors in the tomb. We have to follow the example of the Targaryens and hold a cremation ceremony. After that, the church promoted a new way of worshiping the ancestors. Jamie explained the concept of the memorial tablet and the ancestral hall and sighed. The monks said that the smoke from burning incense can reach the souls of the ancestors in the world of the dead. I didn't expect it to be true. It depends on the heart of the person offering the incense. If you are a devout believer of the seven gods and sincerely miss the dead, the stranger will even help you pass your words to the ancestors of hell and heaven. Cersei can hear me? Jamie was overjoyed. Fat Xena shook her head. You can talk to her on the anniversary of her death or other major festivals. She will definitely hear you then. Other times, it depends on the mood of the infernal judge. Incense can not only communicate with the ancestors, but also provide the best food for the dead in hell. As she said that, she bent down and took a deep breath of the incense that was almost finished burning in front of her memorial tablet. Something strange happened. Fat Xena was just an illusory ghost, but she sucked the real incense into her stomach and disappeared. Wow, it's even better than roasted suckling pig. I've never tasted anything good in my life. It's so good. Fat Xena held her chopping face and looked so intoxicated that Jamie had the urge to put his nose in front of the incense burner. After a while, she smacked her lips and said regretfully, "It's just a little too little." Jamie immediately bent down and grabbed a big handful of incense from the pocket on the ground. "I still have a lot here. It's enough for you to suck your fill." Xena looked at him expectantly as he lit the incense. As soon as a big puff of white smoke came out, she moved her head closer and took a big breath. 7 levels of hell. She looked like she had inhaled a mouthful of super spicy swill. Her face twisted, and she retched crazily. Her tongue stuck out a foot long. "It's so smoky and hot. It's like I've swallowed a mouthful of smoking fire. So this is a firework." James raised the smoking torch in his hand and asked in confusion, "Maybe what I'm smoking isn't smoke, but your offerings to your ancestors." Fat Xena looked at the incense burner and saw that it was reaching its end. She said, "I'm going to heaven. Jamie, you're on your own now. Don't be depressed. Accumulate good karma and be a good person. Remember to burn incense for me during festivals." After saying that, the last wisp of cigarette made a circle. Gina dived into the circle like a Meng Zotzi and disappeared. Jamie rubbed his eyes with his sleeves. The ancestral hall's stone steps were empty, and there wasn't a single person in sight. "Aunt Xena?" he called out, but there was no response. The power of the three-eyed crow and the 7 gods is too great. Controlling the fate of the 7 kingdoms isn't as difficult as crushing an ant. Dany was filled with emotion and reverence. She was actually fearful of the power she possessed now. She didn't need the Iron Throne. She didn't need to personally rule the citizens and nobles of the 7 kingdoms. With just a thought, she could toy with the Westeros as if she was playing a sandbox game. This wasn't the limit of what she could do now. When she absorbed all the fragments of the Green Prophet's seal, and when the fog on the River of Fate dissipated, she could control the fate of everyone in the 7 kingdoms while making everyone who was controlled sing praises to her from the bottom of their hearts. This was the power of a god. I shouldn't have such power. Power equals responsibility. Such a great responsibility is too tiring, but I won't allow this power to fall into the hands of others. Dany gradually came to a realization. She started to sink her consciousness into the faith space of the 7 gods. It was a boundless space filled with white fog. She couldn't see the sky or the earth, and it was difficult to find the borders. But in this boundless world, a giant Dany occupied the Dragon Queen's entire field of vision. The other Dany, this Dany was even taller than Mount Everest. Her long hair reached her shoulders, and she wore a white silk robe. Her face was expressionless, and her eyes were closed. She was sitting cross-legged in a posture with her palms facing the sky. A sea of clouds formed by milky white faith power surrounded the giant Dany. She was like a jade statue that towered into the clouds. She didn't reveal any emotions. Only endless might was left. The strange thing was that this Danny had two heads, one at the front and one at the back. With a thought from the Dragon Queen, the giant Danny's front and back eyes opened at the same time. There was a hint of a living person's aura on her body. The front eyes shone with golden light. They contained endless benevolence and peace. The back eyes were as black as ink. They were sinister and filled with a mysterious and dark aura. One of them was heaven, and the other was hell. Chapter 9, 69. The essence of the seven gods of heaven was Danny's thought. Under normal circumstances, a person's thought could not accommodate another person's soul, but if the other person was a believer of the thought's owner, there would be no incompatibility problem. If one used physics to define spiritual power, it could be seen as an electromagnetic wave, with the god's thought wave as the main, resonating with the believer's spiritual wave to form a new spiritual wave. The more resonant waves joined, the stronger the spiritual wave, representing the strength of the soul. Thus, as more and more souls entered heaven, the thought gradually grew, and finally turned into a huge entity, the same spiritual power as Dragon Queen. Of course, the process of spiritual power materialization was inseparable from the faith space's unlimited supply of faith power. It could be simply understood that faith power formed the body, the thought of heaven turned into the soul and body combined to form a believer. According to the rules of the faith space of the seven gods, the believer was a real person, and the Dragon Queen with a mortal body became a disharmonious existence. Just like in the four-dimensional space, the four-dimensional creatures that ordinary people could not imagine were ordinary people, and the real three-dimensional ordinary people could not survive in the four-dimensional space. The believer and the faith space compared to the ordinary world and ordinary people had a higher energy level, and they were a harmonious world system. The believer Danny originally only had one thought, very simple, one thought, one head, representing the glorious heaven. One day, the believer Danny's master gave it a second thought, a dark, cold, and death hell. One thought gave birth to a second thought. This sounded like a paradox. It seemed to be saying, I killed a rabbit today, and I plan to roast a whole rabbit tonight, and then make a pot of rabbit turnip soup. You're just talking nonsense. You're just a rabbit. But the thought of heaven could make the impossible possible, because the mother of heaven and the stranger of hell had the same will. Thus, the believer Danny grew a second head, the heaven of the mother of heaven and the hell of the stranger of hell. It was very harmonious. If the Dragon Queen was interested, she could make the believer Danny grow a third head. For example, make a girl's country of light. In the future, she could use fire to create a group of giants of light. The tiny Dragon Queen floated in front of Danny's forehead, who was as huge as a mountain. The protective wills left behind by the previous generations of three-eyed crows are too tyrannical, and any person or god who absorbs them will be assimilated. However, there was nothing wrong with the guardian will itself. The only fault lay in the fact that the three-eyed crow's ability was limited, and its method was flawed. It would be a pity if such a great and noble spirit was destroyed. Why don't you sacrifice yourself? The believer Danny's huge face was expressionless. I am you, but you are not me. It is up to you to decide how to transform this thought, not me. The believer Danny did not have an independent will, but it did not mean that it had no thoughts. It was a thought that represented thoughts. The Dragon Queen and her believer Danny's conversation was like an ordinary person's hesitation, with two thoughts going up and down in their minds. Yes, it was to turn the concept of entanglement into reality. It was very unscientific, but very magical. Sigh, I don't want to bear the responsibility of being the master of the heavenly law, but I also don't want to give up the benefits of being the master of the heavenly law. I have no choice but to sacrifice this thought of yours. The Dragon Queen made up her mind. She waved her hand, and a green Milky Way flew over from the void. It was a fragment of the Green Prophet's seal. The moment the Dragon Queen saw the green Milky Way, all her thoughts were extinguished, and the only thought left in her mind was to protect the world and the people of the world. Fuck, this is too terrifying. Get lost. The Dragon Queen closed her eyes and waved her hand, and the green Milky Way flew toward the believer Danny. The believer Danny opened its mouth and sucked, as if it was sucking a long green noodle. The Green Prophet's seal was sucked into its stomach. Buzz, buzz, the mountain-like believer Danny's body trembled violently, and its 2 pairs of eyes were instantly dyed green, as if 4 searchlights had been turned on, illuminating thousands of miles. The space of belief, which was mainly white, was also enveloped by a layer of green light. Ah, the Dragon Queen hugged her head and groaned. Her thoughts were connected to the believer, and she could clearly feel that her emotions were being extinguished bit by bit. The 3-eyed crow's will was like a steel seal, and it fiercely engraved the words, "Protect the world," at the core of heaven's will. The current Danny was accepting the 3-eyed crow's inheritance on her own accord. If the Bran didn't play such a trick, his emotions would also be extinguished like this. The Dragon Queen could sever her connection with the believer Danny's thoughts, but she couldn't. She had to use her will to protect the 2 abnormal consciousnesses, heaven and hell. The process of the 3-eyed crow's birth could be compared to molten iron. The Green Prophet seal was like molten iron, and the Green Prophet, which was about to turn into a 3-eyed crow, was used as a mold. The molten iron was poured into the mold, and the 3-eyed crow's appearance was created. The current Green Prophet's appearance was the main one. The so-called mold was actually the Green Prophet's personality and way of doing things. Every generation of 3-eyed crows was similar, but there were also differences. Their protective spirit and ruthless style were exactly the same, but their specific way of doing things was different. In order to achieve the same goal, they might make different choices. For example, now that the American commander election was almost over, Hot Dry Noodles was slightly disappointed. His beloved Super Reliable didn't get reelected. Didn't Hot Dry Noodles know that Super Reliable liked to target the Celestial Empire? He knew, but he still liked Super Reliable. This was because by etc. and Super Reliable only had different methods. Their ultimate goal of suppressing the Celestial Empire was the same. However, by etc. didn't know how to do stand-up comedy, although they all wanted to and were doing their best to stop the Celestial Empire's rise. Super Reliable could at least provide them with more joy, right? The 3-eyed crow was similar to the American commander. They had the same goal, but their personalities and ways of doing things were different. The molten iron was poured into different molds, and the molds forged would be different. However, their essence wouldn't change, and they were all made of iron. Now, the Dragon Queen was forcefully enduring the pain of Danny's thoughts being extinguished just to ensure that the mold of heaven and hell wouldn't change. Yes, the molten iron was scalding, and it might make the reserve duty 3-eyed crow slightly adjust his way of doing things. For example, the Green Prophet's mold was originally in the shape of a duck, but after being scalded by the molten iron of the Green Prophet's seal, it turned into a duck that looked like a chicken. The Dragon Queen was trying to avoid any slight adjustments. When molten iron was poured into the worshipper's body, the mold forged would be a complete heaven and hell. This was because the worshipper Danny was equivalent to heaven and hell. In other words, from now on, the 3-eyed worshipper Danny's purpose of existence was the same as the previous 3-eyed crows, to protect the world, to protect the Westeros. However, his way of doing things followed the Dragon Queen's worldview of heaven and hell. That's right, heaven and hell were the embodiment of the Dragon Queen's values. Everyone had their own values. For example, Little Wong believed that in modern society, apart from parents, other relatives weren't as worthy as friends. Little Zhang believed that there was no love without reason in the world. After all, relatives were related by blood, and if they got along well, they were more reliable than most friends. Now that Little Wang and Little Zhang had both become gods, they had both created heaven and hell. Little Li was a person who valued friendship and ignored family. When he was alive, he used to tighten his belt and lend money to his friends to start their own businesses. When he became rich and moved to Thompson First Class, he refused to lend 20,000 yuan to his uncle in the countryside to build a house for him to retire. When Little Li met Little Wang, they were simply congenial. Of course, he immediately went to heaven. However, if Little Li's soul went to the world controlled by Little Zhang, he would immediately be sent to the 18th level of hell according to the rules of heaven, and hell set by Little Zhang. Even if he climbed a mountain of swords or plunged into a pot of boiling oil, he wouldn't be able to atone for his sins. They were both Little Li, but one went to heaven and the other went to hell. Why? The standards of good and evil were set by others. Dragon Queen's heaven and hell were essentially her values and her views of good and evil, just like Jamie's aunt, Fat Xena. If a meeting was held in the Seven Nations to judge Xena, Dragon Queen would give her the warmest smile and say, "Madam Xena is not guilty." However, once Gina died and went to the 7th level of hell, the Dragon Queen, who had put on a layer of stranger skin, was furious. She gritted her teeth and said, "This woman has committed a heinous crime." Oxhead and Horseface beat her hard. Why was it like this? Was Dragon Queen suffering from schizophrenia? In the real world, the rules weren't decided by her alone. Living in society, she had to abide by society's rules. Dragon Queen didn't want to live too tiresome. She didn't want to live in a world filled with people who hated her. Therefore, she compromised. She only needed to adhere to the good and evil, right and wrong in the hearts of people. But heaven and hell were completely under her control. Dragon Queen could easily achieve the fairness and justice in her heart. Therefore, nobles who were innocent when they were alive couldn't escape the final judgment after death. Maybe God had the same idea as Danny. That was why he created heaven and hell after creating the human world. God's way of doing things was completely opposite to Danny. His heaven, hell, and the human world were all one world. His actions were similar to the Taoist way of thinking. The world was already created for you, so go and mess around. I'm only responsible for holding up the sky and not letting it collapse. I don't care about anything else. A terrifying existence that was even more terrifying than the three-eyed crow was born. The believer, Danny, became the new three-eyed crow. She was immortal and lived and died together with Westeros. Her immortality also meant that the fate of Westeros would forever be controlled by her alone. This was 10 times more terrifying than the new three-eyed crow. This was because it also fused with the power of the 7 gods and was promoted from the 1 to 1. However, Dragon Queen believed that from this moment onwards, the happy days of the Westeros had arrived. Regardless of whether they felt happy or not, Dragon Queen was doing this for their own good. The three-eyed crow that Dragon Queen hated so much in the past, also insisted that he was doing this for the sake of making the world better. In short, the 7 gods and the three-eyed crow truly joined forces and formed the three-eyed believer, Danny, who made smart, ordinary people feel even more despair. The will to protect the world didn't change, but the way to protect the world was decided by Dragon Queen. Now that the rules were set, even Dragon Queen couldn't go against them. If the three-eyed crow was like a program that managed the Westeros, Dragon Queen only rewrote the program, but didn't change the fact that she was using the program to manage the Westeros. As long as she was in the Westeros, she would also be managed. However, the management method was set by her, which meant that she was always strict with herself. Thus, she didn't feel like she was being controlled or restricted. Chapter 970. People's hearts were easy to change. As long as one was a human, one would have emotions, and when one's emotions fluctuated, one's principles would also fluctuate. The three-eyed crow didn't have any emotions, and this was why it represented absolute fairness. Its fairness wasn't necessarily correct, but it could guarantee that everyone would be fair and just when faced with its rules. For example, one of the three-eyed crow's rules was that anyone could be sacrificed for the world. Wasn't this right? There wasn't anything in the world that was absolutely correct. However, the three-eyed crow could apply this rule to everyone fairly, including its relatives and enemies, kings and beggars, and even the three-eyed crow himself. Now, Dany defeated the three-eyed crow and replaced him as the ruler of the Westeros. Due to her special identity as a transmigrator, as well as her pure nature, the new rules she set for the Westeros were more reasonable than the three-eyed crows, and they had more vitality and potential. However, could Dany guarantee that she would act according to the rules completely? For example, she set a rule that it was a crime for nobles to kill hungry poachers, but she could still be fair and just to other nobles, even to Tyrion. If one killed a hungry poacher, he would receive 1 points of sin, and if he killed 100 poachers, he would be sentenced to 1,000 years in hell. During this time, hell's magistrates would torture the nobles. For example, when the nobles were alive, they would chop off the heads of poachers, and in hell, the magistrates would do the same and chop off the nobles' heads 100 times a day for 1,000 years. What if Dany's grandson or granddaughter inherited the Dragon Queen's principality in the Westeros and got used to the Seven Kingdoms tradition and committed the same crime and chopped off 10 poachers' heads? Moreover, that granddaughter was especially favored by Dany's grandmother. At this time, her grandmother wouldn't be able to insist on her fairness, and she would probably just wave her hand and spare her granddaughter from 100 years in hell. Not to mention beheading poachers. Even if her granddaughter rode a Maserati horse and killed a few people, Grandma Dany would absolve her of all her sins and let her go to heaven happily. Perhaps she could even become an angel. Even though Dany's grandmother couldn't say it, she would definitely do it. Deep down, Dany didn't want such a thing to happen. If she could control the hell on earth, a certain Maserati rider would probably have to stay in hell for 10,000 years. However, even if her granddaughter behaved the same as other people's granddaughters, in her grandmother's eyes, her granddaughter was still like an angel. Even if she did bad things, it was just a moment of foolishness. Other people's granddaughters were like demons who deserved to go to hell. Things were different now. Dany used her conscience to create a keeper of the heavenly axiom. She used the seal of the Green Prophet to remove the feelings of conscience so that it was just a pure conscience that spoke to all living beings. Even though she liked Grandma Dany's granddaughter a lot, she still, Dany, a believer, is indifferent to his granddaughter. However, Dany, a mortal, can let his granddaughter go through the back door that he deliberately left behind. In the era where the emperor was punished the same as the common people, he had to wait until Dany's grandmother was tired of the trifles of the mortal world and no longer appeared in the human world. She would no longer have any love for her descendants. At that time, if the Targaryen emperor made a mistake, he would also have to go to hell. Dany, a believer, would have no mercy. Blackie, the Dragon Queen called, and a black dragon that covered the sky flew over from the void, surrounded by clouds. Blackie looked at the Dragon Queen, and then looked at Dany, a believer who was hundreds of times larger than himself. The believer's expression was cold, like a machine, but her eyes were especially bright. The holy and peaceful golden light merged with the ancient green light. Dany, she makes me feel unfamiliar. Blackie said. Mother Dragon said, although she has no feelings now, she can still have a dragon spirit with you. From now on, she will take care of the divine kingdom and the church. You will be a free and unfettered immortal who works hard in cultivation. Don't be tied down by worldly affairs. Cultivation and power are the most real. When the world changes and the rules need to be changed, you will update the program in her brain with her dragon spirit and make it more compatible with the real world. Of course, if there is a Targaryen who needs to cheat in the future, and you think she is very promising and pleasing to the eye, you can also adjust your fate with the believer's dragon spirit and let the Targaryen gain an advantage in the change of the era. What about you? These words, which sounded like a funeral, made Blackie feel very uncomfortable. Danny looked up at the void where the clouds of the power of faith floated and sighed. If I live for 1,000 years, I will be very happy and enjoy the riches of the world. After 5,000 years, I will lose interest in worldly pleasures and pursue the song of law wholeheartedly. If I live for 10,000 years and don't reach the end of my cultivation, it will be fine. If the realm completely stagnates, I will be bored. The years after 100,000 years will be torture for me. Danny, I don't like to hear this. Blackie shook his head. I'm just showing off. Don't mind it. There is no end to cultivation. The wave of the long night still needs us to work hard together. Danny laughed. Alas, I cultivated according to the method you taught me, but I still couldn't understand the domain of fire. I didn't even make much progress. My cultivation talent seems to be too bad. Almost the same as Lalo. If I can use the domain of fire with my huge divine power, I may even be able to compete with the frost god. Blackie said helplessly. Danny nodded and sighed. You are indeed very stupid. You can't learn even if I teach you step by step in the dragon spirit state. But you should be better than Lalo. Although your progress is slow, you are still improving. Lalo has been in the same place for hundreds of millions of years. What should I do? Blackie asked. Maybe Megalosaurus are born stupid. Danny said helplessly, there is no other shortcut to diligently cultivate and steadily gnaw on the evil gods. Then Danny waved to the believer and cried, You are different from me. You have to have your own name. Tell me, what do you want to be called? I think I am very like Hongjun ancestor. The believer Danny said seriously with a cold face. It had all the memories of Danny, but it obliterated her emotions, so it knew who Hongjun ancestor was. It's good to have ideals, but now you are not even the sky of the Westeros. Danny said, In the West, I can call myself Tethagata. The believer Danny said seriously. Danny touched her forehead. Is this really me? Keep a low profile. Tethagata is too arrogant, she said. Then, without waiting for the believer to say anything else, Danny directly suggested, I often appear in the human world as the Virgin Mary. At the same time, I am also the Empress of the human world. It's better to call you Tim, Empress Mother. That's too unpleasant. The believer didn't react, but Blackie was unhappy. Danny, she is always you. Be good to yourself, he said. Since I am in charge of heaven and hell at the same time, I will call myself God, a girl. Everyone knows that. Danny laughed. This time, no one objected. God, transfer all the power of the Green Prophet to me. Danny shouted to the believer. This was a command that was extremely disadvantageous to God and had no obvious benefits for protecting the world. However, God Danny didn't resist. He obediently transferred the power of the Green Prophet's seal to Danny. This was because this was a rule that had been written into heaven's mind in advance. Like the rules of heaven and hell, it was a source code. The believer's God was like a filter. Pure power was integrated into Danny's second soul of the Song of Windbelt, leaving behind her determination to protect the world. It was a bit pitiful. She had determination, but no power. In the end, the final explanation was still in the hands of the Dragon Queen. Ah, this feeling! Danny's purple eyes were dyed green. Tornadoes formed spontaneously around her. Her wind domain spread infinitely. The foreign elemental power in the space of faith of the seven gods gradually turned into divine power of the wind. Without power, I will not be able to fulfill my responsibility as the world's guardian. The believer's God was still expressionless. Danny hesitated for a moment. Then she transferred 10% of the Green Prophet's power to her. Now that the River of Fate has not appeared, 10% of the heavenly axiom is enough for you to take charge of the dead worlds in Westeros. You will be in charge of heaven and hell for now. When the long night is over, and I am tired of playing, I will hand over the human world to you. Danny currently needed power to deal with the evil gods in the Righteous Alliance. Of course, she couldn't give away too much of her soul's power. The believer's God looked mighty and huge, but his essence was the combination of heaven and hell. If he left the space of faith and fought the enemy head-on, it would be the same as exposing heaven and hell to the enemy's attacks. The slightest damage would be too great a loss. Now, I should find a place to let heaven and hell completely materialize. It seemed like absorbing and transferring the Green Prophet's seal was just a matter of a few sentences. In fact, it took quite a long time. When Danny's consciousness returned from the space of faith, the sky was already dark. All right, the sky outside only changed from the pure black of the night to the gray of the day. However, the little fairy who acted as the moon consciously adjusted the brightness. From the cold and pale moonlight to the dark red morning sun, and from the dark red to the yellow morning sun. Other than its small size and size, the fire fairy could almost perfectly simulate the sun. This was because Danny had started to analyze the Song of Light that she had taken from Lalo back then. When she helped Jon revive, Danny was given a portion of the Song of Light. She couldn't use it at that time. However, once her Song of Light exceeded 60%, she could gradually understand Lalo's Song of Light and gain enlightenment from it. It was like holding a graduation thesis from a university's chemistry department. Even an ordinary high school student wouldn't be able to understand it, let alone plagiarize it. When a high school student entered a university and chose to major in chemistry, when he was close to graduation, he would definitely be able to extract useful material from his senior's thesis. By analyzing Lalo's Song of Light fragment, Danny could even vaguely sense the location of the Sun Forge furnace. Your Majesty, you are. After seeing the Dragon Queen's new appearance, the two White Knights, Ursa and Garth, were stunned. Danny was still wearing her blue and white armor today, but she had changed into a thin gray linen cloak. She looked like an ascetic cultivator. What was even stranger was that she was holding a 8-meter-tall walking stick in her right hand. This is weirwood. You need a walking stick? Ursa asked strangely. The trunk itself was only 5 meters tall, but the roots were like hair. They were combed into 3 braids and looked like the 3 legs of a walking stick. It was very similar to the walking sticks used by old ladies and grandpas. This weirwood is unusual. It's a magic staff, Danny said. Garth hesitated and said, "Why don't I help you clean up the leaves and roots?" "I just want it alive." She held the weirwood walking stick and twirled it in front of the White Knights and the Centaur maids. She asked, "Is it not impressive enough?" The 4 of them shook their heads. "At least it should be a little mysterious, right?" Danny said unwillingly. In order to match the weirwood walking stick in her hand, she deliberately changed a few outfits in front of the mirror today. In the end, she chose the gray linen cloak with the color of a mysterious wizard. She imitated Gandalf, who flew with his walking stick and sword. "Calixi, it's a little silly," Jichi said softly. "I think so too. Erie quickly agreed. Silly! Danny's face darkened. The two centaur maids quickly said, Look carefully, it is indeed a little mysterious. Danny waved her hand and called two wind elves from outside the house. She threw the weirwood to them and said, Cherry tomatoes, cucumber twist, help me carry it. Chapter 9, 71. After giving 10% of the green profit seal to her believers, Danny was left with 73%. How powerful was that? When she held the weirwood in her hand, she only needed a single thought. For example, Targaryen. Then, all Westeros with the Targaryen bloodline would appear in front of her. She entered a higher dimensional world that included time. Looking at the people in the three-dimensional world from the four-dimensional world, she could see the present and past of all the Targaryens in an instant. If the River of Fate wasn't shrouded in a layer of fog, she could see everyone's future. Not only the gnomes and Aegon, but also other families with the Targaryen bloodline, such as Martell, Theon Bella, Yimont's sister Lael, and Danny's descendants. With a thought, she saw Madame Stoneheart. She was in the Northern Territory, tens of kilometers away from Winterfell. She was driving a sleigh in circles in a world of ice and snow. What shocked Danny was the sleigh dog pulling the sleigh. Uncle Finger with a dog's body and a human head. In the next moment, she knew the cause and effect. She sympathized with Uncle Finger. Uncle Finger, who had become a female dog, was like a perpetual motion machine. He didn't eat or drink and pulled Madame Stoneheart around the snowfield for 2 months. Uncle Dog was now running while he numbly recited the 7 Stars Bible of Our Lady of Mercy. The power of the three-eyed crow is too terrifying. Danny sighed. The three-eyed crow could be considered a typical four-dimensional life form. In the face of a higher dimensional life form, Westeros had no chance of resisting. In the next second, Danny scanned the entire 7 kingdoms south of the Great Wall. Almost all the ghouls were marked on the map. She frowned. The closer she was to the north, the blurrier her vision became. In the Northern Territory, not only were there no deviant ghosts, many ghouls were also blurry, as if they were shrouded in a layer of ice fog. This layer of ice fog came from outside the Great Wall. It spread from the north to the south. If the density of ice fog in the land of Everwinter was 100, it meant that Danny would lose 100% of her vision. Outside the Great Wall, north of Winterfell, the density of ice fog was 30%. South of Winterfell, to the neck, 20%. The scary thing was that there was a 10% blind spot in Hujian County. 10% was not a small amount. The long night had only been here for half a year, and Hujian was already in the middle of Westeros. Danny gradually understood this. Before the long night, the three-eyed crow represented 100% of the heavenly Tao, and it was only limited to the south of the Great Wall. After the long night descended, the three-eyed crow's power didn't change, but the heavenly Tao's shares in the south of the Great Wall were diluted. As the deviant ghosts headed south, the cold living dead replaced the warm-blooded living people, and the heavenly Tao was gradually taken over by the frost god. If all the living Westeros died out, the other ghosts would replace the humans and start a new ice age. The god of frost would then take over the entire heavenly axiom. After Danny understood this, she solved 2 questions that had always been in her heart. Why didn't the three-eyed crow Blinden discover the Winterhorn's appearance? It was because winter had arrived, and the Horn of Winter had appeared outside the Great Wall. The three-eyed crow had never been able to occupy the whole heavenly axiom north of the Great Wall. Not only were there barbarians outside the Great Wall, but there were also deviant ghosts. The world that the three-eyed crow guarded wasn't a world that the deviant ghosts needed. Hence, the deviant ghosts didn't hand over the heavenly axiom to the three-eyed crow like the humans. It was just like how Washington represented North America's heavenly axiom and radiated to Japan and South Korea. However, when it came to East Asia, the Chinese didn't care about Washington. Only in the south of the Great Wall was the three-eyed crow omniscient. Danny gradually understood why the god of frost was so calm after the Battle of Winterfell. It was because the true long night hadn't descended, and the god of frost's power hadn't reached its peak. The sun had been extinguished for less than a year, and the climax hadn't arrived yet. When the earth froze, the rivers froze, the oceans died, and the waves died. When the temperature inside and outside the Great Wall stabilized, the wind and snow stopped, and the world became deathly still, the long night would truly envelop the world. By then, the god of frost's control over the heavenly axiom would reach the peak of the first stage. As the god of frost's control over the heavenly axiom deepened, the god of frost wouldn't be rejected by the world, and he would be able to unleash more and more power. Just like Danny now, the world didn't reject her, so she could use her godly power without restraint. It turns out that the three-eyed crow isn't omnipotent, Danny lamented regretfully. Your Majesty, you should have understood this principle long ago. Bran, who was in the weirwood, said calmly, if there's no difference between the south of the Great Wall and beyond the Great Wall, why do we have to guard the sanctuary personally? We also want to drink fruit juice and sunbathe on the southern beaches while monitoring the world portal beyond the Great Wall. However, the name World Portal means that the extreme north doesn't belong to the Westeros anymore. The Northern Territory's heavenly axiom seems to be on the verge of collapse. My vision in the north is very blurry, Danny said worriedly. Don't worry. As long as there are still humans in the Northern Territory, you won't completely lose sight of the Northern Territory's heavenly axiom. Bran consoled her. Are the humans who sacrifice deviant ghosts still considered humans? Danny asked. No. Bran sighed and said, but at least the Winterfell and the Night Watchers at the Great Wall are completely reliable. The Northern Territory's population was originally less than 500,000. In the recent years of war and winter, more than 60% of the population died. Now, there are at most 200,000 people left. As long as the Great Wall, Winterfell, and White Harbor don't fall, it shouldn't be difficult to maintain a base of 100,000 people. With these 100,000 people, your authority in the Northern Territory will never be lower than 50%, unless deviant ghosts start to naturally reproduce on a large scale during the later part of the long night. For the next few days, Danny seemed to have activated a cheat code. All right, she was indeed using a cheat code through the Dragonstone Island's Magic Net Center. Every 2 hours, she would release a map of the 7 countries' living dead division to all the strongholds of the 7 countries' united front against the ghosts. It was a detailed map of the 7 countries to the south of the Neck Swamp. Blue dots were used to represent the anti-ghost strongholds and the number and quality of the guards in each castle. White dots were used to represent the ordinary people, every city, castle, village, and even the residents hiding in the basements of barren towns, the number of people, the amount of food they ate, the ratio of men, women, and children. Red dots were used to represent the army of ghouls. The bigger the red dot, the more living dead there were. Then, Dragon Queen labeled every city, castle, town, and other living strongholds with a danger index. The sum of the danger index of all the strongholds was the composite index of the Westeros. There was a composite index, but of course there were also different indexes. There were no 7 categories, only Deviant Ghost Danger Index, Food Storage Danger Index, Plague Danger Index, and Resource Depletion Danger Index. Dragon Queen treated every living stronghold as a listed company. All the listed companies formed the Westeros stock market. The higher the stock price, the more dangerous the city was. The higher the stock index, the more dangerous the Westeros were. Therefore, the Westeros hoped that their stocks would fall. However, they did not have to worry too much. On Earth, if the stock market fell, the country would come out and issue new economic policies to save the stock market. In Westeros, wherever the stock market soared, there would be Dragon Queen, Dawn Warriors, and the Warriors. In short, the Deviant Ghost Danger Index could not be allowed to rise above the red line. In particular, Dragon Queen seemed to have gone crazy in the past few days. She actually created a 100-team battle against the deviant ghosts in the south. Between the rivers, the river bend, the valleys, the western region, the stormlands, and even Dorne, more than 200 castles and nearly 400,000 soldiers and soldiers collectively walked outside the city walls and took the initiative to enter the dense forests, snowfields, and valleys to annihilate the corpses. They didn't rush forward because they were filled with hot blood, led by Dragon Queen, Barristan, Rando, Blackfish, Mattis, and other famous senior military generals of the 7 countries formed a general staff. Using the Westeros stock market map and human strength, especially Dragon Queen's mobility and lethality as a reference, they developed a large and scattered battle plan. Generally, Dragon Queen rode the Megalosaurus and flew along a certain line. When she was still near a city, leading the soldiers and soldiers of a city to encircle and annihilate the army of corpses outside the city, the soldiers of the city next door received orders and set off. By the time the soldiers and soldiers of the city arrived at the forest and engaged the corpses in the forest, Dragon Queen had finished the battle of a city and was rushing to the city to work with the soldiers of the city to eliminate the deviant ghosts. Then, the nearby sea city began to prepare, and so on. The castles of the country participated. If the corpses were scattered, the efficiency of Dragon Queen's blade storm would be very low. It might even cause her divine power to be insufficient. It was better to personally go down and slash with a sword. Therefore, Dany could not solve the battle alone. She needed the human army to form a formation and force the corpses to face off against her. If the corpses were still scattered when facing an army formation, for example, if the 5,000 human army shrank into a group, the 100,000 corpses spread across the plains like beans. Obviously, they were no match for the human soldiers in formation. They would be swept away by the human army formation step by step like fallen leaves on the ground. Dragon Queen did not even need to make a move. If the corpses attacked the human army formation, it would definitely cause a large number of corpses to gather together. Thus, Dragon Queen made a brilliant appearance. Unless the corpses retreated when they saw humans, the army of corpses would definitely be defeated when facing the combination of Dragon Queen and the Volunteer Corps. But could the corpses run away when they saw humans? If so, how could they destroy humans? Of course, generally speaking, the corpses would not run away, but the deviant ghosts were not stupid. They would make a strategic retreat after the army of corpses was defeated. The corpses did not need to rest. They could run faster than humans. The results of the battle were amazing. More than 5 million corpses were killed, and more than 300 deviant ghosts were killed. Before this battle, the Westeros Deviant Ghost Danger Index was red. Hundreds of human strongholds were under the safety line. After the battle, the south of Neck Marsh was almost completely green. Even the Food Storage Danger Index was green because there were hundreds of thousands of corpses and animal meat. The 7 kingdoms were jubilant. Dragon Queen, the major aristocrats, and the famous generals of the 7 kingdoms published editorials and reviews on the 7 kingdoms news network, one after another. Various places held celebrations and celebrations. The public was excited and strengthened the courage to overcome the difficulties. The undercurrent of sacrificing deviant ghosts and surrendering increased the confidence of all the aristocrats and civilians to fight to the end. Even the major city-states on the other side of the narrow sea, after receiving the news of the great victory of the battle, were shocked and sent congratulatory messages to Dragonstone Island. Then, Dany found that she suddenly had nothing to do. Of course, there were still corpses and deviant ghosts south of Neckmarsh, but their numbers were further reduced. The small ones had a few hundred corpses, and the large ones did not exceed 10,000. Most of them were hidden deep in the mountains and forests far away from human strongholds. If they insisted on sending troops to encircle and annihilate them, the cost would be too high. Thus, the anti-ghost industry in Westeros began to change from simply killing ghosts to developing wartime production. Tree root flour, wood wine, mushroom planting, sunny ocean fishing, and fishing became the pillars of the Westeros economy. Because they were so hungry for green vegetables, some greedy Westeros even began to try various kinds of leaves. They used the leaves to extract juice and stew soup. After dozens of fake Shinnong died, the temporary real Shinnong also experimented with a few types of cold-resistant plant leaves that could be eaten in small amounts, especially cedar leaves. Even the Dragon Queen recommended that civilians eat cedar needles to replenish the body's much-needed vitamins, although no one knew what vitamins were. Chapter 972. The gloomy north wind made the shadows of the trees flicker like ferocious living creatures. Mormont looked around hurriedly and said, "I don't feel good. I keep feeling that something is spying on us." Giro Dane twitched his huge hooked nose and frowned. "I smell human feces. There should be a large number of living people living here. There's a cave in the pit. The No Flag Brotherhood used to live here. The snow has covered their traces." Dany said, "This was a tall mountain. In the fertile plains between the rivers, 1,000-meter-high mountain stood abruptly, like a chimney stuck in the ground. The mountain was covered with aged pine trees, birch trees, and iron trees. Here and there were a few small weirwoods with red palm leaves. There was only one red spot in the midst of all the green. At this time, the trees were covered in a thick layer of snow, and the leaves were wrapped in a layer of crystal-clear ice. A gust of north wind blew, and the branches and leaves collided with each other, making crisp, tinkling sounds. This was the Noble Heart. Dany led the two white knights through the portal. They stepped out from the Oak Hall, 20 kilometers away, to the soft snow mountain top. The top of the mountain was slightly flat, and there was a huge pit more than 50 meters in diameter in the center. Even if it snowed intermittently for several months, the huge pit was not filled, and the general outline of the pit could be seen. Those who didn't understand the situation might even mistake it for an extinct volcano when they first saw the huge crater. If there was no snow, it could be seen clearly that the huge pit was an ordinary pit, but there were many white python-like weirwood roots in the pit. There were sparse, vine-like weirwood branches at the foot of the mountain, but there were no huge weirwood trees. Now, there were dense roots as thick as a person's wrist at the top of the mountain, which was very unusual. But if one knew something about the Noble Heart, there would be no more doubts. 8,000 years ago, the Dragon Queen came here in another way. Once, there was a weirwood tree that reached the clouds in the huge pit and its scattered branches, and leaves almost covered the whole mountain under its shade. Later, all the essence of the weirwood was transferred to a fresh spore branch, and the rest of the branch withered. The children of the forest and the ancestors planted 31 weirwood saplings around the withered stump. Thousands of years had passed, and the small sapling had grown into a pavilion. This noble place had always been the holy land of the believers of the old gods. Until one day, the Undulls arrived. They advanced wave after wave, cutting down the forest as if they were possessed. They slaughtered the children of the forest and burned the heart trees, especially the weirwood. After hundreds and thousands of years of conflict, the ancient kings gradually compromised. They gave up on the belief of the old gods and merged with the Undals through marriage in terms of bloodline, culture, tradition, and faith. The final moment had arrived. South of Neck, only the noble hearts and the believers of the old gods were still holding on. These believers included children of the forest, forebears, and even the Green Prophet. They were extremely powerful, and large groups of ravens and wolves were summoned. However, the Undals had iron armor, iron swords, and a more advanced knight system. The believers of the old gods with wooden spears and bronze weapons were no match for them. The war lasted for generations. The Undals lost many people, but they never stopped. Every shapeshifter lost was one less. In the end, the believers of the old gods lost to the believers of the seven gods, who worshipped the seven logs. It was said that the bodies of all the animal companions that died in the war were piled up to half the height of the Noble Heart Mountain. The Green Prophet, children of the forest, and forebears were all slaughtered. The weirwood was cut down and burned, leaving behind a huge pit and 31 tree stumps. However, the Undal king who attacked the Noble Heart did not have a good ending. He became a kinslayer and died a horrible death. The kingdom was also conquered and divided by others. How embarrassing. Danny's expression suddenly became strange. The protection circle of the children of the forest is still working. The Undals won the final victory, but they did not damage the circles set up by the children of the forest at all. No wonder there is not a single ghoul here. The Noble Heart was the holy land of the children of the forest, so of course it was protected by a circle. However, this circle only had two functions: to ward off evil spirits and to calm the mind. Back then, the Undals did not have the ability to detect the ancient protection circle, so they naturally could not destroy it. Do you intend to enter the final home? An old woman suddenly emerged from behind a sentinel tree at the bottom of the hill as if she was burrowing through the ground. The old woman was hunchbacked and curled up. She was less than 90 centimeters tall, and her face was full of wrinkles. She leaned on a bumpy black walking stick and leaped over thick tree roots that had been frozen hard by the snow. She slowly but steadily walked toward the Dragon Queen at the top of the hill. The north wind howled, and the old woman's white hair that almost reached the ground danced in the air like a white cloud. Her eyes were strangely red, similar to the cat eyes of the children of the forest. Among the children of the forest, only the Green Prophet's eyes were red. "You are the ghost of the Noble Heart." De Xiong frowned as he sized up the old woman, who looked and acted strangely. He asked, "Where's the final home?" "Stand aside. Don't disturb my conversation with the King of Gods," the old woman shouted rudely. "King of Gods." Dark Star glanced at the Dragon Queen and asked in confusion, "Are you talking about the Queen? Why the King of Gods?" "The King who ends and unifies the new gods and the old gods." There was a hint of fear in the old woman's red eyes toward Dark Star. "You are supposed to be a demon king who brings darkness to the living," she mumbled. "What are you talking about?" Gerald frowned. This old woman was very strange. He could understand every word she said, but he did not understand what she was trying to say. Fortunately, he had been cultivating with the Dragon Queen for the past few years. If he had been as hot-tempered as he was back then, he would have cut down this pretentious witch of the forest with his sword. Danny's eyes flashed. He smiled and said, "I heard that you are very good at prophecy. The Brotherhood often looks for you to gather information about the outside world. Just because you don't leave your house, you can predict everything in the world?" "I just want a sip of wine." The hunchbacked old woman sighed. Danny's eyebrows couldn't help but twitch a few times. This pretentious act. Most people wouldn't even know that she was pretentious. All right, maybe the old woman didn't want to pretend either. However, Danny knew that the Brotherhood used a mere pot of wine to know in advance that Erlu would kill his brother, Yulun would kill his brother, the blood wedding, the purple wedding, and a series of other prophecies that would change the situation of the Seven Kingdoms. However, the Brotherhood was still not satisfied. They couldn't understand, and didn't have the interest to analyze the slightly obscure prophecies. Instead, they wanted more direct information, such as how many enemies there were, where they came from, and where their troops were. How about we make a bet? Without waiting for the old woman to agree, Danny pointed at Ursa and said, "Let's prophesy Sir Yora's future together." She was shameless enough. As the Queen's White Knight, wasn't she the one who had the final say in Ursa's future? However, the hunchbacked old woman didn't even think about it or look at Ursa. She blurted out, "In a few days, he will be very unlucky. He will be surrounded by rotten peach blossoms and be in a dilemma." Ha ha! Danny laughed loudly. Ursa and Geralt both sneered with disdain. "Now that the Holy Land belongs to me, your duty of guarding has been completed. Do you want to change the environment?" Danny asked with a smile. "I can send you to Dragonstone Island." "Have you been to Dragonstone Island?" With Jenny of the city of Barrenstone. Obviously, she thought that the old woman had lost the bet of prophecy. Perhaps the old woman had deliberately surrendered to her. The hunchbacked old woman didn't talk about Ursa and the bet anymore. She said with a disappointed look in her eyes, "I miss Jenny very much, but hearing her name from your mouth makes me feel very uncomfortable. You omniscient people are all voyeurs on the river of time. You watch our lives as a drama with relish and leave comments from time to time, but you don't know how painful it is for us as the people involved. Every time you meet singers and bards in Noble Heart, you will let them sing Jenny of the city of Barrenstone. Everyone knows that, so there is no need to peep at you." Danny said, "If you don't peep at me, how do you know that I like to listen to that song?" The hunchbacked old woman said, "The person who enters my sight now is not just him at this moment. His past and future will be displayed in front of me at this moment." Danny said proudly, "You can go. I will stay in Noble Heart and won't go anywhere." The old woman shook her head. She didn't want to talk to the Dragon Queen anymore. "You don't want to see the savior you prophesied. Last time, you ran hundreds of miles to the Red Fork River to find me." Danny asked with a smile, "I have seen him through the eyes of the trees." The old woman's shriveled cheeks trembled a few times. Her expression was complicated as she said, "He is making a huge mistake. He shouldn't have mixed with the followers of the Red God. He shouldn't have gone to the King's Landing. He shouldn't have left you. You have to help him stay away from danger, away from the son of the Red God." "You are saying that Stannis wants to harm him?" Danny asked in surprise. "Beside the son of the Red God, his life will be in danger." The old woman nodded. Danny frowned and thought for a while. She said, "I will warn him, but Stannis once risked his life to help Winterfell. He might not leave the King's Landing." Without the old woman's prophecy or Danny's reminder, Bran had already warned Jon countless times. Be careful of the red-robed woman. Be wary of the Red God, Lalo. But there were some things that had to be done even if one knew they couldn't be done. Erlu had bled and lost his life for Winterfell. Jon couldn't leave before the Battle of the King's Landing. Yes, the Battle of the King's Landing plan wasn't completely ruined. Now, the forces of the Red God Church in the Free Cities were gathered at the King's Landing. Weren't they waiting for the return of the strange Ghost King and the millions of ghouls to besiege the King's Landing? "Your Majesty, are you talking about Jon Stark?" Jarrow Dane was confused when he heard the words, but he finally figured it out. "He's the savior in Asha's prophecy," he said in disbelief. Big Bear also had a look of disbelief. "Why Stark?" "He's Rhaega and Lyanna's child." Dany's expression was calm as she exploded a bomb. Now that she had become an omniscient person, She couldn't pretend to be ignorant anymore. She might as well say it openly. If the dwarf couldn't survive this wave and died, he would be embarrassed to walk on stage. Dark Star and Big Bear looked at each other in bewilderment. After a long time, they asked cautiously, "Are you saying that your brother and Lioness Stark have a bastard son, who is John Stark? Do you think it's reasonable?" Danny asked back. Jero hesitated for a moment and said with difficulty, "After I pointed out, it seems very reasonable. All the doubts have been solved. Back then, I didn't understand. Stark was such an old-fashioned and serious person. How could he have an illegitimate child? And I followed him to participate in the War of the Usurpers, and I've never seen him have the slightest bit of ambiguity with other women," Big Bear said in realization. Danny turned around and faced the huge pit. With a wave of her hand, the weirwood cane floated into her right hand. Bang! Noble Heart swayed gently a few times, and a lightning-like pitch-black spatial crack cracked open above the huge pit. "This is the holy land of the old gods. Are you going?" she asked the two white knights. Chapter 9:73. The Dragon Queen didn't do anything, but a lightning-shaped black crack suddenly appeared above the pit at the top of the Noble Heart Mountain. It was a space crack that was 7 or 8 meters long and 2 meters wide. Jero and Big Bear didn't know what was behind the crack, but when they stared at it, they could feel fear and awe from the depths of their souls. This feeling was inexplicable. This is different from the space gate summoned by Big Black. The color and shape are different. Do we also jump in directly? Big Bear swallowed his saliva and asked with some fear. "Jump into the dark shadow. Don't touch the intersection between the edge and the normal space, or you will be cut in two," Danny said while picking up 2 withered branches from the snow. One of them disappeared into the dark crack. The other flew horizontally to the edge of the black crack and split into 2. One fell to the bottom of the pit, and the other disappeared into the darkness. The old woman said, "You want to let 2 heretics enter the Mother Goddess' holy land. The 7 gods and the old gods have merged into one. There are no heretics. I'll go down first. Jero, you take the rear." Big Bear said to the Dark Star and jumped into the dark crack. Like the branches just now, they disappeared in an instant. Big Bear thought that he would enter a dark and cold space, but his vision was suddenly filled with warm green light. It was like returning to the womb, where he was first born as a fetus. The peaceful and comfortable feeling made him intoxicated and unwilling to wake up. But in the next moment, he was awakened by a burst of noise. Opening his eyes, Big Bear was at a loss. He was in a tall temple that was brightly lit. The roof was 7 or 8 meters high. Looking around, it was probably 2,000 or 3,000 square meters. Supporting the structure of the house was a circle of heart trees that were as thick as 2 people. They were all weirwood, and the tree trunks were engraved with the faces of gods such as smiling, angry, contemplating, roaring, and sad. This was the temple of the old gods. Although the old gods didn't have temples or priests with so many heart trees appearing at once, it was obvious that this was the holy land of the old gods. Was this the holy land that the queen mentioned? Big Bear looked around. He was in the center of the temple. The blue marble that was the size of a human had laid a strange rune on the dirt floor, a huge vortex that rotated clockwise. He stood in the center of the whirlpool, which was also the center of the heart tree circle. Other than himself, Jero and Dragon Queen were nowhere to be seen. Outside the heart tree circle, there were hundreds of people holding torches, pointing at him and shouting excitedly. They were also waving the crude dragon crystal daggers in their hands. Not only were there humans, but there were also dozens of squirrel people and some humanoid creatures that were shorter and stranger than squirrel people. Its smooth grayish-blue skin made it look like a short and fat shark. It had snow-white sharp teeth and a golden beard. The bearded man was at Fathead Shark. Cora had never seen such a monster before, but since it spoke the ancient language, it was clearly a humanoid creature like the children of the forest. Deshion couldn't speak or understand the ancient language. These people were very hostile to him, but they seemed to be afraid of something and did not dare to cross the heart tree circle and enter the spiral floor area. "Who are you?" Big Bear couldn't help but shout. It was the common language. A dignified man with a fox fur collar angrily said a long string of words, all of which were in ancient language. Just as Big Bear was about to say something, a beam of light green light lit up beside him, like countless fireflies flying around a pillar. When the humans, squirrel people, and shark people outside the heart tree circle saw this, they all stopped shouting and knelt on the ground with respectful expressions, kowtowing nonstop. Then the light green beam disappeared. Big Bear's vision blurred, and a confused Jero Dane appeared beside him. "Where is this?" Jero asked blankly. Before Big Bear could answer, the people kowtowing outside the circle jumped 3 feet high, all of them furious, even angrier than before, pointing at Jero with ferocious faces. Maybe this is the old sacred place that the queen was talking about. There are many heart trees here, 31 of them. Look, there are children of the forest outside. Those humans must be the purest ancestors, Big Bear said. At this time, another group of people walked in from outside the hall. 200 or 300 people surrounded a squirrel person. The squirrel person was very old, with deep wrinkles on his doe-spotted chestnut skin. He wore clothes woven from leaves and vines, and walked over unsteadily. There was no flower on his head, so he should be a male squirrel person. With his arrival, the people who were shouting excitedly around him quieted down. The old squirrel person's mouth didn't move, and his green and red eyes only glanced at Jero and Big Bear. A voice sounded in their minds. "Why are you on the altar?" The 2 white knights looked at each other, and Big Bear stepped forward and said cautiously, "We came with the queen." "You know the dragon queen?" The old squirrel person closed his eyes and pondered for a moment, then said, "I understand. The queen should still be in the sacred place. Come down from the altar." "Come down?" Big Bear looked down again, feeling puzzled. Wasn't this just a flat ground? "You mean leave the heart tree circle?" he asked. "Be careful, he's tricking us out," Jero whispered. Big Bear glanced at the old squirrel person and shook his head. "It shouldn't be. The old man may be a powerful green prophet. There's no need to lie." "I'm not a green prophet, but don't worry. The people here don't mean any harm. They just don't understand the current situation." The old squirrel person said a few words to the people around him, and the ancestors and the wood dancer put away their weapons. The 2 white knights then left the central area of the heart tree circle, but stopped between 2 heart trees. "Where are we? Are we beyond the Great Wall?" The queen did bring us to the sacred place of the old gods. "I thought this was the sacred place," Big Bear said curiously. "This is not beyond the Great Wall. Do you know the Thousand Faces Island of the Divine Eye Lake? You're in the holy temple of the Thousand Faces Island Green People Alliance," the red-eyed squirrel said. "Thousand Faces Island Green People Alliance." Big Bear and Jero looked at each other in shock. The full title of the King of the 7 Kingdoms was the King of the Ancestors, Undulls, and Loinars. The 3 races were all refugees, and they also had wars of conquest with the local natives during the migration to the Westeros. 12,000 years ago, the ancestors crossed the Narrow Sea, crossed the Dorn Arm, and entered the Westeros. The natives they faced were the children of the forest. At first, Dany couldn't understand how the ancestors could gain a foothold in the Westeros. Was it because of the bronze civilization of the ancestors? The Green Prophet knew forbidden spell magic. Later, When she understood the attitude of the door god and the three-eyed crow towards the second generation of Westeros, those who were born in the Westeros were considered Westerners, she understood the supernatural powers of the early ancestors, and her doubts were solved. First of all, the top powers of the natives didn't interfere in the racial war. Secondly, the early ancestors didn't lack supernatural powers. For example, city builder Brandon, God's Sorrow Durin, Green Hand, Garth, Dragon Slayer, Grey Sea King, and other ancestor kings all had god-level powers. Well, these ancestors were born in the hero era and didn't participate in the earlier Dawn era conquest, but it could be inferred that their ancestors were definitely not Muggles. In the end, the ancestors didn't completely defeat the Children of the Forest. Both sides fought for more than 2,000 years and suffered heavy losses. They were both mentally and physically exhausted and didn't want to fight anymore. Thus, the Green Prophet and Wood Dancer, who represented the Children of the Forest, and the Tribal Chief and Hero, who represented the ancestors, made an oath on the Thousand Faces Island. The oath stated that the ancestors owned the coast, plains, grasslands, mountains, and swamps, but the lush forests would forever belong to the Children of the Forest. Furthermore, no weirwood was allowed to be cut down in the entire kingdom. All right, looking at the contents of the oath, the Children of the Forest had already lost. They had almost given up their dominance over the Westeros. However, there was an unwritten, unspoken rule in the oath. All the ancestors had to convert to the old gods. Before the Undulls arrived, all the ancestors had indeed converted to the old gods, including Timon of the Iron Islands. The Inami they worshipped was also the old gods. Looking at it this way, it seemed that the old gods didn't lose much. The oath was carried out under the witness of the gods, and it was incomparably sacred. In order to ensure that the sacred oath wouldn't be broken, the two sides who signed the oath even created a sacred organization, the Green Men Alliance. They are all true royalty. The old squirrel man pointed at the humans in the hall and introduced them to the two white knights. Not everyone is qualified to join the Green Men Alliance. Only the descendants of the kings and heroes can go to the Thousand Faces Island. In other words, he seemed to be quite disdainful of the identity of the two white knights. Are they from the 8 great duke families? Geraldine frowned and asked, 8 great duke families. The old squirrel man snorted and asked, You know the history of the Westeros? When did the 8 great duke families originate? Many of the ancestors of the kings were heroes of the heroic era. Ursa Major said, Era wasn't a new term invented by Dany. Westeros had the term era since ancient times. However, the division of the Westeros eras was more subjective. For example, 12,000 years ago, it was called the Dawn Era, and the period between the Oath and the Long Night was called the Heroic Era. A few old duke families were established at the end of the Heroic Era thousands of years later than the Oath. Therefore, the ancestors of the Green Men Alliance of the Thousand Faces Island had a longer history than the families of the Stark and Lannister families. Just like what the old squirrel man said, those without royal blood were not qualified to enter the Thousand Faces Island. Geraldine could still struggle and argue that his ancestors were also the ancestors of the kings, perhaps dating back to the end of the Dawn Era. However, Ursa Major's Mormont family only had a history of a little more than 1,000 years. They were definitely poor upstarts. No matter how glorious their ancestors were, their families must have disappeared from the Westeros by now. Jero sneered. Sigh, most of them have disappeared. The old squirrel man nodded and sighed. All of a sudden, the huge weirwood hall shook slightly. Layers of huge dark green spiral runes lit up on the floor. The wooden planks of the roof cracked, and dust fell down. They could even see the weirwood branches and leaves outside the house. What's happening? Earthquake? Ursa Major held onto the tree trunk and shouted in surprise. The old squirrel man waved to the panicking crowd around him. Don't panic. It's just that the Holy Land has disappeared. The Holy Land has disappeared. The ancestors of the royal family, the squirrel man, and the fat shark man turned pale and panicked. What's the Holy Land? Ursa Major asked in confusion. Didn't you just come from the Holy Land? The Noble Heart. Between the Noble Heart and the Thousand Faces Island. Jero's heart skipped a beat, and he blurted out, that sea of green light, that's the Green Spring. The old squirrel man took a deep look at the two white knights and said in a complicated tone, You two are lucky. You're not believers of the old gods, but you've been blessed by the old gods. What kind of blessing is that? I've just touched a little bit of the Green Spring and barely have the talent of a shapeshifter. A voice was heard. Dragon Queen's figure suddenly appeared in the center of the tree circle. Your Majesty, are you okay? Ursa Major asked subconsciously. However, he felt that he had said something unnecessary because Her Majesty's face was glowing. She was smiling so much that her eyebrows were about to fly off. Chapter 974. The Wind of the World contained all the interesting winds that Dorgod had seen. Rather than saying that the wind of the world was his holy kingdom, it was more like a treasure room that Dorgod had built for himself. The space of faith of the old gods that he had left in the noble heart originated from faith, just like the space of faith of the seven gods. It was formed naturally under the rules of the power of faith. The ancestors had faith in the old gods and naturally produced the power of faith. It was stored in the space of faith of the noble heart and was called the Green Spring by the Green Prophet. Dorgod did not need the power of faith, nor did he care about the spread of his faith. After the space of faith was formed, the Green Spring would be fed back to the believers of the old gods according to certain rules. For example, Stark of this generation had almost all sipped the Green Spring. However, after Sansa lost the direwolf, the spring water that the sacred land passed to her was cut off. Well, the direwolf was the medium between Stark and the sacred land. Before obtaining the direwolf, Stark only had extraordinary talent. After obtaining the direwolf, he had absorbed the Green Spring one cup after another, and his transfiguration talent had slowly awakened. In the end, he had become a powerful transfiguration master or Green Prophet according to his talent. This was also why Robb and Rickon awakened the shape-shifting talent at almost the same time and grew at about the same speed despite their age difference. It had nothing to do with age. The key was when to obtain the Green Spring. Now, Dragon Queen felt that the space of faith of Dorgod was in a great location, so she entered the sacred land and turned the Green Spring into a green eye and branded it between the eyebrows of the believer, Dany. Then, the space of faith of the seven gods replaced the noble heart and became the sacred land of the seven gods. After the long night, the Holy Mother would send an oracle to turn the noble heart into the holy mountain of light. Simply put, Dorgod's tomb was located in an excellent place with good feng shui. Later, the new god Little Seven found that it was the best super dragon's vein after seeing all the Westeros, so he placed his coffin in Dorgod's tomb. What was so good about the feng shui of the noble heart, whether it was in the real world or in the sea of magic of a higher energy dimension, it was almost always in the heart of the Westeros. The power of faith and divine power transmitted between the space of faith, and the believers would be depleted. The more devout the believer, the thicker the channel of faith, and the lower the depletion. Stranger guest had to consume the divine power of death to gather the souls of the believers of the seven gods and enter heaven or hell. If the faith space of the seven gods was transferred to the heart of Westeros, the loss of the transmission of the power of faith and the consumption of divine power for the daily activities of the seven gods would be minimized. There are two ways to reduce the resistance of a wire made of the same material. Increase the cross-sectional area, which is to say, thicken the wire or shorten the length of the wire. Shifting the location of the faith space of the seven gods was the optimal layout of the faith conductors. Other than the efficiency of divine power transmission, Noble Heart had another advantage. When the seven gods became the most powerful gods in Westeros, they also needed to take on the responsibility of guarding the world portal. After the long night, the shelters at the border between the Westeros and the land of eternal winter had to resume business. That was the gate of the Song of Ice and Fire world. The sentry post at the gate must be guarded. Previously, the three-eyed crow was on guard duty. Now, it was the turn of the seven gods. By moving the faith space of the seven gods to the old sacred land, they could inherit the responsibility of guarding the gate and also inherit the energy hub between the world portal and the inner courtyard. Dany placed heaven in the Noble Heart Holy Land in the world, and then let hell materialize in the dark crypt world under the shelter. From now on, hell would be responsible for guarding the world portal. If hell were to be attacked, heaven would be able to provide timely reinforcements. This was the special part of Noble Heart. Although the shelter and the holy land of Hujin were thousands of miles apart, there was a connection point similar to an energy wormhole in the energy level. Considering the range of the door god's body, the weirwood tree trunk was in Hujin, but its roots extended beyond the Great Wall. It was not difficult to understand the Holy Land's ability. If this world was like Azeroth in the future and was invaded by orcs, the Hell dimension would be like a layer of miasma blocking the gate. The first wave of world guards the orcs would face would be the demons, undead, and death gods from Hell. When the demons sacrificed their lives for the country and atoned for the sins of the people, the second wave of heaven's saints and angels would descend. When the angels could not hold on anymore, the human allied army would probably be in formation at the Great Wall. Dany was even considering whether to kill all the deviant ghosts, or should she move the remaining deviant ghosts and undead ghosts to Hell after the long night and build a ghost prison? If the deviant ghosts were used well, they would definitely be a great weapon to protect the world. The orcs and undead calamity were no match for the deviant ghosts. Even the Burning Legion was somewhat restrained by the deviant ghosts. Would the Burning Legion still be able to burn when faced with the deviant ghosts that had the buff of the Long Night? Of course, Dragon Queen's idea was perfect, but there was nothing perfect in the world. Fixing heaven and hell in the old home of the Door God was beneficial to the seven gods' rule and protection of the Westeros. However, there was a big difference between the seven gods and the old gods. The old gods' faith was limited to the seven countries, while the seven gods were destined to become the mainstream faith of the world. In the context of the world, Westeros was far too remote a place in the far west. In theory, Slave Bay was the most suitable place to place the seven gods' faith space. If the seven gods' holy kingdom was placed in Slave Bay, it would be the most efficient way to spread the faith network throughout the world. This way, the seven gods' control over the world would be the strongest. However, the environment around Slave Bay was too peaceful. Even Judy knew the principle of the emperor guards the country's gate, so he moved the country's capital behind the country's gate. It was impossible for Dany to be less responsible than a mortal emperor. Not only were the Westeros not the center of the world, but they were at the edge of the world. However, the more remote the area was, the more it needed the protection of a powerful god. To rule the world more effectively and protect the world better, this was a choice. In the end, Dragon Queen gave up on ruling and chose responsibility, the seven gods guarding the world gate. Dany took some time to set up the seven gods' faith space. When she came out of the old sacred ground, the two white knights had already chatted with the old squirrel for a while. Dany originally had 7 white knights, 3 blood guards, and one Megalosaurus guard, a total of 11 bodyguards. Bran's body was not fully grown yet, so he could only perform the duties of a white knight in the form of a three-eyed crow. Jogo was guarding Slave Bay. The Megalosaurus guard, Quero, was the most intelligent and knowledgeable of the centaurs. After the Battle of Winterfell, he returned to the Red Wasteland and helped the King of Cow to lead the centaurs and build an underground city. With Dragonworm's hard work, the underground city outside White Cloud City was more than half completed. Old Bart was in charge of the Neck Lake defense line and the Dawn Warriors of Helen Castle, so he could not accompany the Queen often. The remaining 5 White Knights and 2 Blood Guards were scattered around the 7 countries' large volunteer groups. Wherever Dany went, there would be White Knights to protect her. Of course, protecting her was only one of their goals. The more important thing was to help the Queen exercise her ruling and management rights. It was not that the Dragon Queen needed the ruling rights of the volunteer groups, but it was to better coordinate with the Queen's actions. On the other hand, Grey Worm and the other unsullied beings often followed the Queen wherever she went. They were the purest bodyguards. No matter which country or castle the Queen lived in, they would be the ones guarding the Queen's residence. Don't think that just because the Dragon Queen had become a god, she would relax her protection. She could always think of using a group of Iron Warriors to surround and kill the gods. Naturally, she would also be wary of a group of Iron Warriors suddenly rushing out to attack her. The 2 White Knights, Big Bear and Gerald, came out this time to protect the Dragon Queen. They did not expect to be so lucky as to enter the old god's space of faith. Both of them were believers of the 7 gods and could not absorb the green spring. The Dragon Queen let them soak in the spring water. Even if they did not eat feces, they would still smell feces after soaking in the feces pit for a while. That was the logic. They had the talent of shape-shifting. I see. I have been a devout believer of the old god for 40 years. If I had known. After hearing the Queen's explanation, Big Bear could not help but feel a little guilty. Gerald had always been a believer of the 7 gods. This was an unexpected surprise. Big Bear had only converted to the 7 gods for a few years. According to his previous belief in the old god, if he entered the green spring, even if he did not become a green prophet, he would at least be a shapeshifter on the level of Stark. Are these weird creatures? Dany noticed the fat-headed, shark-faced people looking at her fearfully. Greetings, Your Majesty. The chubby, blue-skinned, fat-headed shark glanced at the weirwood floating beside the Queen. He could not hide the shock on his face. Then he bowed to the Queen in a charmingly naive manner, as if he was facing the god he was a devout believer in. The surrounding forebears and squirrelmen were equally solemn. They bowed and greeted the Queen one by one. They spoke the ancient language and used the ancient etiquette of the Dawn era. Compared to their ugly and adorable forms, the weird creatures' voices were unusually sharp. It was impossible to tell whether they were male or female. They were far inferior to the children of the forest who praised the earth. What? These shark-faced people are weird creatures. Is it true that you're weird? Big Bear and Jarrow were shocked. They looked at the short, fat, bearded sharkmen in disbelief and curiosity. I didn't expect the Thousand Faces Island to be the real shelter. Dany walked forward and squatted down to stroke the shark man's head. It was warm to the touch. It was not smooth, but it was very elastic. The shark man opened his mouth full of sharp teeth and laughed. It was very ugly, and his laughter was very unpleasant to the ears. Dany could not help but pinch the weird creature's scalp, which was full of toughness. She lifted him up and looked at him from left to right, up and down, playing with him like a doll. The 80-centimeter-tall shark man waved his short hands that were severely disproportionate to his body and made a sound that was unclear whether he was laughing or crying. After a while, Danny put him back on the ground and exclaimed, "Fate is too amazing. This is an amphibious life form that evolved from the sea. Maybe there really are mermaids in the sea." The old squirrel man nodded and said in a vicissitude tone, "There are many mermaids in the flowing water palace. Inami is the queen of mermaids. Strictly speaking, weird creatures are a kind of murlocs. They were born in the sea and can live in the water and on land. It is very difficult for ordinary people to see them. Just like people have heard the story of mermaids, but almost no one has really seen mermaids. In ancient times, not to mention the sea, there were creatures born in rivers, plains, valleys, forests, the sky, wind, fire, earth, and all the environments that made up the world. All kinds of creatures made Westeros full of vitality until the appearance of human beings. They were like the plague of the world. The magical creatures that existed for thousands of years quickly disappeared in just a few thousand years. Originally, it was only a small island to guard the oath, but now it has become the shelter that Her Majesty the Queen said. Isn't that sad? How many people do you have?" Big Bear frowned and asked, "There are less than 500 green men of all races. 12,000 years ago, when the oath was first signed, there were tens of thousands of people on the island." The old squirrel man sighed. After that, the old squirrel man led the three guests to walk around the Green Man Alliance. Thousand Faces Island was a freshwater lake island. 90% of the land was covered by forests. Outside the sacred land supported by 31 weirwood trees, there was a circle of ancient rock castles built in the forest. There were 400 to 500 castles. The smallest castle was more than 1,000 square meters, and the largest castle was as big as Winterfell. Of course, the hundreds of castles looked grand, but the total amount of work was estimated to be less than the one in Winterfell. The castles didn't have city walls. The most luxurious castle was only surrounded by mud walls that were half the height of a person. The most expensive part of building a city wasn't the tower, but the city walls. 99% of the buildings were dilapidated and covered by plants and snow. Only the few buildings closest to the Holy Temple had lights. After the oath was signed, every king built a castle on the island and arranged for his second son to lead the tribe soldiers to join the Green Man organization. Back then, becoming a Green Man was as glorious as wearing a white robe, the old squirrel man said with a sigh. "Is there a Dane castle here?" Gerald asked curiously. "You should ask Her Majesty the Queen. It's been too long, and I don't know some things. She knows the cause and effect at a glance," the old squirrel man said meaningfully. Danny glanced at Gerald. Her beautiful purple eyes seemed to be flashing with meteors. After a long time, she rubbed her temples and said tiredly, "I didn't expect the Dane family to have such a long history." "Ha! So our family was a royal family 10,000 years ago." Gerald was overjoyed. 400 to 500 castles means 400 to 500 kings. That's more than the current earls of the 7 kingdoms. What's there to be happy about? Big Bear said sourly. Chapter 9, 75. The current base of the Green Men was very small, and it took them less than half an hour to walk around. In the end, the old squirrel man brought the guests to a 2-story castle with milky white marble walls and said to the dragon lady, "Your ancestor used to live in this castle for a while. How about we let the Mulder and Westerlin families entertain you, and the 2 white knights?" Westerlin? The Westerlin of Cliff City? Ursa was shocked. There were 400 or 500 royal families back then, and more than half of them still have bloodlines. If it weren't for the invasion of the Undulls, more than 80% of the surviving families would have survived. Danny's expression was very calm. For example, the Derry family of Derry City was a royal family before the Age of Heroes. Instead of calling them kings, it was more appropriate to call them tribal chiefs. After a while, a white-haired old woman hurriedly walked out of the stone castle with 7 or 8 men and women beside her. On the old woman's mink coat, there was a big red-eyed crow looking around proudly. These people were not primitive people, and they all had clean clothes above the middle-class class. Their faces were rosy and shiny, and there was no lack of arrogance in their confident eyes. After all, the Thousand Faces Island was between Hudjian and the King's Landing, and it was not a secret barren land. The people on the island all wore silk and linen, and their appearance was neat and tidy. Not only did they not have to worry about hunger or cold, but almost all of them were well educated. There were even adult men wearing leather armor with iron swords hanging from their waists, and there was no difference between them and the noble knights in the outside world. Danny saw the emblem of a noble on the old woman's robe, a golden crown inlaid with emeralds, and she belonged to the Mulder family that had disappeared in Hudjian. After greeting the Dragon Queen with her family, the old woman introduced her family and name. Her name was Asuna Mulder, and she was 72 years old. She was married to a Westerlin, and now she lived with her nephew, grandnephew, son, and grandchildren. In the end, old Asuna stretched out her skinny hand covered with age spots and stroked the big crow on her shoulder. Her eyes were gentle as she said, "My husband and I are both shapeshifters, and this crow is my husband's second life. After he died 20 years ago, the crow became my animal companion. He's very smart, just like the crow, the son of the forest. Your Majesty, you can take him with you when you leave." Danny followed the old woman to the living room of the castle and asked curiously, "You know what I use the crows for?" Under normal circumstances, she wouldn't enter the river of time to check all the information of the person before her that might trigger the other party's spiritual sense and make it seem impolite. To her, maintaining her four-dimensional state was too taxing on her mind. "We can know what's happening in the outside world through the trees," the old squirrel man explained. Danny nodded and asked, "He is your husband. Are you willing to part with him? To be able to start a true second life is also a wonderful home for him. Furthermore, I'm already very old and will soon return to the embrace of the Mother Goddess." The old woman smiled. "Are there still many big crows on the island?" Danny asked the old squirrel man. "Many of them have appeared, but they all went beyond the Great Wall and served under the three-eyed crow." Danny was a little disappointed that the idea of making some extra money fell through. The living room of the castle was barren, and the gate was closed. They went directly to the dining room from the side gate. The dining room was about 100 square meters and didn't have any glass windows. The torches and fireplaces on the walls kept the room bright, but the air seemed a little turbid. It was unknown how long the old oak table had been there, and even after it was wiped, it still couldn't hide the black and thick oil stains on its surface. The Dragon Queen sat in the main seat, which was a high-backed chair made of gold silk. The old squirrelman's seat was the first one on her left, and the old woman's seat was next. The two white knights took off their cloaks and sword belts and hung them by the fireplace. Then they sat in front of the host. There were no servants in the Mulder and Western families. Apart from the old woman, the other women were busy in the kitchen. "Actually, I'm Jenny's younger sister." While waiting for the banquet, the old woman took the initiative to chat with the guests. "Jenny from the City of Desolation?" Geraldine had guessed it before, but he was still shocked. "I didn't expect Princess Jenny to come from the Thousand Faces Island. No wonder the farmers of the City of Desolation don't know her." As everyone knew, Jenny came from the City of Desolation and lived in the ruins of the wilderness. The City of Desolation used to be the city-state of a king in Hudjian County, but it was destroyed during the invasion of the Undulls. After being abandoned for more than 5,000 years, there was nothing left except for the broken city walls. That kind of environment couldn't raise the mysterious, charming, elegant, and intellectual Jenny who was full of flowers. Moreover, Jenny had no parents, no property, and no job. She couldn't even live off her parents. If she was an ordinary girl, she couldn't support herself. Even if she could survive by hunting and farming, she would definitely torture herself into a peasant woman with big hands and feet, a thick neck, a heavy body odor, and yellow teeth. How could she make Prince Flay fall in love at first sight and give up his throne for a beauty? Jenny also claimed to be the descendant of the ancient king, who had died long ago. But the city of desolation had been destroyed for almost 6,000 years. There was no land or family, and even if there were descendants, their inheritance had been cut off. It was like grabbing a random person from the street and asking him who his ancestors were 5,000 years ago. Who could answer? Moreover, the city of desolation was abandoned, but there were still villages around it. The people there mocked Jenny as a lunatic who liked to daydream, or even a forest witch. No one could be sure of her origins. Like a mushroom after the rain, Jenny suddenly emerged from the ground. But even if her origins were a mystery, Jenny still successfully married the eldest son of the king. Strangely, the king at that time fiercely opposed it for a while, but quickly accepted this daughter-in-law. Not only did the royal family accept her, but after Jenny entered the Red Castle, she quickly gained the approval of all the nobles. The royal family accepted her, the nobles liked her, and the commoners in the country especially admired and respected her. Young, Coy even had a lot of anti-fans. This at least showed that Jenny wasn't just a Coy. Her talent, bearing, and temperament must have met or even exceeded the requirements of an excellent crown princess. Could a commoner's upbringing do that? West Arrow's peasants didn't even know how to read. Then, there were only two possibilities left. Either Jenny really had an extraordinary background, or she was at least a mid-level aristocrat with a long history, or Jenny had attended Sister Amy's crown princess training class. Well, even someone as powerful as Sister Amy could only nurture a goddess who could satisfy the nouveau riche. The crown princess temperament and ability were difficult to be artificially trained through bag sharing and hotel sharing. It was not a joke to say that one's chi would be changed by one's upbringing. The old squirrel man sighed and said, Jenny and Vera grew up together and were the best of friends. Yes, Vera is the current caretaker of Noble Heart. The old god's holy land was located in Noble Heart, which was originally not the responsibility of the Green Men. But after the Undulls slaughtered Noble Heart, only Thousand Faces Island south of Neck Lake had old god believers left. So, every generation, there would be transfigureheads or children of the forest leaving Thousand Faces Island to guard the old god's ruins and cultivate the weirwood on the mountain, although Noble Heart was safer and more peaceful than any other area. The people of Hujin would generally avoid that place, because there has always been a rumor that the ghosts of the children of the forest killed by Gregor, the kinslayer, often appear around. Your Majesty, you know that the ghosts of the children of the forest would never stay in one place. They would either start a second life in their animal companions or return to heaven and earth. There has never been a case of transfigureheads or children of the forest appearing in the human world. Why did the rumor persist for thousands of years? Are you up to something? Big Bear asked. Not really. We have never hurt a civilian. Instead, we protect travelers from wild beasts. Can you imagine the consequences of ordinary people discovering the children of the forest in Hujin? We just want to protect ourselves. The old forest man shook his head and sighed. While they were talking, the green men in new clothes had arrived at Mulder's castle one after another. They bowed to the Dragon Queen, and then the men and the elderly joined the conversation in the living room. The young women went to the kitchen to help. Not only were there humans, but there were also children of the forest in new clothes and naked monsters. They carried pine nuts dried fruits, wine gourds, and spotted mandarin fish as gifts. In the end, the dining room was full. A group of women and girls cleaned the dusty main hall again and asked everyone to move there. Thousand Faces Island rarely holds indoor banquets, and there are no foreign guests. All the main halls of the castle are abandoned, and there is no manpower for daily management, Jenny's younger sister said apologetically. In fact, the temple supported by 31 weirwood was very suitable for banquets. However, for the believers of the old gods, holding banquets in the forest of God was a blasphemy. Even the Undulls who believed in the 7 gods would not hold banquets in the forest of God. The last time an outsider came to Thousand Faces Island was 60 years ago. Jenny and her husband, Prince Duncan, were newlyweds and lived here for 2 months. The old squirrel man continued his story. Jenny and Vera left Thousand Faces Island together. The two did not want to be separated for one reason. More importantly, Vera had green vision and was especially good at prophecy. When Jenny was still underage, she secretly begged Vera to help her prophesy her future husband. Jenny already knew that she was going to marry Prince Duncan, Big Bear exclaimed. She didn't know it was Duncan, but she was sure that she would meet her true love in the city of Barren Stone. The old squirrel man shook his head bitterly. Prophecy is actually a choice of fate. The future is uncertain and there are many possibilities, but the top prophets can determine the fate of the prophesied person through observation. And the Green Man organization is the group of people who are most favored by the Mother Goddess. In Thousand Faces Island, there is never a lack of high-level shapeshifters with green dream. In order not to have unpredictable effects on the River of Fate, Thousand Faces Island has an unwritten rule that forbids green dream to help others prophesy. The noble Vera has no scruples at all. A pot of inferior wine worth 1 copper coin can be exchanged for a basket of prophecies from her. Danny complained. She was quite tight-lipped when she was young. The old man smiled awkwardly. Jenny begged her for a long time, and Vera subconsciously helped her friend choose the most beautiful and dreamy future. Jenny will meet the most handsome, most noble, most upright and brave prince in her best years. They will be congenial, and their hearts will be intertwined. Her love will be blessed by everyone. After meeting him, she would live with smiles and flowers forever until the day of her death. They will hold hands and leave the world at the same time. At the moment of death, they will not feel pain, only satisfaction and happiness. This, it seems to have been completely realized. Geraldine was shocked and horrified. After Jenny left Thousand Faces Island, she took the initiative to separate from Vera in order to wait for the prince in the city of Barren Stone. Danny was very emotional. She waited for him, and everything was as predicted. The ending doesn't seem to be very good, right? Big Bear said. Jero shook his head and said, when the Midsummer Hall burned down, they had lived happily together for 20 years, almost a lifetime. They had a happy life, and they lived and died together. What was there to be dissatisfied with? Even Danny couldn't refute this. When Jenny and her husband were burned to death in the Midsummer Hall, they were almost 40 years old, and they had enjoyed all kinds of happiness. The prophecy of the noble ghost for Jenny is more like a blessing, like the 3 weird wishes. Dark Star Side, Chapter 976. In Old Nan's bedtime stories, the elves appeared more often than the children of the forest. Humans only retained 3 impressions of the elves. First, they were very short like children. Second, the elves liked to steal children, and then they would disguise themselves as the child and return to the child's parents. Third, the elves could fulfill 3 wishes of humans. The second impression was that it was a trick used by nannies to scare children. It was just like when the Allied army was fighting at Slave Bay. The Jith people advertised that the Dragon Queen was big and round, 10 feet tall, and that she could sleep 10 handsome men to death in a day and eat a dozen children. The elves could fulfill 3 wishes of humans, but it was not nonsense. The shark-faced elves looked ferocious, but like the children of the forest, they were kind creatures with low attack power and simple minds. Their talents were as strong as the children of the forest. They were born to interfere with fate and could turn wishes into reality through prophecies. In ancient times, many humans looked for the elves to fulfill their wishes. The elves were like living Aladdin's magic lamp. Fate is generally fair. You have to pay for what you gain. Duncan and Jenny had paid the price for their fairy tale love. Didn't you realize that they didn't have a child after 20 years of marriage? More importantly, Vela was trapped in her noble heart for the rest of her life. She was lonely and had no one to rely on. In the long years, she reminisced about her good friends in her dreams and drunkenness. It was possible that this was compensation for interfering with the river of fate. Dany sighed. She also thought about Cersei and the Witch of the Forest who prophesied for her. The witch chose the worst future for Cersei. She didn't have a good ending either. She was hanged by Randor, and her family was destroyed by Arya. It seemed that those who interfered with fate didn't have a good ending. Ursa and Geralt were stunned. After a while, Geralt said, "But Vela was destined to guard the holy land of her noble heart. At least for the first 20 years of her life, she followed Lady Jenny to the palace. Even the king treated her with respect. Her prophecies even led to your parents' marriage. She enjoyed the glory and power of the world. She didn't lose anything, right? You don't think she's at a disadvantage, but you're not her. She cares more about her friends than the king. If it weren't for that prophecy, Jenny wouldn't have left Thousand Faces Island. We'd probably be here now, receiving the hospitality of 2 kind and gentle old ladies." Dany said. The kind old lady Asuna smiled gently. Her smile was filled with the satisfaction of seeing through the world. "Actually, I was very envious of my sister when I was young. Any woman would want to be the second Jenny. In general, Vera's prophecy is very good," she said. Big Bear glanced at Sharkface, who was chatting and laughing with the people around him in the hall, and asked, "Can these weird people really fulfill people's wishes?" "Maybe, but it's more likely that you'll satisfy one of your desires and lose something more precious that you don't value," Dany said. Big Bear fell silent, and the others no longer brought up topics related to prophecies and fate. There are many castles and villages around the Divine Eye Lake. The lake itself also has very prosperous fishing activities. Why have I never heard of the story of the Green Man? Jarrow was puzzled. Compared to the huge Divine Eye Lake, Thousand Faces Island is too small. Plus, the lake is often shrouded in fog. Even if everyone knows that there's a small island in the lake, very few people will find it. In fact, the fishermen and the surrounding residents are all afraid of the legendary Green Man. They don't even try to search Thousand Faces Island. If someone with bad intentions enters the Divine Eye Lake, we'll know in advance, the old squirrel said. Dany didn't leave Thousand Faces Island immediately. For the next few days, she stayed in the holy temple supported by 31 weirwoods. She didn't wander around the ancestral castles. This was because she suddenly discovered an interesting secret. The 31 weirwoods were carved with the faces of 31 old gods, including the frost god, Inami, and the storm god, P.S. The face of the gods carved on the surface of each weirwood represented an old god of Westeros. The true gods of Westeros, who were born before this era. The holy temple with 31 weirwoods was equivalent to the pantheon of Westeros. The door god and his followers all had a divine position in it. Of course, the old weirwoods were strict and didn't like to take in followers, including Inami and the storm god. He only had 8 subordinate gods who could sing the complete song of the law. This meant that at least 2/3 of the true gods didn't join the door gods sect. Now, Dany replaced the door god and became the leader of the Westeros. Then she felt that she had the responsibility and the power to reestablish the rules of the Westeros gods. With the change of leader, the idle days of the Westeros gods were over. The Dragon Queen planned to gather the old gods, who were supposed to be loyal to her, and form a group to fight with a new society in the continent of Ursos next door. The Green Men Alliance was established under the witness of the gods. The 31 weirwoods in the Holy Temple represented 31 old gods, and each weirwood was inextricably linked to the corresponding old god. Before absorbing the seal of the Green Prophet, Dany couldn't detect this connection. After absorbing 73% of the Green Prophet's seal, she vaguely felt it. But once she held the door god, the weirwood staff, the vague connection instantly strengthened thousands of times. She could find the traces of the corresponding old gods through the weirwood and communicate with them. Now, the Dragon Queen was standing in the center of the swirling slate in the weirwood circle. A small golden sun floated above her head, and the whole holy temple was filled with sunshine brighter than summer. The bloody leaves of the weirwood were almost visible to the naked eye. There was also a group of wind elves turning into green wind ribbons, playing among the branches. Outside the weirwood circle, the old squirrel man led a group of ancestors, children of the forest, and spirits. They chanted ancient sacrificial words in the ancient language and danced a barbaric sacrificial dance. Among the ancestors, the men took off their shirts and smeared dark red dye mixed with animal blood on their chests and faces. The dance moves were big and wide, and they beat the leather drums on their waists rhythmically. The women wore the most gorgeous group clothes. Their posture was light, and their movements were soft. They complemented the men's rough movements. The children of the forest sang melodiously, and the spirits' voices were sharp and rough. Together with the drumming of the ancestors, it was very harmonious. They went clockwise and held a sacrificial ceremony outside the 31 weirwood circles. Everyone in the Green Men organization was a believer of the old gods, and they were equivalent to the priests of the old gods. The pure power of faith gathered into clouds above their heads, and then it flowed to the Dragon Queen in the central area. The queen looked calm, and she easily controlled the power of faith to enter the weirwood circle around her. The roots of the door god spread out and went straight into the ground, connecting with the 31 weirwood circles that represented the old gods. The power of faith also entered the roots of the door god, and it was divided into 31 parts. Through the 31 divine positions of the old gods, it was transmitted to the old gods everywhere in the void. 31 weirwood circles, 31 divine positions, 28 of them were empty, and there was no response. The old gods of the Westeros had withered, and only the god of cold, the god of storm, and the Anami were still alive. It was too miserable. Hey, is this the god of storm? The weirwood representing the god of storm was carved with the face of an angry man. It had a triangular face, and the eyes, nostrils, and mouth were all exaggeratedly opened. It was as if the eyes, nose, and tongue were all popping out. The weirwood with the triangular face stopped swallowing the power of faith, and then a storm-like roar came. Dany Leezy! The tone that was infused with the power of the powerful soul dragged on for a long time, like a never-ending hurricane. Dany, on the other hand, smiled and said, "Night has fallen, and the weirwood god is gone. I think it's time for Westeros to choose a new leader. What do you think?" Choose the person in charge? The god of storm was stunned. Although the words leader were easy to understand, he still felt that it was weird. After a while, he sneered. A mortal who is not even a true god wants to be the leader? What makes you think you can do that? If I'm not good enough, you can participate in the election yourself. We are all Westeros gods. If you have any opinions, you can say it directly. If you have any dissatisfaction, you can say it face to face. Isn't that good? Dany said sincerely. Do you think I'm stupid? You can say your opinions face to face. And you can also kill when you disagree. You want to take advantage of me? No way. The god of storm said coldly. I'm just a mortal who is not even a true god. What are you afraid of? The god of storm was angry and aggrieved. Don't be arrogant. You can only be strong if you live long enough. Targaryen, your words are like a mountain. I swear in the name of my father that if you participate in the election, I will not attack you. If I break my oath, I will let my father's soul sink forever. What do you think? Dany proposed seriously. There is no need for us to talk. I will never bow to a junior. You are more powerful than me, and I will not be stupid enough to think that I can be your leader. After saying this, the god of storm swallowed the power of faith. No matter how much Dragon Queen said, he did not say a word. Well, he was just like the guy in the WeChat group who only snatched red packets but never said anything. Dany did not cut off the supply of power of faith. Instead, she contacted the next old god. The Anami had a roaring face carved on the weirwood. Many of the 31 weirwoods that represented the old gods had roaring faces carved on them. But if you looked closely, you could see the difference. For example, the god of storm's face was triangular, and it looked like his eyeballs were popping out of their sockets. But the Anami's roaring face was a big mouth that split open to the roots of the ears. The green men also stuffed a burnt skull in their mouths. Choose a leader. Anami was shocked when she first received the message from the Dragon Queen, but when she understood her intentions, she quickly calmed down. Instead of cursing like the god of storm, she asked in detail about the power of the leader and how the Dragon Queen planned to use this power. Sorry, the night is long. Survival is the most important thing. I am not too ambitious, and I do not want to put myself in danger, she said in a flat but firm tone. Come on, you have been lurking around Stannis as Patchface for decades. Who would believe that you have no desires? Dany said coldly. Inami was silent. After a long time, she sighed. You misunderstand. Patchface is indeed one of my avatars, but he only has two uses. He is fighting for the Mother Goddess's kingdom and protecting Shireen for life. I have no interest in Stannis or the prophecy of salvation. Protecting Shireen? Dany asked curiously. I heard that Shireen is close to you, but you have spent more time with Stannis, right? Shireen is my daughter, Inami said sadly. What? You and Celis? Dany was shocked. Chapter 9, 77. In the early days of the Rebellion of the Four Princes, Erlu wrote a denunciation of Cersei's crimes. The denunciation clearly stated that Joffrey, Myrcella, and Tommen were all Robert's children. They were all bastards born out of a promiscuous relationship between the Lannister siblings. Although the Onion Knight was trusted by Erlu, he was not able to enter the king's inner circle of power due to his lowly background. Because Davos was good at smuggling, Erlu gave him a mission. He had to take the declaration of Cersei's crimes from White Harbor in the north to Sun Halberd City, an old town in the south. He had to spread the news along the way. The public opinion of the Westeros was controlled by the City of Knowledge. Erlu could not command the scholars, so he could only send out messenger crows and have his trusted aides appear in the coastal cities of the kingdom. The Onion Knight completed his mission perfectly. After half a year, the people of the Seven Kingdoms, and even the people on the other side of the Narrow Sea, all knew about the great achievements of the Bitch Queen. It was also because of this that the bread riot happened in King's Landing, the time when Sansa was almost raped by the mob. Cersei hated Erlu for his lies, so she discussed with Varys and decided to give him a taste of his own medicine. She slandered Shireen as the bastard child of Erlu's wife and jester. Iron Throne's authority was definitely stronger than Erlu's, so this rumor still had a market even now. That's not right. If it's your seed, why does she have the blood of the king in her body and even the Targaryen bloodline that dragons are close to? The red-robed woman wouldn't be able to sacrifice her to our Hiller. Do you really think that an ordinary princess can resurrect the dead Megalosaurus into a two-headed dragon? Inami said coldly, I have nothing to do with Celis Florin. Shireen is my daughter's reincarnation. Stannis sacrificed not only the blood of the king, but also the blood of a more noble god. Reincarnation? Dany said uncertainly. There is no clear evidence that a soul can be reincarnated. The so-called reincarnation refers to people with similar destinies. Inami roared, I don't care what you think about reincarnation. I predicted her birth hundreds of years ago. I could find Ymy's soul aura on Shireen. The feeling of being with her was the same as that year. Furthermore, my bloodline has awakened in her body. The gray scale disease on her face is not contagious, simply because a mortal's body is unable to withstand the contamination of the high-energy law of water in her bloodline. What are you yelling for? I'm not the one who sacrificed Shireen. Dany countered with an even stronger soul energy. Inami paused for a moment, then said firmly, In my heart, Shireen is Inny's reincarnation. The first owner of Storm's End Castle was called Durin Durandon, who was nicknamed God's Worry. Even a true god would not be able to do anything to him. During the era of gods before the First Long Night, which was also known as the Era of Heroes for Westeros, God's worrywart Durin abducted Yenny, the daughter of the god of the sea and goddess of the wind. In other words, the Durandons were the direct descendants of the first generation of gods. 300 years ago, during the War of the Conquerors, Targaryen's illegitimate son, Orys Baratheon, killed the last Storm King, married his daughter, took over his castle and kingdom, and gave birth to the house of Baratheon of Storm's End Castle. In theory, Shireen really did have a chance to awaken the divine blood. Don't make yourself sound so innocent, Inami said angrily. If you didn't reveal my identity to everyone, Shireen wouldn't have died. Dany was at a loss. Are you crazy? You told your White Knight, the Night Watchers, the people of Winterfell, and Stannis that Patchface was my clone. Are you going to deny it? Inami asked loudly. I told you, but if you didn't reveal your identity at the wall, I wouldn't have known. Also, the Night Watchers saw your abnormality. How could you hide it? Where were the Night Watchers at the time? Inami asked. They were. Dany's expression changed. The Night Watchers who witnessed Patchface's appearance were all on the ship, floating on the trembling sea. And Patchface was Inami. Those people were supposed to be eaten by the fishes. None of them survived. And then I returned to Shireen as Patchface. Inami said her guess. The Red God knew, and so did the red-robed woman. Dany said, When we first met, the red-robed woman vaguely guessed my identity, but she didn't dare to announce it. I have no interest in Asha's prophecy. I only want to protect Shireen. We have nothing to do with each other. You broke the balance between Lalo and me. Inami said, You think I'm a pushover compared to Lalo? Dany laughed coldly. He's the one who doomed Shireen. You don't dare to deal with him, so you're venting your anger on me. I'm vexed. Inami was furious. If you didn't stop me, I would have taught Lalo what I can do. There's something wrong with your head. When did I stop you? Dany said in disbelief. Inami seemed to have been waiting for her to say that. She immediately said, Swear on your honor that you won't interfere with my revenge against Lalo. I'll apologize to you now. Ha! You're really... Dany's mocking laughter stopped abruptly. In the blink of an eye, she sensed drowning God's vengeful plan. You're going to flood King's Landing? She asked bitterly. Do you agree? Inami's tone was strange. King's Landing doesn't only have Stannis and the lady in the red robe, but also most of the red priests and the Hand of Sacred Fire. As long as you remain neutral, I can feed those red priests to the sea. Their souls will have nowhere to run. They'll all be imprisoned in the flowing water palace. I'll torture them until the end of the world, unless Lalo is willing to hand over my Inami. Try me if you dare, Dany said calmly. If she wanted to flood King's Landing with a tsunami, all the towns around Blackwater Bay would be affected. The death toll would be in the hundreds of thousands. She definitely wouldn't agree. There's no smoke without fire. Inami sighed deeply and said angrily, Tell me, why shouldn't I blame you? If Inami really dared to cause a tsunami, Bran would be the first to be alerted. Then, the Mage Tower on Dragonstone Island would be able to detect the abnormal ripples of divine power. Dany didn't even need to do anything. Bran would be able to shatter Inami's, well before the tsunami even started. Well, Bran wasn't a complete three-eyed crow, so he might not be able to do it. If Dany did it herself, it would be much easier. She could calm the storm above the tsunami, reverse the direction of the storm, or charge into the sea alone with her sword and cut down the demon god. You really make me look down on you. Dany mocked. The enemy is Lalo, but you're just trying to take revenge on his followers. Just say what you want to say. Don't beat around the bush, and try to goad me. You're not even a fraction of the time I've been alive. Don't try to play tricks in front of me, Inami said coldly. Dany smiled proudly. I also have a grudge against Lawler, but look at how I deal with him. Inami thought about how the Dragon Queen provoked the War of the Great Paths and caused the King of Light to fall from his position as a true god. She sighed. Your method is too coincidental. It can't be repeated. The method isn't the point. The point is that I'm determined to fight Lalo to the death. You don't have the ability or the opportunity. That's not the problem. The point is your attitude. Dany said. Inami thought for a moment and said firmly, I understand what you mean, but unfortunately, I really don't want to be involved in your conflict with the Alliance of Justice. This cycle of eras is very special. The gods are destined to wither like rain. The great calamity is terrifying. In order to survive, I've been hiding at home. You can be the spokesperson for the Westeros gods, but I belong to the sea. I'm not a god of the Westeros. If you're not satisfied with what I said, you can remove me from the list of Westeros gods. I don't care. Aren't you being too ungrateful? Without the help of the old fish Liangmushin, would you be where you are today? Dany said, unhappily. Inami sneered. That's called ungrateful? I wanted to kill that old fish that day. It's a pity that he's been dead for almost 10,000 years, but he's still so strong, she said regretfully. I apologize, Dany said lightly. What? Inami was confused. I sincerely apologize for insulting you and calling you a coward. You have the audacity to say that to my face, Dany said calmly. Inami swallowed and forced a cold smile. Don't try to scare me. You haven't even sung a complete song of the laws. Even if you've perfected the laws of wind and fire, you won't be able to hurt the sea god in the flowing water palace. Then let's wait and see, Dany said coldly. Just as she was about to remove the connection with Inami, she spoke again. She explained reluctantly, You don't know the inside story. You can't blame me for biting the hand that feeds me. Oh, tell me, what's the reason? Dany said sarcastically. Do you know the difference between the demon gods of the dark world in the far east and the old gods of the far west? Inami asked. The demon gods of the dark world are older. Compared to them, you're also new gods, Dany said. That's one of the differences. But the most important thing is that we're all true gods, and they're all fake true gods. Dany understood. They intentionally don't sing a complete song of the laws. because they don't want to bear the responsibility of supporting the laws of the world. Every time the world falls, the true gods take the blame. What does that mean? Danny didn't understand. Inami began to grit her teeth. When I traveled the world and saw the world, I intentionally learned from the demon gods and maintained the song of the waves at 99. 99%. Oldwood is so strong. What can be hidden from him? He knew what I was thinking, but he pretended to be confused. When he saw me at the beach, he exclaimed, "Little fish, you've hit a bottleneck. You haven't broken through after thousands of years? No, I'll help you." Then, he didn't care if I agreed or disagreed. He pulled me into the river of time and saw all the turbulent waves in his memory. That old man was indeed the strongest god I've ever seen. Not only could he sing the strongest song of the wind, but his attainments in the law of water were also terrifying. If it wasn't for Mother Roan occupying the song of the water, he would have been able to sing the song of the water. With his enlightenment, my level increased uncontrollably. Then I broke through the bottleneck and became a true god. Do you think I should hate him? Inami said angrily. Danny's mouth twitched. She didn't know what to say. Maybe the door god was really helping you out of kindness, she said. Inami spat and became even angrier. Kindness my ass. After I became a true god, the old man confessed to me that he did it on purpose. There were fewer and fewer true gods in the world, and the era was getting shorter and shorter. The gods of the Westeros were mostly dead, and he needed me to save the world. Chapter 978. I understand now. You're cold by nature. Danny sighed. As a Westeros god, of course you have to follow the rules of the Westeros god system. Just like when you joined a righteous sect, what's wrong with your master teaching you to be chivalrous? You learned martial arts in a righteous sect, but you admired the unscrupulous actions of evil sections. Even Ling Hu Chong wasn't as bad as you. Your master didn't blame you for betraying your sect. Instead, he put in a lot of effort to help you return to the righteous path. Not only are you not grateful, but you're also resentful. What do you mean by ingrate? I'm talking about you. The god of drowning didn't quite understand the terms such as righteous sect, deceiving the master and destroying the ancestors, and Ling Hu Chong, but the Dragon Queen was mocking him as ungrateful wolf. He wouldn't misunderstand. I was born as a fish. I wandered the 4 seas and yearned for freedom. I worked hard to cultivate for tens of thousands of years and finally became a god in order to pursue greater freedom. What's wrong with that? From the beginning, my goal was very simple. Oldwood has helped so many creatures, and I'm one of the few gods who joined his team with a grateful heart. But has he ever thought about what I want? How did he repay me? Danny didn't expose the fact that she stayed by the door god's side to get benefits. She just sneered. If you want to be the god king, should the door god satisfy you? If he can't do it, is he guilty? Set me free. He doesn't need to do anything. Inami said loudly. Danny sneered and said, if I were the door god and knew that you wanted to learn from those dark demons, I would slap you into a salted fish. Why are you still talking nonsense? From the moment you joined the door god's side, you should know what kind of person he and his disciples should be, and what kind of person you should be. If you can't do it, don't enter the door god's house. Far East Asia welcomes you. The air there is fresh and sweet, and there's a strange luxury. The sky of Asia was dark, and even in summer there was no sun. The river was filled with black, poisonous water, and the air was filled with miasma that could poison and plague people. Ordinary livestock would quickly die after landing in Asia. I was born in Westeros. What choice do I have? Inami shouted. Well, you know it yourself. Born in Westeros, you have no choice. But I've grown up and I've seen the new world abroad. Why can't I make a better choice when I have the ability to choose? Inami said, angrily. Door God trained you to be a capable person. Did he give you the freedom to choose? Danny said coldly. Old Wood said that he would help me without asking for anything in return. Inami said confidently. So what are you arguing about? I only said that you're ungrateful, but I didn't say that you can't yearn for a free world. Yet, you've done such an ungrateful thing, and you still expect others to praise you for being loyal? How can there be such a good thing in this world? Danny said, Fine, I'm ungrateful. What are you going to do about it? Inami said agitatedly. As soon as he finished speaking, he regretted it. What's wrong? Haha, let's wait and see. Sai wait. He wanted to explain further, but Dragon Queen had already switched off. The reason why he talked so much with the Dragon Queen was to dispel the hatred in her heart so that she would stop looking for him. Today, he could contact her one-sidedly through the faith line. Who knew if he wouldn't come knocking on her door in the future? Inami knew that the Dragon Queen was the core figure of the Great Calamity. He didn't want to help her, and he didn't want to offend the king of evil gods who was going to direct the long night of the gods. To put it bluntly, he just wanted to hide at home and avoid this calamity. He didn't want to have anything to do with the Dragon Queen. He didn't want to be friendly or hostile to her. Unfortunately, the tree wants to be quiet, but the wind won't stop. After removing the faith connection with Inami, Danny looked at the weirwood tree with the face of the thinker carved on it. It represented the cold god. Danny was connected to him through the faith line. She didn't say anything, and he didn't say anything. The two of them seemed to be competing. Whoever spoke first would lose. In the end, Danny gave in. The green people outside the weirwood tree had been singing and dancing for a long time. They were tired, sweating, and their voices were hoarse. Their movements were no longer nimble and light. Cough, what have you been busy with recently? When she asked this, even Danny felt embarrassed. The cold god, opposite her, was probably waiting for her. When he heard this, his breathing was a little messy. I've been working on a big project recently. What do you think of it? After saying that, Danny's tone became aggressive. You're too naive and shallow. You only see the surface and can't see the essence of the long night. I'm not an invader, and I'm not the destroyer of the world. I'm saving the world. The cold god emphasized in a deep voice. Because it was telepathic communication, there was no physical difference in the voice and tone of the voice. The spiritual aura in the telepathic communication was more distinguishable and harder to distinguish. Every word of the cold god was like a tsunami of black ice shards. Ordinary people's souls would be frozen. Transcendence could easily get lost in the endless darkness. If they weren't strong enough, they didn't even have the right to talk to the enemy. This was the first time that a human communicated directly with the real culprit of the long night. Danny said, I'm also saving. The cold god didn't seem to hear her. He said, Why should I save the world? Because the world is falling. Except for me, no god has the responsibility and ability to save it. Returning to ice and darkness will kill the living beings now. But after the world is destroyed, can they survive alone? It's just a matter of time. Danny said, I have the cold god raised his voice. You're very strong. Your war of 100 teams has caused great damage to my people in the south. But so what? The world is still falling. Ice and darkness are still pouring into this world. This is the general trend. The general trend hasn't changed and won't change. Your bragging is so shallow and short-sighted. Danny said, Can you let me? Beyond the Great Wall is the gate of the world. Westeros are the front yard of the world. Darkness and snow will sweep the world. In Westeros, you are the sky, but you won't be the sky everywhere. The long night is the world's. I will wait for you at the ice summit. The cold god announced loudly. Allow me to say something, Danny hurriedly said. Why should I listen to your nonsense? The general trend is with me. The truth is with me. I'm walking on the inevitable and correct path. I won't allow others to interfere. The cold god said calmly. After that, he cut off the connection with Danny. Listening to the busy tone, Danny was at a loss. Then she became angry. Bastard, how dare you bully me? As the leader of Westeros, I can't be so cowardly. I have to establish my authority. I have to enforce the family law. Danny looked calm, but she had already made a decision. After the ritual, she burned old Asuna's wife, Raven, into a fire spirit. She was weaker than Raven, and the process of creating life in the fire was complicated. It took 2 days. She had to be careful not to destroy the life mark. This fire spirit is called Frangipani. She'll stay with you at Thousand Faces Island. During the day, she can turn into a small sun and help the green men to reproduce. The holy temple is large and empty. It's better to plant some fruits and vegetables. Danny returned the fire spirit to the old woman. How did he? The old woman looked at the fire spirit, who was prettier and cuter than her when she was young. She couldn't accept it and said, "This is a girl. How did my husband become like this?" Raven is female, Danny explained. Frangipani flapped her wings and floated in the air. She blinked her large eyes and looked at the old woman. "Who are you? I think I know you." She flew to the old woman's shoulder and rubbed her red face against the old woman's wrinkled face. "I like you very much," Frangipani said softly. The old woman was stunned. Then she burst into tears. She no longer cared about the gender of the fire spirit. "After I die, can I ask the queen to help me transform into a fire spirit?" Before Danny left, the old woman asked shyly. Danny scanned the green men who were looking at her expectantly. Shapeshifters can. Normal humans are troublesome and almost impossible. Raven, the child of the forest, was the best material for transformation. In essence, shapeshifters were soul cultivators. That was why their souls could withstand the burning of the first flame. Yes, Danny had chanted the complete Song of Fire, and then developed her fire creation mastery to the extreme, just like how Dorgod developed his space mastery from the Song of Wind. Then, she could master the first flame. Simply put, even if she could sing the Song of Fire, Danny was still very far away from the first flame. She might not even be able to create the first flame. Fire creation was the basic attribute of the first flame. Now, she could use fire to create a second life for living creatures. She could only use the weak first flame characteristics of the fire. There were many other requirements. For example, the toughness of the soul. A normal human soul was weak, and their life mark was also weak. They would be melted when burned. The child of the forest cultivated the power of the soul for hundreds of years. Their life mark was the most resistant to burning, followed by powerful shapeshifters, and then normal shapeshifters. After that, the extraordinary and normal humans could not withstand Danny's fire of creation. Of course, Danny's Song of Fire was constantly improving, and so was her fire creation. When she first met the Mormont Raven, she could not help shapeshifters create a true second life. Now that she came to the Thousand Faces Island, although it took a lot of time and effort, she finally turned the first shapeshifter into a fire raven. This was because her fire of creation was stronger than before. "I am a shapeshifter," Old Asuna said excitedly. Among the normal believers of the old gods, one shapeshifter was born every 1,000. The green men on the Thousand Faces Island were even more favored by the old gods. The proportion of shapeshifters was almost over 2%, 20 times that of the outside world. Even so, The number of shapeshifters among the Thousand Faces Island ancestors did not exceed 10. Old Asuna was able to create a second life with her husband. It was a once-in-100 years fortune. After you die, you can come and find me. Danny made her promise. I want to choose a male raven to create a second life. The old woman said. Danny nodded. But after many years, Danny still subconsciously turned her into a female elf. Only a male shapeshifter, who chose a male raven, would definitely become a male elf. But by then, the old woman had already forgotten about the past. The two little lilies were carefree and lived happily forever. After leaving the Thousand Faces Island, Dragon Queen returned directly to Dragonstone Island. After the 100-regiment battle, the situation south of Neck Lake had temporarily stabilized. Even the civilians had started a long night self-saving production. She also had time to give herself a break. But she did not really indulge herself in pleasure. For example, playing drums and dancing. She did not forget the harsh words she left behind, nor did she intend to forget them. On the contrary, she began to spend a lot of time and energy researching divine arts that were specifically used against true gods' wind polarity, space. At this time, Dragon Queen's Song of Fire had increased to 55%. Her Song of Light had reached an astonishing 66%. Her Song of Wind was slightly weaker at 43%. In theory, only when the Song of Laws was perfected and reached 100%, and then settled down for tens of millions of years, would there be a chance to comprehend the Song of Polarity. But Danny's situation was a little special. She had inherited the complete legacy of the previous wind god. She had given her space-time talent to Blackie, and she could share it with the dragon spirit. This way, she could master the power of space-time in advance. Danny did not expect to develop a powerful space-time divine art in a short time. She only hoped to follow the lines of faith and find the divine kingdoms of the two evil gods who had betrayed the sect. And then, something happened that shocked her. Just as Noble Heart's ghost had predicted, a rotten peach blossom suddenly smashed into Ursa Major's head. It was green all over. His ex-wife, Lyneth Hightower, had come to Dragonstone Island to eat his old grass. Chapter 9, 79. Dragonstone Island's glass garden. The sun shone brightly, and the temperature was pleasant. The 2-acre tomato garden was full of fruits. Green and red tomatoes hung on the green vines, adding a sweet smell to the air. Treg is dead. When did this happen? How did he die? Danny asked in surprise. When Linus heard this, 2 streams of tears flowed down her cheeks in front of the big bear. I lost track of him half a month ago. I only confirmed his death a few days ago. I don't know when he died or who murdered him. The last time I saw him was 12 days ago in the afternoon. We went to the Passion Garden to play. He went to the pleasure house in the innermost courtyard. I was only in the inner courtyard. You were playing in the Passion Garden? Big Bear's face twisted as he shouted. There was a tea table and 2 chairs beside the vegetable garden. Dragon Queen and Linny's sat opposite each other. Big Bear and Garth stood behind the queen. Linny's looked at her ex-husband blankly and did not know what to do. Sir, Lady Linny's is Treg's legal wife, Danny reminded. Her husband did not mind, and was even brought to the Passion Garden by her husband. Why are you so agitated? But she said that she wants to get back together with me. She said that our marriage is not completely over. Big Bear's face was red as he said with grievance and anger, when you're put on the white robe, your marriage will naturally end, right? Danny looked at Linny's and asked. Compared to a few years ago, this golden-haired, blue-eyed beauty had obvious traces of age on her body. Her soft and thin waist had thickened. Even through the sable fur coat, one could see her slightly bulging belly. She was not pregnant. It was a small belly. Her white and lustrous skin had spots and was not as tight as before. There were more obvious crow's feet. Her eyes were too big and slightly dark. A few years ago, she was still 20 years old and could play as much as she wanted. Now, she was over 30 years old and had just lost her husband. She was down and out. It was normal for her to be in a bad state. It's over, but we can continue our relationship. I can feel that Yura still has feelings for me. Linny's lowered her head and said softly. Big Bear was embarrassed. Linny's second brother, Garth, was even more embarrassed. He was embarrassed and regretful. If he had known, he wouldn't have come. Your Majesty, when I saw Linny's, I was indeed touched, but I definitely have no intention of betraying my oath as a white knight. De Xiong hurriedly explained. What he said was the truth. As the #1 bootlicker in the entertainment industry, De Xiong would be lying to himself if he said that he didn't feel anything when he saw his former goddess change her mind. If it was possible, he was even willing to rekindle their old feelings a few times with her. However, Bear was almost 50 years old. It was not easy for him to regain the honor that he had lost. He also had a successful career and was respected by people. His reason would not allow him to break his oath again. Moreover, he wasn't stupid. Linny's was his first love when he was a young girl. Similarly, the person who hurt him the most was still Linny's. She didn't love him at all. If he didn't have his current career, he wouldn't mind taking it over and living the rest of his life with her. However, it was obvious that White Knight's current life was beautiful and meaningful. He would be a fool to give up heaven and turn to the public latrine. You still don't want to forgive me? De Xiong's attitude shocked Linny's. When they met again yesterday, she saw very clearly that the man's eyes flashed with obvious desire when he was faced with her teasing. That slutty look was exactly the same as it was in the past. It doesn't matter whether I forgive you or not. I'm a white knight now. De Xiong sighed. Woo-woo, if even you don't want me, I have nowhere to go. Linny's looked at De Xiong with tears in her eyes. Chui Gu is Prince Reese. You are his wife. How can you have nowhere to go? Garth couldn't help but ask. Linny's wept as she recounted her miserable experience. Of course, the matter of Chui Gu being eaten by the night lion was not exposed. Linny's only knew that her husband was missing. She couldn't confirm whether he was alive or not. Until a few days later, several ancient royal blood families regained control of Prince Reese's regime. It was the family of a group of trading princes that Danny passed by Prince Reese in the early years under the guidance of Linny's. After they regained power, they immediately led the city guards to raid Chui Ji's house. The reason was that Chui Gu betrayed the country in the final battle between the Alliance army and Slave Bay. The newly appointed prince even publicly announced to the general public that it was them who sneaked into the Garden of Desire a few days ago and executed the traitor Chui Gu. If Danny's omniscience could cover the other side of the narrow sea, she would immediately know that this was Murthia cleaning up the mess for the Night Lion. It was a very simple but very practical trick. Even Danny didn't have any doubts about Chui Gu being executed by God after hearing Linny's words. The newly elected Prince of Reese also brought out evidence that Chui Gu secretly surrendered to the Dragon Queen, or rather, witnesses. Therefore, Chui Ji's case was very sensational in Reese, but it didn't cause too much turmoil. The evidence was conclusive, and he deserved to die. This was the opinion of most of the free people of Reese. Instead, the noble of Reese was worried about the new prince's radical attitude against Dragon Mother. A few years ago, opposing Dragon Mother was the general trend. The entire world was against Dragon Mother. But today, after the long night, whoever dared to openly raise the banner of anti-Dragon Mother was either stupid or stupid. They were worried about how the Dragon Queen would react to Chui Ji's death. When the message team arrived in Reese, the nobles saw the prince's amiable attitude towards Qizhuang and his disciples, and only then did they barely suppress their worries. At the very least, the new prince didn't completely fall out with the Dragon Queen. And 3 days ago, Qizhuang and his disciples finally left Queen's Corner, arriving in Reese that afternoon. After leaving Tyrosh, the message team went to Queen's Corner to rest for a week. In reality, slaughtering gods every day made them mentally exhausted and stressed out. Before joining the message team, the master and his disciples had never interacted with normal gods or even seen gods. Now that they had slaughtered several dozen gods in a row, their fear of the gods disappeared. They also gradually recognized the true face of the world, and their worldview and values changed accordingly. However, not only did they not have time to adjust themselves, they also felt a sense of urgency, as if a storm was right behind them. There were tens of thousands of savages in Queen's Corner, and almost everyone was a soldier. With their safety guaranteed, the message team rested for a few days. Not only did I fail to obtain Cui Ji's inheritance, I was even sentenced to treason, becoming a slave from the prince's wife. Those bastards actually put me and Cui Ji's famous steed and slaves together for a public auction. Linny said with fear and hatred. The people of Reese didn't care about the Old Town Hider's reaction at all. Big Bear said in shock. Linny's looked at her second brother of the same father, and then said with grievance, "My father doesn't want me anymore. When Cui Gu and I got married, my big brother even specially sent Brother McMurray to Reese to announce that I no longer had any relationship with the Hyder family. Big brother and father had no choice." Garth said with a sigh. "Our family had long pledged loyalty to the Queen, yet you were going to officially marry Cui Gu." He was a staunch defender of the slavery system back then, one of the leaders of the Allied army. The Hyder family had too many reasons to cut ties with Linny's. Based on the situation at that time, cutting ties with the Westeros on the surface was also beneficial to Linny's. After all, she was the first wife of Reese, and Reese was the enemy of the Dragon Queen, whom Hyder was loyal to. "I want to live in the sky-reaching tower now, but Big Brother isn't willing to accept it. He wants me to go to the Starry Sanctuary to be Silence's sister," Linny's complained. "I also think that the Sanctuary Sisters are the best place for you to go," Garth said solemnly. Danny looked at Big Bear sympathetically. It was obvious that Linus had come to Dragonstone Island to ask for his help because she had no other choice. "Since you were demoted to a slave, why were you able to go to Young Halberd City, the old town, and finally come to Dragonstone Island?" Big Bear asked with a frown. Linny's expression changed a few times, and she said hesitantly, "I was sold by a pirate king from the Serpentine Isles. He had also brought people to join the Allied army and met me in new guise. He had long had improper thoughts about me. Seeing that Big Bear's face did not show any disdain, but instead showed some sympathy, Linny's was relieved. She decided to just speak her mind and act pitiful. "He was a demon. He didn't treat me as a human at all. He and the pirates on the ship tortured me. There were hundreds of them. Sob, sob, sob." Big Bear sighed. The coldness on Garth's face dissipated. The Dragon Queen also seemed to pity her. She poured a cup of tea for her to moisten her throat and tell the story in more detail and excitement. Thus, Linny's cried even harder. "Those few days, I felt like I was living in the 7 levels of hell. When they heard my cries of pain, they became even more excited and humiliated me even more." Sob, sob. Danny raised an eyebrow and asked, "How did you escape from the abyss of suffering?" "It was Reese and an old monk," Linny said while sobbing. "The 8-clawed spider Reese." Big Bear was shocked. The teaching team found Reese. "Was that old monk St. Matthew?" Garth asked. "Not Matthew. They all called him Master Chizong. Garth was embarrassed. They heard your cries and came to your rescue? Linny shook her head. Her expression became very strange. That group of pirates did not go to Reese for no reason. It seemed like a group of gods hired them. I think the pirates were lying, but whether it was the eight-clawed spider Reese or the little demon later, they all said the same thing. It didn't seem like they were acting. Then, as she recalled, she used her own understanding to tell the story. Generally speaking, it was a story about the shame of flowers and Monk Tang in the other world. Linny's was the shame of flowers, but Reese was not Monk Tang. In the teaching team, the fat eunuch seemed useless, but every time he went to a city, he would inquire about information, bribe the nobles, build temples, smooth the relationship between the upper and lower, and even hire a large number of civilians to act as shills when Chizong was preaching. All these things were handled by him alone. Although he did not kill a single demon, he did not lack credit and hard work. The key was that he was different from Tyrion. He would not slack off, nor would he slack off when faced with something he did not like. Therefore, a group of pirates hired by the evil god easily caught him. Chizong and the others were resting in the inn. When Reese went out to do something, he was hit by a stick. The dwarf had long exposed the secret of having Chizong's mind imprint on him. The evil god planned to lure him into the trap this time. Using Reese as bait, he lured Chizong into the ambush. In order to weaken the lethality of the Holy Mother's palm to the greatest extent, they even deliberately chose the ambush on the ship. It was also in the pirate ship's cabin that Reese met Linny's, who had become a slave. At that time, Reese comforted me, saying that Master Chizong would come to save us soon, but Linny's expression began to twist. At that time, a group of weirdos in yellow robes came in. They ignored me, but looked at the fat eunuch with glowing eyes. I didn't lie to you. The yellow-robed weirdos' eyes were really glowing. Varys shrank back in fear and kept begging for mercy, but they laughed out loud. Take off all his clothes. Chapter 9:80. I'm such a beautiful woman, but I don't have any clothes on. Instead, I have a lot of marks after that. Linny's blushed, and her eyes were so charming that they almost dripped with water. But in an instant, her face was full of resentment. They would rather have sex with a fat eunuch with snot and tears all over his face. They didn't even look at me. The eunuch was still peeing and pooping, but they didn't think it was dirty, so they did it together. After doing it once, those weird-looking people still cursed loudly, saying things like, I don't know who took the lead, but the blood is so thin, I need to squeeze a few more times. Then, they continued to work hard. Varys howled for the whole night. It was so miserable. He kept shouting, Master, save me. He shouted himself hoarse, but still no one came to save him. By the next morning, his eyes were lifeless, and his chest was barely moving. Especially his skin, it was pale without any color. It was like a big white pig that had been drained of blood and scalded in boiling water. They didn't touch you, but they kept torturing Varys? Big Bear asked while rubbing his teeth. Linny's became very agitated and said angrily, They are the same as Renly and Loras. They only like men. That night, a group of people acted out an erotic scene in front of her. At first, it was a little uncomfortable, but what kind of person was Linny's? She, who had seen all the flowers in the world, actually experienced a long-lost novelty and excitement. Unable to bear the itch, she took the initiative to join the big family in the middle of the night, but she was sternly rejected by the yellow-robed monsters. Not only did they reject her, but they also ridiculed her for being too dirty and spoiling their appetite. The shame of all flowers in the old town was really embarrassing at that time, but she didn't know how lucky she was. If the yellow-robed monsters had a better appetite, she would have ended up like the dead Chui Ge. Linny's, who didn't know the truth, was still filled with righteous indignation when she recalled this incident. As if she was greatly insulted, she shouted, "Holy Mother, I know that many men in Riverbend like beautiful men, but Varys is fat and ugly. He's not even a man." She wasn't as angry as she was now when she complained about the pirates torturing her. "Hey, Linnies, what nonsense are you talking about?" Riverbend man Garth scolded angrily. "What did I say? They really did torture Varys." Linnies was at a loss. "You're talking about Riverbend man." Garth blushed and found it hard to speak. Who in the Seven Kingdoms doesn't know what the men of Riverbend and Dorne are like? Linnies waved her hand dismissively and continued. After the group of yellow-robed weirdos were done, they even used chains with welded anchors to bind Varys's hands, saying that when Chizong came over, they would throw the fat eunuch into the sea. It was me who sneaked over and gave him a bowl of water when the thugs left and saved his life. Then he asked me for a hair accessory. Dany looked pensive. That group of evil gods most likely came from the sea. They are proficient in water-type evil arts that can overturn rivers and seas. When Varys sinks into the sea, Chizong will definitely enter the sea to rescue him. Chizong wanted to undo the chains before Varys drowned, while also dealing with the sneak attacks of the evil demons in the sea. Not only is the danger at the bottom of the sea exhausting Chizong, there's also the dwarf on the shore or on the ship. He's the evil god's main target. No wonder a few days ago, Chizong borrowed a large wave of divine force from heaven. Of course, he gained even more divinity and spirituality after that. Dragon Queen's expression turned solemn. The big boss of the Justice Alliance had yet to appear, but he had already suppressed the Sutra teaching team to the limit through an ingenious scheme that didn't cost much. If Dany Buddha didn't provide them with support now and let them level up, their future path would be even more dangerous. Evil God, you also think that those yellow-robed weirdos are gods? Linnies had a look of disbelief. She looked at Dragon Queen with a strange gaze. The battle scene back then must have been huge, right? You didn't even have the slightest idea whether they were gods or not. Dany asked with a faint smile. Linnies frowned and thought for a moment. She shook her head and said, "It's just that Varys was taken out by the pirates. I was in the cabin back then and heard a loud voice shouting, 'Great mighty heavenly dragon, Holy Mother's divine palm, petty tricks, how dare you show off your sleight skill before an expert,' and so on. Especially the great mighty heavenly dragon. It seemed to have a strange magic power. It felt like it was right beside my ear, even through the thick deck of the ship. I've heard it so many times that it seems to exist deep in my mind. You only listen to great mighty heavenly dragon." Dany's mouth twitched. Without a doubt, the louder Chizong shouted, the more intense the battle was. It was impossible for there to be no sound at all in such a fierce battle between gods. The weather seemed to be bad then. The wind was strong, the waves were huge, and the sky was filled with lightning and thunder. The 60-meter-long Galen ship was also shaking violently on the sea. From time to time, you could hear the sound of the waves breaking the mast and the hull of the ship. When a huge wave hit, the ship even capsized. Linnies pointed at her pale skin and thick pores on her left forehead. "Look, my head is broken." "You don't have a scar on your forehead," Garth said blankly. "Oh, I remember now. Master Chizong cured me." Linnies was stunned for a moment before she realized. He's a good person. He took pity on me for being tortured by evil, so he directly cast a great healing spell on me. The redness and bruises all over my body disappeared, so I didn't need to rest and immediately rushed back to the Westeros. Big Bear pursed his lips, his eyelids twitching. At that time, there were 100 or 200 people on the ship. In the end, I was the only one who survived. Master Chizong also saved a few slaves who were bought by the pirates with me. Well, They were all slaves of my family. But that cold woman, Arya Stark, said that there might be villains hiding among them. Then, she killed them all with a sword. Poor two of my favorites. Linny's paused for a moment and raised her head to look at Bear. Seeing his stupefied expression, she mumbled, "Those two children look very likable. I took them in as my godson half a year ago. They are definitely not bad people." Dany had more or less figured out what happened to Rhys, so she wanted to end the conversation for today. "What do you plan to do?" Linny's heard this, and her eyes turned red again. Sun Halberd City is only 500 kilometers away from Rhys. I don't know how the little devil managed to call the winged dragon paladin Sir Quentin Martell. Sir Quentin is a good person. He sent me to the Sky Tower in the old town, but my brother only gave me two choices. Either I go to the Starry Church and become a Silence Nun, or I get lost. I don't want to join the Silence Sisters, but I have nowhere to go. That's why I came to Dragonstone Island to find. She looked at Big Bear with pleading eyes. "I'm a white knight, and—" Big Bear closed his eyes and sighed. "Linny's, you should understand that we can't go back." "I know the tradition of the White Knights," Linny's quickly said. "I read the history of the White Knights written by a scholar in the Old Town's library. Actually, many great nobles were married before they put on the white robes. Then, they handed over their fiefs and castles to their wives and sons to manage. They gave up everything and kept their vows as White Knights." Linny's only chose words that were beneficial to her. There were indeed great nobles who left their families to their wives, but most of them sent their wives to the Silent Sisters before they put on the white robes. For example, one of the three leaders of the Blackfire Rebellion, Fireball Quentin Bull. The reason why he encouraged Daimon to rebel was because he wanted to become a glorious Kingsguard. In the end, when he sent his wife to the Silent Sisters, the new king refused to fulfill the previous king's promise. Big Bear thought for a moment and said, "Going to Bear Island for the rest of your life is not a bad choice. I can send you Bear Island?" Linny's exclaimed and shook her head. "I'm not going back to Bear Island. It's too cold and remote. Also, the people on Bear Island like to gossip about me behind my back." Big Bear was stupefied. "You just said," Linny's immediately said, "don't you have a fief at Slaver's Bay? You even gave it to your nieces? They are young and need to take care of themselves. How would they know how to manage the fief and the people? Why don't you let me teach them? How did you teach those innocent little bear girls to be like you?" Dany shuddered. Big Bear said seriously, "The White Knights don't want fiefs. Laura and the others earn their fiefs with their own loyalty. Also, they only have empty titles now. They don't have fiefs yet. Linny's, don't mess around. Yora ended his marriage with you long ago. He has no responsibility to satisfy your extravagant desires." Garth was ashamed and resentful. "Do you want me to die?" Linny's was about to cry again. Dany thought for a moment and said, "How about this? I'll give you a certificate. You take it back to Lys. With your ability, you should be able to take back all of Chui Ji's inheritance. Maybe you have a chance to become a female prince. How about it? What certificate is so powerful that it can let me inherit the inheritance and the title of Prince of Trade?" Linny's was both expectant and suspicious. The certificate that Chui Gu betrayed the allies and then submitted to me. Dany nodded calmly. "That's right. I laid my cards on the table. I forced Chui Gu to be a spy. He is the spy that I bribed. This—" Linny's was disappointed. She said hesitantly, "Everyone knows about this. Even if you personally prove that Chui Gu was forced to become a spy in the Allies, they won't sympathize with him." Dany raised her eyebrows. "Why would I want the list to sympathize with Chui Gu?" "Then what do you mean?" Linny's was confused. Big Bear didn't understand either. Garth, on the other hand, was thoughtful. You don't even understand this. Chi-Chi looked at Linny's with disdain. So stupid. It doesn't matter whether Chui Go was forced or willing. The key is that he is a spy, that dragon queen personally admitted. Even if he is a dog, he is still the queen's dog. I admire the courage of the person who beat the suspected queen's dog. But a dog whose dog tag clearly shows the five-colored dragon emblem is either a lunatic or a dead person. Tell me, is Noble Liz crazy, or are they all planning to be dead people? Dragon Queen's expression was indifferent. She looked at the voluptuous maid with gratification. When the centaur maid saw this, she was also smug and smiled foolishly. Linny's was shocked at first. Then realization dawned on her. Her eyes shone brightly as she said excitedly, "Thank you, Your Majesty, for your grace. I can finally return home." Sob. A day later, Liss, a coastal garden with a domed structure. A few days ago, this was still a small, lust garden that was miserably managed in the long night. Now, the various buildings that added to the atmosphere in the lust garden were still preserved. The main hall facing the gate was gradually transformed into a grand and holy cathedral under the busy work of hundreds of stonemasons. When Varus was kidnapped, he went out to buy this garden from the Prince of Trade. How is it? In front of the Holy Mother's statue, the three disciples looked curiously at Qizong, who had just finished praying. The Holy Mother wants us to do as the Romans do. We can refer to Slave Bay and divide the nuns into gray-robed, ordinary nuns, white-robed female priests, black-robed silent sisters, and red-robed purgatory nuns, Qizong said with difficulty. Chapter 9, 81. Purgatory nuns. The corner of Tyrion's mouth twitched. Shouldn't it be the Red Saintess? Although the Church's Holy Church allows the existence of prostitutes due to the local situation, even including prostitutes who believe in the seven gods into the clergy, the Holy Mother doesn't advocate this kind of behavior. Qizong said with a deep voice, "Drifting is bad for one's health, damaging one's merit. Being addicted to prostitutes and destroying family harmony is a great sin." Going to hell? Tyrion's eyes widened. The reason why the purgatory nuns are called that is because they clearly want to seduce men into hell? Qizong thought for a moment and said, "It's not seduction, but through this name, it makes people who are blinded by desire calm down. The Holy Mother plans to choose a group of souls from hell who are devout believers of the Holy Mother and have violated the teachings of the seven gods, especially those who are extremely lascivious. The most outstanding ones will be the demon king of hell, which is also the lustful demon, a subordinate god of strangers. The purgatory nuns will be the exclusive clergy of the lustful demons. Devout believers of the Holy Mother and lascivious. Are there people like that?" Another group, the dwarf said with his mouth twitching. "When the forest is big, there are all kinds of birds," Qizong said calmly. "Why choose the Demon King? Shouldn't the Demon King be killed immediately?" Hound said with a frown. Tyrion's lips curled into a sneer. Setting up a positive teaching material like St. Matthew can encourage believers to be good. Taking out negative teaching materials like whipping corpses can also scare believers into being good. Are you mocking the Holy Mother? Qizong's right palm subconsciously rose to his chest. This was a completely subconscious action. He had used it too many times and was used to it. The dwarf also saw his master take the stance of the Holy Mother palm and was given a fright. He hurriedly explained with an embarrassed smile, "Master, you misunderstand. I also think that the Holy Mother's actions are to persuade people to be good. The Holy Mother is merciful. The methods are different, but the goal is always right." Sai, how would you understand the Holy Mother's wisdom and greatness? Qizong's palm was still raised to his chest in the same posture as the celestial monk. He sighed and said, "The lustful demons aren't negative teaching materials, but tools to help confused believers pass the tribulation." Tools? What do? How do they use them? The dwarf asked. The Holy Mother passed down a meditation technique called White Bone Temple. Anyone can practice it without extraordinary talent. Lustful devils are used to assist in cultivating White Bone Monastery. Qizong said slowly. There are meditation techniques that don't require talent. The dwarf looked doubtful. Normal meditation techniques cultivate magic power, while the White Bone Temple improves spiritual power and soul realm. The dwarf became more and more suspicious. This doesn't make sense. The stronger the meditation technique, the higher the requirement for cultivation aptitude. Increasing the realm of the soul is much harder than increasing magic power. The White Bone Monastery should be of a higher level than other meditation techniques. How can you understand the Holy Mother's divine might? Qizong shot him a look. He stood up from the praying mat and said to the hunting dog, "Go out and call over the foreman in charge of renovating the temple. I want to modify the building plans from before." Once the hunting dog left, Qizong brought his two disciples to the rear hall's cultivation room. He sat down by the table and closed his eyes in deep thought for a moment. His brush moved about like a dragon, immediately drawing skeleton pictures one after another on the snow-white sheepskin scroll. On every picture, the skeleton's posture was different. There were a total of 7 pictures. They were clearly skeletons whose structures and colors were extremely monotonous, but they were drawn so vividly that they seemed to be alive, as if they were living creatures sealed in the picture scroll. Their bodies emitted a type of unique magic power that was imprinted into one's soul. The foreman, Reese, was already waiting on the side. When he saw Master Qizong put down his ink brush, he asked respectfully and curiously, "Master, may I ask how you plan to renovate the temple? Is it related to these 7 pictures?" Qizong pointed at the picture scroll and said, "I want to add a White Bone Monastery at the entrance of Passion Desire Garden. Only by entering the temple and passing through the rear hall can one enter Passion Desire Garden. Place 7 white bone statues in the temple in order. Carve the skeletons according to the pictures. I want the highest grade white jade and hire Reese's best stonemason. Money is not a problem." "Master, are you going to blaspheme the 7 gods?" The foreman's face paled. "Why do you say that?" Qizong frowned. "The 7 skeletons, don't they represent the 7 gods?" The dwarf rubbed his nose, asking what was on the minds of the foreman and the people around him. Blaspheme. Qizong was furious. His right hand subconsciously stood in front of his chest. "Master, please forgive me. I know I misunderstood, but that's what everyone thinks." The dwarf hurriedly pointed at Hound and Arya on the side. The 2 disciples were a bit embarrassed, but they did not object. "Rascal, didn't I just say that I want to build a White Bone Monastery for the lustful demons?" The skeletons represent the lustful demons of hell. Qizong stomped his foot in disappointment. 7 lustful demons. Hound frowned. Lustful demons, the demons of desire, the embodiment of human flesh. These 7 skeletons are the classic postures of the 7 spring cry arts. What? The 3 disciples and the foreman cried out at the same time. Their jaws almost dropped. This. A moment later, the dwarf and the foreman became more and more shocked as they looked at the skeletons. This is actually the most standard illustration of the 7 spring cry arts. The dwarf was an old hand. How could the foreman not be an old hand in Passion Desire Garden? The 2 of them immediately recognized the essence of the 7 diagrams. Only the 2 bumpkins, Arya and Hound, did not understand the 7 spring cry arts at all. "Master Qizong, I'm sorry. I didn't expect you to be an expert as well. Now that I look at it carefully, it's so lifelike." The foreman said with sincerity and admiration. The dwarf nodded repeatedly. Qi Zhang's expression was wooden. You think of the flesh from the bones, but you have entered the demonic path. The foundation of the White Bone Monastery is to see the mortal world with the eyes, and the heart is filled with rotting corpses and withered bones, thus eliminating all desires. What do you mean? The foreman was confused. The dwarf subconsciously looked at the skeletons. An illusion seemed to appear in front of his eyes. The young girl in the garden was rotting bit by bit. Her flesh was festering, and maggots were born from the rotting flesh. Starting from a certain part of her body, they gradually spread to the rest of her body. After a long process, she finally turned from a beautiful girl into a skeleton. The key was that she was still in the most alluring pose of the spring cry arts. Ugh! The dwarf came back to his senses. His face was pale, and he suddenly vomited. What's wrong with you? The hunting dog was curious. Qi Zhang stroked his beard in gratification, praising, I didn't expect you to have such wisdom, Tyrion. You succeeded in learning the basics the first time you saw the White Bone Monastery. Your talent isn't shallow. You can practice more in the future. I don't want to practice it. This is a demonic art. The dwarf pointed at the White Bone Monastery in horror. This kind of thing shouldn't exist in this world. Burn it immediately to prevent it from harming the world. Why? Apart from Qi Zhang, the others were all confused. The dwarf excitedly recounted what he had just experienced. He practically described the process of cultivating the White Bone Monastery. That was why in the next moment the hunting dog and the foreman both vomited with pale faces. The White Bone Monastery meditation art is too terrifying, the hunting dog said in horror. The foreman's expression was horrified. I originally received a big order from you and planned to go to the western part of the city to look for it at night. Sigh, the anger in my heart has completely disappeared. This is only the first time. After hesitating for a moment, he tactfully advised, Master, if this is carved into a statue and placed in the hall, how will the customers be able to get it? Qi Zhang said with a compassionate expression, This is the purpose of the church, to teach all the men in the world the truth of the pink skull. Lust is the leader of all evils. If they can stop lust, more people will become saints, and the world will become a better place. Just like us Westeros. If everyone controls their desires and is loyal to their marriage, the war of the usurpers won't happen, and the rebellion of the four kings won't happen. The hunting dog felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't find a loophole in Qi Zhang's words. Fuck, Saint Danny is even more ruthless than Saint Bailey, Tyrion said with a twisted face. If you practice the White Bone Monastery too much, you won't have any desire for your own wife. Desire is the fuel of love, and desire is also the greatest motivation for humans to strive. Who doesn't want to play with more women to earn money, to play with the most beautiful women? A world without desire is dead silent, no different from hell. Yes, yes, yes. The contractor nodded repeatedly. These words hit the nail on the head. If he didn't have desire, why would he think of ways to deduct the wages of the workers? He could just stay at home and meditate to cultivate the White Bone Monastery meditation technique. Sigh, the Holy Mother is so compassionate, and the old woman is so wise, but the people of the world are so foolish that they can't be saved. Qi Zhang's eyes were filled with pity, and he shook his head lightly. The Holy Mother isn't trying to create a world without desire. A mere White Bone Monastery won't be able to eliminate all human desires. It's like a heavy dose of medicine, because this world is already beyond cure. That can't be, right? The contractor muttered. Cultivate according to my instructions. Qi Zhang waved his hand. Other than the White Bone deity statue, you have to erect a stele in the center of the hall. On it You have to carve the method to cultivate the white bone monastery and things to take note of. Also, you have to add a passage of the 7 God scripture before the steal, which basically says indulging in lust is harmful to the body, 1 step into the red temple, 10 steps away from home, 100 steps into hell. The contractor was dumbfounded. Master Qizong, if you do this, who will be willing to come to 7 Gods' desire garden? It's useless even if they come. Tyrion shook his head with a bitter smile. Qizong said with a serious expression, "Our goal in opening a brothel is to rid the world of prostitutes. We hope that all the prostitutes in the world will repent and return to their families. We hope that all the young men and women in the world will no longer be abducted by human traffickers and trained into sex slaves. Just like the era of the children of the forest, did they have brothels and prostitutes? They can put an end to the desires of the 7 cardinal sins. So can we humans. At least, we should work hard in this direction." The dwarf was speechless. After the contractor left, the disciples asked about the Holy Mother's reward. Other than the white bone monastery and the white bone lustful demons, does the Holy Mother have any other arrangements? Tyrion said worriedly, "Varys has been drained of all his royal blood, and his essence, chi, and spirit have been greatly damaged. He's still paralyzed on the bed. Hound and I were also heavily injured before. The holy healing art healed our external wounds, but we haven't recovered our lost chi and blood. It's clear that Narrowsea City is too close to the Westeros, and the evil gods are still worried about the Dragon Queen using her space-time technique to save them. It's already so dangerous this time. When we reach Volantis or even further east, the evil gods will be unrestrained. Even the king of the city won't give the queen any face." Qizong revealed a sorrowful expression and sighed. "I didn't expect there to be so many demons outside the Westeros. I can only change my strategy from now on. I'll put down my compassionate heart and strike first to gain the upper hand. I'll destroy them on sight, without mercy." Arya said with a wooden face, "Master, you've killed almost 40 evil gods, right? When have you ever shown mercy?" "You don't understand. The evil gods can't hide from my fiery golden eyes. In the past, as long as they don't provoke us, even if they wander around in front of me, I'll let them be. During the Pirate King incident, Master went on a killing spree, slapping more than 10 evil gods to death. What reward did the Holy Mother give?" Tyrion asked again. Qizong shook his head. "It's just a part of the Song of Laws." "Song of Laws just a part?" The dwarf's eyes turned red. "Master has become a true god." Arya was also shocked. "It's a very incomplete song of mercy. I'm still very far from becoming a true god. The Holy Mother is too good to you." Arya and Tyrion were envious. Chapter 982. "You also killed an evil god last time, right? What reward did the Holy Mother give you?" Tyrion turned his gaze to Arya. Last time, the evil gods had split into 2 teams. One was to lure Qizhuang out to sea, while the other was to ambush Tyrion. However, such an obvious plan of luring the tiger out of the mountain could not be hidden from the dwarf. The reason why Varys did not see Qizhuang even after waiting for an entire night was because they had spent the entire night preparing. Although the strength of the attacking enemy exceeded the dwarf's expectations, causing him and Hound, who were acting as meat shields, to be seriously injured, they were prepared after all. The opportunity created was not wasted by Arya, and she really got the first kill this time. Arya's wooden expression turned to one of confusion. "It's strange. The Holy Mother actually raised my transfiguration talent by 1 level. I can now use Winter Wolf Howl, like Jon. However, the stranger also taught me an even more powerful soul attack, Eye of the Death Sickle. I can borrow the stranger's divine might to destroy the enemy's will." "What's wrong with that?" You don't believe in the 7 gods. The Holy Mother can't possibly grant you divine spells. Tyrion did not understand. Why can the Holy Mother raise my transfiguration talent? To become a transfiguration talent, one must be a believer of the old gods. When did you hear about a believer of the 7 gods becoming a transfiguration talent? Arya asked. Tyrion turned to Qizhuang and asked, "She's right. What's going on?" The Holy Mother is omnipotent. Qizhuang, who knew nothing, was still calm. The dwarf rolled his eyes and said thoughtfully, "Perhaps, while we were away, the old gods and the 7 gods have already merged into one." "Yes, the 3-eyed crow has already converted to the Holy Church," Qizhuang said calmly. "So, I can also become a transfiguration talent." The dwarf asked excitedly, "What reward did the Holy Mother give you?" Arya asked curiously, "Sai, don't mention it." The Holy Mother said that all my merits were used to save my Aunt Xena. The dwarf said with a sigh, "Your aunt is dead." Arya asked hesitantly, "Yes, you murdered him in Casterly Rock City." The dwarf's voice was flat, and his eyes narrowed, making it impossible to read his true thoughts. The atonement scroll can only redeem a portion of sins. It seems like Madame Xena has committed quite a lot of sins. Qizhuang pondered. Arya couldn't help but smile. The Holy Mother is very fair. "Your Aunt Xena is in hell?" Hound asked. "He's in heaven now." "Then why are you frowning?" Hound was puzzled. "It's been almost a month since I left the Westeros. How many dangers have I encountered? How many contributions have I made for the Holy Mother, the Church, and the cause of preaching? But all those merits were only exchanged for a mere 12 merit points. How black-hearted! And the Holy Mother didn't even inform me when she was exchanging merit. That's too much of a bully." The dwarf said resentfully, "This is the grace of the Virgin Mary, right? A living person earning merit through their own efforts to redeem their loved ones in hell. Is there anything more meaningful than this?" Hound said with emotion, "If the Holy Mother didn't even inform you and used your merit to redeem your brother, would you still find it meaningful?" The dwarf asked in return. Hound's stiff face began to contort. He gritted his teeth and said, "If Gregor goes to heaven, I'll go to hell. The Holy Mother will only use your merit according to your true wishes." Qizhuang said seriously, "For example, Tyrion. Why was Madame Xena the first to be redeemed? Don't you want to redeem her? Tyrion?" Hound's tone faltered. "At least tell me, do you think the Holy Mother only has one believer and needs to discuss everything with you? Shouldn't she tell me when she's using my merit?" Hound raised his voice. "The Holy Mother uses merit according to your true wishes. It's your true wishes. It's not the Holy Mother doing whatever she wants. Just like how the Holy Mother might use your merit to redeem Duke Tywin, but she will never go against your wishes to save Cersei." Qizhuang emphasized. Hound waved his hand and said anxiously, "No, no, no. That's what I'm most worried about. You can't save my father." The way the people looked at him changed. "No, that's not what I meant." Hound's face turned pale. "Of course I want to save my father, but he's not in hell. Tywin can go to heaven. Dream on." Hound sneered. "He killed Tywin. He probably doesn't want to redeem him at all. That's why he said such a ridiculous lie." Arya mocked. Hound was getting more and more anxious. He did not know how to explain. Should he say that Tywin's father had already turned to dust when his sister built heaven? Seeing that he could not refute, Qizhuang also advised, "Tywin might not be your father, but he raised you for decades. You must be grateful." Sigh, you don't have to care about this." Hound's expression was extremely complicated and conflicted. He looked like a young man who had lost his way in life. Qizhuang sighed. Internally, he decided not to persuade him Verbally, he would ask the Holy Mother to secretly redeem Tywin during evening prayers to resolve his eldest disciple's guilt after killing his father, as well as his conflicted feelings after knowing the truth of his birth. Without remorse and regret, his eldest disciple might be able to elevate his soul through self-redemption. I have to keep the matter of asking the Holy Mother to secretly use her eldest disciple's merit points to redeem Tywin a secret from him. Otherwise, with his arrogant and awkward personality, he would definitely loudly deny the love and guilt he had for Tywin's father. After all, it was not easy for adults. As a master, it was only right for him to silently help his disciple. I almost forgot. The Holy Mother has given Varys a divine art. Let's go visit him, Chizong said. In the warm bedroom with a burning fireplace and a single bed covered with thick down quilts, the 8-clawed spider looked like a corpse waiting to bid farewell to his family and friends. Chizong first patted the fat eunuch's big bald head with a holy healing art, and then called out softly, "Wuning, Wuning, we're here to visit you." Varys opened his eyes in a daze. His eyeballs seemed to be covered in a layer of dust, dim and lifeless. "I'm so pitiful," he said. "I know. We all know." Chizong held his cold and rough palm and said with a sigh, "There is no obstacle in this world that cannot be overcome. Once you've thought it through, tomorrow will be as beautiful as the past. Actually, you're just lacking in blood chi. As long as you pull yourself together, you'll be able to recover soon. Also, we'll always stay in Varys and wait for you to recover. There's no need to be anxious. I can't accept it." Varys's face was covered in tears. "I'm a eunuch. Why did you treat me like that? Don't just think about yourself. Think about Tyrion. He's even more pitiful than you. When he was in Pentos, he was dragged into a latrine, and then—" Chizong paused. "You saw it yourself. His private parts are like skinned and chewed sugarcane. Also, behind, that's enough. Why are you exposing my shortcomings for no reason?" Tyrion said, angrily, "Look, Wuning's condition is much better after hearing this." Chizong pointed at the fat eunuch whose eyes were gradually brightening. "But my condition is much worse," the dwarf said with a depressed expression. "You've been through a lot. You're already used to it. This is Wuning's first time. You should be more understanding." Chizong sighed. Then he probed, "Why don't we leave and leave the two of you here to talk and comfort each other?" Arya seemed to have thought of something. Her pale horse face blushed, and she could not help but laugh. Arya's strange gaze and laughter made the dwarf's scalp tingle. He glared at her, and then turned around and cursed, "Fuck, if you want to comfort him. Hurry up and teach him the Holy Mother's divine art. It's more practical that way." "What divine art? Is the Holy Mother going to bless me?" Varys' spirit was indeed lifted. "You're not very devout to the 7 gods, and this place is far away from Westeros. It's hard for the Holy Mother to bless you." Chizong reached out his right hand. His palm flashed with green runes. He pressed his palm against the fat eunuch's forehead. It was like branding a quarantine mark on pork skin. The fat eunuch sucked in a breath. The swelling pain in his head disappeared. Then his entire body became warm, as if he had taken a hot bath. His vitality returned to him. "What's going on?" "Other than the summoning technique, the true dragon blood chi that the evil god stole from you was also returned after being purified by the Holy Mother. In short, other than the psychological trauma, you benefited from the disaster." "The true dragon blood can return?" the dwarf asked doubtfully. "The Holy Mother is omnipotent." Chizong still did not understand. He was still calm and matter-of-factly. Actually, what Chizong passed to Varys was not the true dragon blood chi. Instead, it was a ball of spiritual essence powder that he removed from Dany's thoughts. Using the witch lens to check the bloodline was not based on NDA, but spiritual essence. Now that Danny's spiritual essence was replenished, Varys really recovered. This was mainly because the evil god only squeezed out the transcendent factor in his bloodline, which was the special spiritual essence. He did not suck his blood dry, because the evil god needed the living Varys as bait. Once his blood was sucked dry, he would die. I learned the summoning technique, Varys muttered. Chizong nodded and explained. Right now, your piety level is low, so you can only summon your thoughts. But you can level up. In the future, you might be able to summon physical objects or even heaven's Saint Seiya and divine creatures. What do you mean by summoning thoughts? The dwarf asked in confusion. Summoning thoughts is to summon the will of the nearby angels to descend on his body. For example, me. Chizong pointed at himself and said with a smile, in the future, if Wu Ning encounters another evil god, as long as it is not more than 10 kilometers away from me, he can summon me to help. That's great. There are no cities in the world with a radius of more than 10 kilometers. As long as I don't leave the city, I will be safe. Varys cried tears of joy. Tyrion said, enviously, Master Chizong, give me a summoning seal. I am the evil god's main target, so I am the most dangerous. Chizong shook his head. Each angel can only protect one summoner. Also, the summoned thoughts only have the power to attack once and can only use half of their normal strength. One attack, half of its power. Varys sat up in shock. What's the use of that? You have so little faith power. Who can you blame? I descended with my will, not my body. I only have the power to attack once. Chizong said. Varys leaned against the headboard and said blankly, I didn't believe in gods for the first half of my life. You don't believe in gods, yet you want the protection of gods. How can such a good thing happen? Chizong said seriously. Varys came to a realization and said seriously, you are right, Master. From now on, I will be a devout believer of the Holy Mother. I will be like a hunting dog, going to your bedroom every night to listen to your teachings. Chizong nodded in satisfaction and said, there is another way to summon your will. If you encounter an enemy you cannot resist, you can summon your will in reverse. In other words, you can summon your soul to my side and let the enemy ravage your body, however they want. Even if countless people talk about the sword, you will not feel it. Chapter 9, 83. Also, as long as the soul is still there, even if the body is tortured to death or chopped into pieces, you can still find the remains to resurrect and continue to teach me. The 4 disciples' expressions were twisted, not even letting them go after death. Wasn't that too pitiful? Although it's helpless, it can save lives, Chizong said seriously. That's true. Varys pinched his nose and asked, what's with summoning Saint Seiya? Beginner summoners can only summon wills. Level 2 summoners can summon physical objects, such as a sword. When summoning reaches level 3 and becomes the king of summoners, you can summon saints from heaven, such as the Saint Seiya, who is the guardian of heaven. When you become a level 4 god of summoners, you can even summon divine creatures. Tisk, god of summoners? It sounds very powerful and promising. The dwarf exclaimed in shock. Master, can I become a summoner? Arya and Hound were envious as they asked at the same time. You all have your own path. Arya is a death assassin, Sangzhe is a greatsword priest, and Tyrion is a fire shaman priest. Stick to your own path and don't be greedy. For example, I've been studying the path of mercy and have never thought of learning summoning, Chizong said solemnly. Hearing that even their master didn't know summoning, the disciples couldn't force it. Master, how can I level up? Varys asked expectantly. This is your path. I can't give you too much guidance. But there's nothing wrong with devout faith and slowly exploring. Actually, This was Dragon Queen's path. The deeper her understanding of the wind space, the higher the upper limit of the summoning of believers of the seven gods. Summoning was a derivative of her recent spatial research. Only believers of the seven gods, and the old gods could become holy summoners. Every believer of the seven gods was considered a coordinate in the material world for the seven gods. In theory, since faith channels could transmit divine power of faith, changing faith channels into spatial channels could also allow spatial transmission. With coordinates and spatial power, it was normal for Danny to have the idea of researching summoning. However, the idea had just been born, and the experiment of divine arts had just begun. There were still many problems to be solved. It was foreseeable that there would be many unpredictable dangers during the experiment. Varys was the volunteer who experimented with spatial magic. Look at him. He's smiling so happily because he received the summoning technique. He immediately went from withered to alive again. It must be voluntary. With the blessing of the Holy Mother, the team was finally able to regroup. Soon after, Master Chizong led his 4 disciples to the Holy Hall's main hall. They first gave a motivational speech in front of the Holy Mother's statue before discussing how to deal with the evil god's attack that was foreseeable to be even more ferocious. In the Dragon Queen's art of war, the key to victory is to know yourself and your enemy. Therefore, I feel that intelligence is the most important thing. As long as we know who wants to deal with us and when to strike, we will be in an invincible position. The dwarf was the first to speak. Everyone looked at the head of intelligence, Varys. The fat eunuch who was lying on the armchair shook his head. If we stay in one place with the unlimited amount of gold royals in my hands, I still have 30% confidence that I can figure out the enemy's movements. But the time that the team stayed in the city is too short. Even if I have thousands of methods, I won't be able to use them in time. The dwarf looked at Arya. Your stealth ability is powerful, and you have animal companions. Perhaps you can immediately sneak into the temple in a city after we enter it and monitor the local gods' movements. What nonsense are you talking about? Arya said in disdain. Entering the temple of a god is like stealing the Iron Throne in public. You think it's possible? Chizong also said the temple is equivalent to the gods' domain. Not to mention the gods. Even a rookie priest can't be fooled. Hearing this, Arya couldn't help but look over. She just happened to meet her master's meaningful gaze. She couldn't help but blush and immediately turned her head away in embarrassment. Back then, after Arya poisoned Tommen, she entered the body of a black cat named Balerion and snuck into the great cathedral of Bel, preparing to attack Cersei, who was guarding the coffin. At that time, Matthew, who was still Big Sparrow's follower, was there. Matthew, who was new to the world, did not know anything about supernatural knowledge, but he immediately sensed that there was a person in disguise who had entered the Holy Church. Then he used Wrath of the Father, a fake true dragon roar, and tore Arya's soul apart. She was bedridden for half a month. Therefore, the master and disciple deeply understood how great the advantage the temple had over the gods was. I have an idea. The hound suddenly said. Everyone turned to look at him. Passive defense will always have loopholes. It's better to take the initiative. The hound glanced meaningfully between the dwarf and Varys. I have discovered a pattern, he said with a smile. The 2 Targaryens are the most attractive to the preachers, especially Tyrion. All the evil gods want to eat his flesh and drink his blood. There's even a rumor that if you eat the flesh of a holy monk, you can live forever. The others still didn't understand, but the dwarf immediately understood what the hound meant by taking the initiative. You want me to be the bait to lure the evil gods out, and then let Chizong's master, the mighty dragon of heaven, serve him? He asked with an unpleasant expression. The hound nodded. After the evil gods fall for it a few times, Varys will no longer be kidnapped, when he goes out at night, because they're not sure if this is bait. In this way, the initiative will always be in our hands. The evil gods will not have any other plans other than to launch a strong attack. What if Master Qizhuang can't hold on, or is stopped and can't save him in time? The dwarf asked blankly. The hound said helplessly, "Then we'll meet again in heaven. If Master Qizhuang can't hold on, we're dead." The atmosphere in the holy cathedral gradually became heavy. Qizhuang pondered and said, "There must be evil gods who are stronger than me, but if I want to escape, they shouldn't be able to stop me." "Why?" The dwarf asked curiously. "Before I left, the queen told me that there are 4 types of power in the world that can't hurt me. They are fire, light, wind, and water, and they correspond to the 4 moves of the Holy Mother Palm, especially the second move of the Holy Mother Palm, the power of wind in whirlwind. As long as I'm on Tessa's back, the evil gods will find it hard to defeat me in aerial combat because their control of wind will never surpass mine." Although he said that, Qizhuang's expression was hesitant, and his tone was a little uncertain. The dwarf, however, came to a realization among the master and disciples. Only he understood that the Holy Mother was the Dragon Queen, and the Dragon Queen grasped the songs of the 3 laws of wind, fire, and light. The Song of Water, however, was destroyed because of the Mother of the Rhone River. The Turtle Prime Minister joined her, and he had an advantage over the other evil gods. Otherwise, when Varus was kidnapped, Qizhuang clearly fell into the depths of the sea. So how could he defeat the water-type evil gods in the sea? Wasn't it because of the 4th move of the Holy Mother Palm, torrential turbid waves? The Turtle Prime Minister Dragon Queen Qizhuang. Qizhuang's underwater skills came from the Turtle Prime Minister. How could a normal water-type demigod compare to the number 1 vassal god under the true water god? With the 4th move of the Holy Mother Palm, Qizhuang could go into the sky or the sea and go through fire and water. Qizhuang's strength was not his own strength, but as the Dragon Queen's angel, whatever power the queen had, he could borrow that power. How strong the Dragon Queen was, he had, after leaving the Westeros, perhaps he would get a 50% discount. Therefore, whether the sutra teaching team could survive or not depended on whether the evil god's strength exceeded 50% of the Dragon Queen's strength. The dwarf was a little uncertain. Before leaving the Westeros, he thought that his sister was just a newly ascended god, an ordinary one among the gods. But along the way, when facing the gods, Qizhuang killed them like chopping vegetables. Now, his reverence for his sister had increased by several levels. "Master, don't worry. There are 10 wind elf celestial stones and 10 fire elf rubies on your brocade cloth. In the air and in the fire, no one is your match," Tyrion said with absolute certainty. Qizhuang said with uncertainty, "You don't have to comfort me. I'm just a normal priest who pursues the path of mercy. Fighting and killing is not my strong suit." The dwarf's mouth twitched. "Don't say that. It's so embarrassing for people like us who fight and kill. How about this? We'll go fishing tonight. Let Tessa carry Varys and fly in the sky. If we encounter an opponent we can't beat, Master, protect her, let her come down, grab me, and run." The dwarf offered himself as bait, so the others had no reason to reject him. Rhys was different from the other trading city-states by the narrow sea. It was a primitive colony, and there were no wars of conquest or ethnic integration. For example, Pentos originally had Undulls as its main population. After Valeglia conquered Pentos, they arranged marriages between the children of the 14 Fire Peaks and the local nobles of Pentos, and the newly formed royal family was a hybrid of the 2 races. Rhys was the same as Volantis. Before the arrival of Valeglia, there were no other races in the area. Therefore, the ancient Valeglia bloodline was still very strong in the people of Rhys. They had blue or purple eyes, silver or platinum hair, and smooth white skin. However, they were different from Valeglia's Dragon King. In a cultural environment that revered literature and drama, the people of Rhys lost their martial spirit and practical spirit. A life where pleasure reigned supreme made their bodies even more slender and beautiful. Even the men had long curly hair, and they all wore fragrant cologne. Such charming and weak men were unable to do heavy physical work. Therefore, slaves were introduced, becoming an indispensable foundation that maintained the prosperity and even existence of the city. It was also because of this that Rhys was determined to join the alliance, sending a fleet to conquer Slavers' Bay. But similarly, after the men lost their bloodlust, it was easier for the country to be defeated mentally. 7 levels of hell. In front of a white marble palace that resembled the arch structure of ancient Rome on earth, Tyrion stood on tiptoe and looked around. He said to Hound beside him in disbelief, "She's so arrogant, yet she's still alive. Do the people of Rhys still have balls?" Hound also had a complicated expression. "I didn't expect the Dragon Queen to be so powerful, not to mention that she's just a dragon mother. Even if she was a female dragon, she wouldn't be able to make the kings of the 7 kingdoms bow down to her." The shock on the dwarf's face did not dissipate for a long time. They came out to fish for evil gods, but unexpectedly found that many people of Rhys were walking on the streets, all the way to the prince's palace in the center of the city. Therefore, the 2 curious people also followed. Then they saw an unbelievable scene. A familiar woman held a sheepskin scroll, passed through the forest of 10,000 people, and walked towards the palace gate in high spirits. She even shouted loudly, "That's right, my husband is the Dragon Queen's dog. My husband and I have long pledged our loyalty to her. Look carefully, this is the proof. You all know my identity. I'm the daughter of a count in an old town in Westeros. I have the right to see the Dragon Queen. This time, I returned to the Westeros to complain to the Dragon Queen about you. I can tell you responsibly that the Queen is very angry, and the consequences will be severe." Chapter 984. Didn't you say that Chui Gu and I betrayed the alliance and became the Queen's spies? Linnes held her head high and chest out, like a victorious general waving his banner. She held up the proof of being a slave. "I'll lay my cards on the table. That's right, we are Dragon Queen's spies. We betrayed the alliance. What can you do to us?" She was small, but it was as if she had suddenly grown into a giant. When she took a big step forward, the slave soldiers in front of the prince's palace took a step back, not knowing what to do. The well-dressed nobleman behind them had an ugly expression. He clenched his fists and moved his lips, but he couldn't give a clear order. The surrounding freedmen and slaves in the square either had a solemn expression or cursed loudly or looked happy, or they had 1,000 different emotions. But they only looked at her, and none of them dared to make a move. Do you know the result of the great battle of Meereen? Like a seesaw, the weaker the Rhys on one end, the higher Linnes on the other end, and the stronger her aura. The alliance had hundreds of thousands of soldiers, and the total number of soldiers was more than the Rhys freedmen. But when faced with Dragon Queen, they couldn't fight back at all. I saw it with my own eyes. The giant god turtle controlled the torrential flood, as if it was washing urine in a pool of feces. An army of 100,000 was gone in the blink of an eye. Do you know the Battle of Winterfell? Millions of undead monsters spread out for dozens of miles. The sky was dark, and no fire was allowed. The frost god's forbidden spell froze Winterfell into an iceberg thousands of meters high. Such a powerful frost god, an undead army, should have swept across the entire Westeros, but it was ended by one person. You know the fall of the Western region, the storm of swords, the battle of the 100 regiments. The more Linnes spoke, the more agitated she became. She became a dragon mother braggart and told them all about the Dragon Queen's deeds on Dragonstone Island. She didn't even exaggerate, because those deeds were already very exaggerated to her. Dragon Queen isn't human at all. She's God, the savior, the child of the era, the destined human emperor. She concluded loudly, going against the Dragon Queen is suicide. Not only does she have hundreds of thousands of roaring warriors under her command, she also has hundreds of thousands of guards of the Mother of Dragons at Slave Bay. Millions of Westeros knights have also pledged their loyalty to her. Her soldiers outnumber the entire population of Rhys. What right do you have to resist? How do you resist? Do Westeros have 1,000,000 knights? Some people might believe it if he said 100,000, but 1,000,000 is obviously bragging. In a corner of the square, Hound ridiculed. Perhaps I'm not bragging. The dwarf furrowed his brows and said, "You've also heard of the Battle of 100 Regiments. It involves 200 castles and towns. I estimate that no less than 300,000 troops were mobilized. It's normal for it to be called 1,000,000. The Hound was startled and said, "But they did not swear allegiance to the Queen. They must want to pledge their loyalty, but the Queen won't allow it." The dwarf sighed. "I've seen too many similar situations. In the Western Territory, those lords who were rescued by the Volunteer Corps leaned over to pledge their loyalty to the Queen right in front of me. I only know that the Dragon Queen is famous in the Westeros for her fighting prowess, but I didn't expect her to have such a high status in the free trade city-states." With just one sentence, she turned a former prisoner slave into the Queen of Rhys. The Hound muttered, "The Rhys are too cowardly. We Westeros are not like that." The dwarf looked around with disdain at the Rhys, who were angry, but did not dare to speak up, let alone attack. "Think about my sister. Back then, she only had the King's Landing left, but she also wanted to pull down the Dragon Queen. Take a look at Stannis now. I know, you little devil." A slender middle-aged man, wearing jasmine perfume, leaned over and stared at the dwarf. "We Rhys are not cowardly. We're just more rational. We're not as crazy as you Westeros. Your horse sister is the Mad King III. Stannis even sacrificed his daughter, so he's the Mad King IV. The dwarf looked carefully at the silver-haired middle-aged man who interrupted them, but could not find any impression of him in his memory. He raised his guard. It was normal for famous people to be familiar with him, but he did not forget the role he was playing. He was bait to catch the evil god, not a tourist who was bored enough to come and watch the Rhys bustle. He leaned slightly to the side and put on a pose where he could hide behind the fat Rhys woman. Then he said with a relaxed expression, "Actually, you've misunderstood Stannis. He sacrificed his daughter to summon the demon dragon for the Asha prophecy and to save the world. Then he's even crazier," the jasmine-scented Rhys said. The dwarf chuckled. "That's where you're wrong. Stannis is one of the few true knights in the Seven Kingdoms. In terms of character and ambition, no one in the Seven Kingdoms nobles can compare to him. You're crazy too," the Rhys man said strangely. "That's what the Dragon Queen said." The dwarf's expression seemed to be mocking, and a ray of light in his eyes stared at the slightest expression on the Rhys man's face. "The Queen said that humans are good people, but there are very few good gods in the world. Most of the evil gods are extremely vicious and love to lure mortals into depravity. The number one hero of the Seven Kingdoms was dragged into hell by Lalo. The Queen also said that sooner or later she will cleanse the universe and return the world to its former glory." The man's eyebrows twitched a few times, and he said a few perfunctory words before turning to leave. I thought he would say, "The Dragon Queen is crazy too." The dwarf turned his head and smiled at the Hound, who was holding the hilt of his sword. Sangs narrowed his eyes and locked onto the middle-aged Reese man's figure. He said slowly, maybe he doesn't dare to say that a piece of paper has already scared them into quails. You're the illegitimate brother of the Dragon Queen. But he already said it with his eyes. Tyrion gave him a look and quietly followed him. Most people wouldn't understand what I said at all, but his eyes showed that he understood everything. We're just baiting the enemy. The Hound hesitated. There are so many people here. No one dares to act rashly, Tyrion said as he shrunk his body like a little monkey and disappeared into the crowd. Soldiers, are you going to hurt the loyal servants of Misha of the slaves? Linny's performance was still going on and was nearing its climax. The blue and black caped slave soldiers turned their heads several times and used their eyes to ask the trade princes and nobles for instructions, but they didn't receive any clear orders. They couldn't help but lower the spears in their hands, and the tight defensive formation also became lax. Seeing this, Linny's directly climbed the white jade steps in front of the arched hall. As she walked, she shouted loudly, without Chui Ji's understanding of the situation and his timely submission to the Empress. Would the 100 warships that were sent to Slave Bay have returned, you lot would have sunk into the sea to feed the turtles. Chui Gu and I saved you. Chui Gu and I are Reese's saviors. The expressions of the nobles at the top of the stone steps were ugly, but they couldn't refute her. They were either in the navy that was attacking Dragon Queen, or their family members were officers in the fleet. Under the tragic background of the Alliance being wiped out, Reese's fleet that was able to protect itself was so eye-catching. Many people even knew that Chui Gu was a spy for Dragon Queen, but they still supported him to be Prince Reese. The murder of Chui Gu by the radical faction was out of many people's expectations. From the bottom of their hearts, the upper echelons of Reese even hoped that Chui Gu would continue to be a loyal dog for the Empress and protect Reese's political and economic autonomy. Chui Gu was dead, and Reese lost contact with Dragon Queen. When the long night ended, what would happen if Dragon Queen led the Slave Bay army to the west? It was said that Dragon Queen could easily control the wind to drive the sleigh bus, and she could use the blade storm without restrictions to kill millions of living dead. Reese was an island country, and the strength that guarded the city was mainly the fleet. No matter how large the fleet was, would it survive against Dragon Queen, who could change the direction of the wind at will? It was good enough that the slave soldiers that protected Reese from the invasion of foreign enemies did not betray the slave Misha. Wasn't it difficult for them to face the blade storm head-on, taking a step back? Even if the slave soldiers were all brave, millions of living dead could not withstand the blade storm. What was the use of less than 10,000 Reese slave soldiers? Therefore, Linny's could flaunt her power in front of the Reese people with a servant certificate. She and her certificate were the security that some Reese people subconsciously hoped for. Your Majesty, the Prince of Trade, and the noble parliament seemed to be planning to surrender. The prince's palace was located in the east and faced the west, facing the sea cliff. The palace was built against the mountain, and the west was a flat square. There were bustling commercial areas in the north and south. At this time, in a 2-story building facing the street north of the square, a beautiful girl in a red velvet dress supported her forehead with her hand and looked at the palace. Behind the girl in the red dress, a girl in a blue dress who was equally beautiful and even had a similar charming temperament stood with her hands by her side. Her attitude was respectful. How should we decide, Lord God? A mere mortal woman, a mere piece of scrap paper. Just kill her directly. A rough and sharp male voice came from under the beautiful girl's dress. It was a short man sitting on a thick blanket with his back against the fence. The girl in the red dress opened up, covering his head and most of his body. It was as if she was using his head as a stool. You can't kill her. I don't want to have a conflict with Danny Reese. The girl in the red dress could not sit still. She swayed and looked intoxicated. She breathed in softly and said, "Chui Ji's death was an accident. I am actually very satisfied with him. Very satisfied in all aspects. He secretly sided with the Dragon Queen, which can prevent Reese from becoming the #1 battlefield." Clap! The sound of a slap came from under the velvet dress. Then the man laughed and scolded, "Slut, you think too much. Because I am beautiful to begin with. Isn't that so? You're so beautiful that you're mesmerizing." The man sighed and said, "But you're so beautiful, and you're such a coward. The Dragon Queen might not let you go." "It's not that she might not, but she definitely wants to kill me. I can clearly feel it." The girl in the red dress smile disappeared, and her expression turned gloomy. "I've been in human civilization for tens of thousands of years, and this is the first time I've been enveloped by such a strong sense of death. Even now, I've reached the peak of pleasure with you, but the fear of a sharp sword hanging over my neck has not dissipated at all. If it weren't for this damned sense of danger, why would I have left Koar? Why would I have joined forces with Lalo? When night falls, I'm the same as you. I plan to stay in the house and avoid the calamity, but sigh." The man sighed empathetically. "If you can't avoid it, then take the initiative to attack. At least seize the initiative. If you're so overcautious and cowardly, you'll definitely suffer a great loss in the end." The girl in the red dress laughed again. "When 10 people hunt a tiger, there will definitely be casualties. 2 or 3 dead, 5 or 6 injured, and 1 or 2 left. It's already a complete victory. I have the intention to kill the tiger, but I don't want to become a casualty. Therefore, the best choice is to stand at the foot of the mountain and cheer for the tiger hunters. Then I'll give the victor the best consolation, just like now." Chapter 9, 85. Slut. Under the red velvet pleated skirt, the sound of a slap could be heard. "Saying such things in front of the tiger hunters, you're so cheap." "I can't help it. Only heroes can hunt tigers. I'm weak. I don't have the strength. You're a rare high-level law god, and you can sing more than one law song," the man said with a complicated tone. "The laws I understand are not suitable for direct combat." The red-dressed goddess shook her head. "You don't need to fight directly, as long as you dare to fight." The man smiled coldly. "Kill this clown called Linus. Maybe Danny Lilith will come to Reese personally." The red-dressed goddess mocked. "Reese is only a few hundred kilometers away from Yonghalberd City. Maybe she can come here in an instant with a few space-time spells. But if she comes, do you dare to fight her?" The man's tone stagnated, and he shouted sharply, "If we all attack together, the Justice Alliance has so many true gods. Are we afraid of her? When she was in Mireen that day, why didn't you all attack her? Now that she's on Dragonstone Island, why didn't you all attack her? If you can really kill her, why do you need to scheme and kidnap her illegitimate brother?" The red-dressed goddess mocked. "If we work together and don't fear death, we can definitely kill her." The man said in a low voice, "That's the problem. Can we be fearless?" The goddess in the red dress smiled bitterly. Just like the example of 10 people hunting a tiger that I mentioned before, that was actually the best result. They finally succeeded in hunting the tiger. You and I are gods, overlooking all living things. How many real cases have we seen over the years? Tigers appear outside the village and affect the villagers' lives. Warriors form teams to hunt them down, but 9 out of 10 times they return in failure. Sometimes the whole team is wiped out, and they all end up in the tiger's belly. Dragon Queen is a dragon stronger than a tiger, and her strength is concentrated in her body. We're not even as brave as the villagers who hunt tigers, because the villagers hunt tigers not only for their own survival, but also to protect their families. We only want to protect ourselves. So We're not willing to sacrifice our lives to help our allies. We formed an alliance to save our own lives. Sacrificing 8 people and 2 surviving is foreseeable, but absolutely unacceptable. Unless you're sure you're the one who survives. The man was silent. If the righteous alliance were to attack the Dragon Queen, they might not suffer 80% casualties, but no one was confident that they could survive, including Lalo, Night Lion, and a few other big shots. All the gods were smart people. If they weren't smart, they couldn't become gods at all. All the gods were greedy for life and afraid of death. Those who weren't afraid of death, such as the old gods in Westeros, had died long ago. Now, all that was left was a group of intelligent, yet fearful gods. Awkward. After a while, the girl in the blue dress reminded the goddess in a low voice, "Main god, should we kill Linny's or let her be?" The man said slowly, "It's still too much to let a mortal flaunt his prowess in front of Rhys with a slave certificate. You are a god that stands at the peak of the world, Lizzy's master. You can't beat the Dragon Queen, but you even avoided her mad dog. Isn't that too cowardly?" The goddess rolled her eyes and asked in return, "If the preaching team goes to Kohor, do you dare to arrange for the Black Goat Priest and the city guards to kill Chizon? I left Kohor long ago. Everything will be decided by the Grand Duke of the Kingdom," the man said hesitantly. He. The goddess laughed sarcastically. "Wire, tell the prince and the council elders that everything will be done according to the rules. I only have one request. I hope they can make the best choice for Lizzy." The girl in the blue dress received the order and left. Soon, the palace announced something to the people. The square was immediately filled with commotion. One could vaguely hear words such as "Amelon family is rehabilitated," and re-electing the prince. Amelon was Treg's surname. Now that Treg was rehabilitated. It was clear that the most beneficial choice for Lizzy's nobles was to raise a white flag to the Dragon Queen. Linny's inherited Treg's wealth and political legacy, so she would most likely participate in the prince election. Similar to the Pentos government, Lizzy had many trading princes, but there was only one prince who ruled the city, elected from dozens of families. However, Prince Lizzy did not lose his authority. Although he would sometimes be drained of his royal blood by the goddess or the goddess friends, he would not die in an open sacrifice. For example, Treg was assassinated by the radicals and thrown into the sea. It had nothing to do with the gods or sacrifices. This treatment was much better than that of the Pentos princes. Therefore, the trading princes with real power who had Valeglia's bloodline were also keen to participate in the election. Linny's received Treg's wealth, so she was a standard trading prince. Of course, she had the right to participate in the election, and there was even a high chance that she would be chosen. Prince Lizzy could not be inherited by father and son, but he was a lifelong ruler. The fact that the new prince who replaced Treg took the initiative to abdicate was already very clear. Understanding this, the man in the red dress could not help but sigh. A great heavenly god who has lived longer than human history actually succumbed to the words of a mere mortal, and these words were not even spoken clearly. This is too depressing. What's the point of living like this? You also said that we have existed longer than human history, compared to an eternal and limitless life of indulgence. A few short years of dejection is like a pool of urine in the sea. After pausing for a moment, the goddess licked her lips and said with a seductive look, "Actually, I have been high and mighty for too long. It's also interesting to be scolded. If the Dragon Queen is willing, even if she steps on my face with her iron boots and makes me lick her bottom, I will gladly do it. I guarantee that I will serve her comfortably and all her anger will disappear." Feeling that the goddess tap was suddenly turned on, the man sneered and said, "She will slap you to death with a cold expression as if she was stepping on a cockroach. She is the king of evil gods, different from us normal gods. She is bloodthirsty and will kill gods without blinking. She has no rationality and cannot be communicated with. He emphasized. The goddess shuddered, and the lust in her heart was extinguished instantly like a long night. The goddess dispersed her lust, and there was a murderous look on her face. Once the Justice Alliance takes care of Danny Leasy, Linny's can be given to you to chew on. It will take at least a few months, or at most a year or two. It will be over by taking a nap. That's true. At this moment, a charming girl in a purple dress came in with a silver-haired middle-aged man. They stopped behind the screen. My Lord Murthea, you are the moon and stars in the sky. The middle-aged man had the fragrance of jasmine on him. He was the one who took the initiative to talk to the dwarf. Behind the screen, he knelt down and skillfully shouted the greetings of the believers of the goddess of lust. Your Majesty, the divine, descendant holy monk who has been hiding in the Temple of Seven Gods for almost a week has finally appeared. He is in the square of the palace. The goddess frowned. In front of me, don't call him divine, descendant holy monk. I am not interested in his bloodline. Yes, your disciple will remember. The hem of the pleated skirt was lifted, revealing a black goat head, the deformed and thin dwarf body, the head of a huge black goat, blood-red eyes, and golden goat horns that were like machetes. The long and narrow goat face should have been a little funny, but on his body there was a majestic and holy aura that made people unable to look directly at him, especially that pair of goat horns that emitted golden light. They were like the world's most sacred, sturdiest, and sharpest holy weapons. Although the black fur on his face was now wet, is the dwarf alone? The black goat asked solemnly. And Chizong's third disciple, Hound, just the two of them? How dare they? The black goat's blood red, eyes narrowed. Could it be a trap? Where is Chizong? The middle-aged man shook his head and said, I didn't see Chizong come out. There shouldn't be any conspiracy. The matter with Linny's is too big. Look, the entire Reese is alarmed. It's not strange for Tyrion to come out and watch the show. Also, there are so many people in the square of the palace. There shouldn't be any villains causing trouble in public. They don't have to be afraid of anything. Humph. As long as the opportunity is right, what's the big deal about killing people in public? The black goat sneered. The middle-aged man hesitated and said, If that's the case, today is a rare opportunity. They think that we will be worried about the feelings of the mortals and will definitely be careless. Next time, The goddess suddenly covered her mouth and giggled. They still want to scheme against others, but they don't know that they have become someone else's target. The silver-haired, middle-aged man looked up in confusion. The screen embroidered with erotic pictures of the summer islands was not thick. He could vaguely see the alluring figure of the woman behind it. Your Majesty, Tyrion is here, the goddess said directly. The goddess directly replied. They've followed you to the gate of the Garden of Desire. Hesitating whether or not they should enter, the middle-aged man's face turned pale. He muttered, They are so vigilant that they became suspicious just because they tried to strike up a conversation? I only asked you to monitor them. Why did you talk to him? The black goat scolded sternly. In order to eavesdrop on their conversation, I was very close to them. At that time, Tyrion was belittling the Reese people for being cowards. If I didn't react at all, it would have been very strange. Secondly, I wanted to get some information. Lastly, I wanted to get familiar with them today so that the next time we meet, it won't be too abrupt. The middle-aged man explained. The black goat took out his right hand from under the goddess' red dress. His palm was covered in black fur. He held a horn with 3 fingers. The goddess let out a soft moan. Throwing the horn to the goddess, the 3-meter-tall black goat began to tidy up his armor. It was a set of dark green, fine-scaled armor. The scales were the size of mung beans, light and flexible. Start the operation immediately. I will bring people to get the dwarf, he said. Wait. The goddess then put the sticky horn on the balcony railing. She pulled the black goat and said seriously, "You promise me that you won't attack the sutra teaching team in the Desire Garden." The Desire Garden was the temple of the Desire Goddess. Just like the accident in the great cathedral of Baylor, the 7 gods would definitely be responsible. Murthia was afraid of being the first target of the Dragon Queen. He did not dare to fight with the Dragon Queen. He was afraid of death. He even planned that if the Justice Alliance was destroyed, he would give up his great foundation in the human world and immediately escape to the Far East Dark World. This is a rare opportunity. We can't miss it. The black goat said in a deep voice, "Do you want me to die?" The goddess was about to cry. The black goat sighed and hugged the goddess tightly. He said softly, "If this operation fails, you will leave Reese and hide in the barren land for a few years." The goddess leaned back and begged, "Reese, it's I dash. Ouch, my head. Who hit me with a stick?" The goddess' expression froze. The black goat's eyes were fierce. Chapter 986. On the north street of the palace square, under a red maple tree with scattered leaves, the dwarf used the tree trunk to cover his tracks as he looked towards the entrance of the Garden of Desire. Hound approached him from another direction and whispered, "That guy entered the Garden of Desire. What should we do?" "I want to go in, but..." The dwarf looked at the pink wall with a long row of red lanterns hanging in the north and said helplessly, "We are both hot-blooded good men. Entering the Passion Garden is like a hungry wolf entering a sheep pen. Can we hold it in? But who can be sure that it's not a tiger in sheep's clothing?" "I think we might be too suspicious," Hound said hesitantly. "Maybe that guy is just an ordinary leezy, and he's going to the Garden of Desire to pass the time." "Why aren't all demons hiding in the Garden of Desire?" the dwarf asked. Hound reached into his pocket and took out a gold coin, opening it in his palm. The gold coin wasn't round, but a slender oval. The reason it was oval was because the picture on it was a long strip, a graceful and coquettish woman. The face couldn't be seen clearly, but the lines of the woman's body were extremely beautiful. "Why are you showing me Lizzie's gold coin?" The dwarf didn't understand. Hound's eyes flashed and asked, "Have you noticed the currencies of the cities in the Narrow Sea?" The dwarf fell into deep thought. Hound said calmly, "The Westeros call it the Golden Dragon. Everyone knows what the dragon represents. Korhol's gold coin has a black goat on it, while Tyrosh's gold coin has the divine tower of the 3-headed god on it." The dwarf nodded and said, "The goddess of desire is Lizzie's true master. Let's say the Iron Throne prepared a group of assassins with the intention of murdering the Bravos diplomatic group that came to the King's Landing for a state visit. Would the king hide the assassins in the Red Keep?" Hound said, "If it was my sister or Joffrey, they might just let the gold-robed man take action and announce that it was the assassins who did it," the dwarf said. The corner of Hound's mouth twitched. A king with a normal brain would know how to avoid suspicion. For example, finding a place to hide the assassins in a flea nest. For the king, this isn't troublesome. At least, it's easier than hiding a large number of assassins in the Red Keep. In this way, killing the emissary would give the Iron Throne an excuse to evade Bravo's accountability. I thought that the goddess of lust wouldn't dare to directly fall out with the Dragon Queen. Otherwise, he would have made his move on the first day we came to Reese. The dwarf pondered for a bit before replying. "What you said makes sense, but the way deities think is different from mortals. Then what do you think we should do?" The hound looked in the direction of the palace. Lady Linny's seems to have turned the tables. With a piece of paper, he went from a slave to the noblest person in Reese. Hearing the various voices coming from the plaza, he could not help but sigh. The dwarf only casually glanced at the palace before retracting his gaze and saying, We won't enter the Passion Garden. We'll just circle around the entrance and alert the enemy. Let's see how they react." Acting rashly and alerting the enemy, Hound pondered. Thus, the two of them crossed the road and came to the pink walls of the Passion Garden. Although the Passion Garden had built a wall on the side facing the street, it did not completely give up the advantage of overlooking the commercial street and the palace square. Close to the wall, there was a row of 2- or 3-story buildings made of brick and wood. Above the second floor, there was even a balcony that extended to the sidewalk on the street. The red lanterns hanging on the wall were actually hanging down from the balcony. Tyrion and the Hound did not look around. They lowered their heads and walked past the balcony of the building. From time to time, they could hear the sound of wind instruments, men and women flirting, drinking, and having fun. There were even indescribable sounds of applause and intense breathing. This was the reason why the buildings were built like this. As long as a normal man had money in his pocket, who would be able to resist walking under the decadent red light? The dwarf gritted his teeth and said, "I can't hold it in any longer. When we get to Slave Bay, I'll definitely—" Ouch! But as he walked, a thick stick fell from the sky and hit him on the top of his head. There was even the sound of a rolling pin hitting the insides of an electric rice cooker. The dwarf was furious. He stood still and was about to curse, but when he turned around to look, he did not expect to see a beautiful and enchanting woman. She had a head of hair that was as bright as gold and reached her waist. Her eyebrows were curved like the crescent moon, and her big eyes sparkled with thousands of emotions. She had a small mouth and a fine nose. There was a natural blush on her fair cheeks. Her soft body was like a flower bud, but there were 2 huge peaks in front of her chest. She was using her slender fingers to cover her mouth. She looked down with joy, resentment, and guilt. Her eyes met the dwarf's little plum face. Little Plum Face did not need much to unify the aesthetics of billions of men and women on Earth. Most importantly, the dwarf's eyes had an additional effect. One was black, and the other was green. They were beautiful and mysterious. The strengthened version of Pan Jinlian met the best Shimin-Ching, who was as tall as Wu Dalong. This gaze seemed to last forever. The dwarf stared at her blankly. 2 streams of warmth flowed from his nostrils to his lips. His spirit left his body and flew somewhere. Ouch, you hit your nose. It's bleeding. The big eyes of the woman upstairs were full of guilt and concern. Just one look was enough to warm a heart that had been frozen for a long night. Shimin Ru's eyes widened. He did not answer or blink. Not only him, but Go Erlang on the side also had the same expression. He looked up blankly. 2 streams of blood flowed from his nostrils. As mentioned before, a row of red lanterns hung on the outer wall of the Passion Garden. The lanterns actually stretched out from the floor of the balcony on the second floor. Therefore, standing under the balcony, through the gaps of the wooden railings, one could clearly see the skirt of the goddess on the balcony, as well as a pair of long white legs under the skirt. There was also something that was tightly clenched, white, and wet. It was unknown what it was. Ouch, you're so naughty. Where are you looking? The goddess blushed. Her ocean blue eyes seemed to be stained with a layer of crimson mist. She covered her face with both hands. Nothing was covered. She stamped her feet and closed her legs. Nothing was covered. Instead, a pair of white and small feet were exposed. Miss, you work here? The dwarf swallowed his salty saliva. The blood from his nose poured into his open mouth. The goddess hesitated for a moment. At this moment, the black goat behind her used his soul to transmit a message in all directions. Get ready to move. Then, the evil gods hidden in all the remote corners of Reese City were ready to move. They stretched their limbs gathered their divine power and began to prepare a big move. The goddess heard it too. She wanted to stop them. Don't do it in the Passion Garden. The goddess's telepathic message spread in all directions. The evil gods who were ready to move were stunned. It's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Don't hesitate. Even if you lose the foundation of the Summer Sea, you still have the entire Jade Sea. The black goat said anxiously, "Don't make a move first. He has been completely mesmerized by me. Let's see how I squeeze his blood dry. I don't want a single drop of holy blood. I'll give it all to you. I only have one request. You can only make a move when his blood runs dry, and he leaves the Passion Garden in a sickly state." Then she transmitted a message to Wu Dalong, Black Goat alone. "I can give up the Passion Garden in the Summer Sea, but it cannot be directly related to Tyrion's death. He is the closest person to the Dragon Queen. No matter who kills him, they will become her greatest enemy. Even if the Alliance kills her in the end, with her strength, she will be able to drag her greatest enemy down with her. I don't want to die." The black goat nodded helplessly and quickly retreated behind the screen. The whole process took a long time to describe, but the telepathic message actually happened in the blink of an eye, in the eyes of the dwarf and the hound. The goddess only hesitated for a moment before blushing and nodding. "My name is Yaya. I'm in Building 7. Yaya, are you free? I want to talk to you about life and ideals." The dwarf wiped the blood from his nose and raised his head, putting on the most imposing posture. "Bad guy, you already know the answer." The goddess's watery eyes seemed to emit 1,000,000 volts of high-voltage electricity. Even though they were one floor apart, the dwarf was electrified. The dwarf could not even bear to blink. He asked foolishly, "I don't know." The goddess glanced at the dwarf's feet with her electrifying eyes. The dwarf and the hound followed the goddess's gaze and looked over. The next moment, their breathing quickened, and they immediately had a physiological reaction. It was a foot-long, tortoise-head stick, as thick as a child's arm. It was carved out of fishbean wood, and the handle was inlaid with bean-sized rubies, pearls, and cat's-eye stones. The goddess had casually placed the horn-colored object that the black goat had given her on the fence. The fence was made of red bricks as wide as a palm, and the horn-colored object was a foot long, 30 centimeters. When the black goat hugged it, the goddess accidentally knocked it down when she leaned back, and it landed on Tyrion's head. Gulp, the dwarf and the hound looked at the object in a daze and swallowed their saliva at the same time. They bent down at the same time and wanted to pick up the horn-colored object. It was sticky and wet, but it emitted a kind of decadent fragrance that made them go crazy. At this moment, they completely understood the goddess's meaning. Miss Yaya would definitely be free. If there was a guest at home, would she still need this object to comfort herself? The night is long, and business is getting harder and harder. I've been lonely for a few months. The goddess explained shyly. It was reasonable that the business of the Long Night Academy was not good. It was also reasonable that she would invite the horn-colored object after being lonely for a few months. As for why the other brothels had business, but this beauty, who was known as the most beautiful woman in the world, was alone in her room. Sorry, the shrewdness in the dwarf's brain had all melted into lust. It was more reasonable that mortals could not resist the temptation of the god of law. Yaya, I'm here to talk about ideals with you. The dwarf ran to the door anxiously. The hound pulled him back, his eyes red, and panted heavily. "No, you can't go." "Why?" The dwarf slapped his hand away impatiently. "Because I'm not going to talk about ideals with her. I'm going to fuck her." The hound took a few steps back and accelerated forward. He suddenly jumped up and placed one palm on the fence, then used all his strength to climb up. "Damn it, Yaya is mine." The stick hit my head. This is my fate. The dwarf was so angry that he stomped his feet and cursed. You have a fiancé, but I don't have a wife. I want to marry Yaya. The hound had a crazed look on his face, as if he had gone mad. He looked like Dotu when he was fighting a tiger. I don't want Elaine anymore. I don't want anything. I only want Yaya. The dwarf rushed over, grabbed the hound's calf, and pulled with all his strength. He could not move it. Roar God's descent. The dwarf's muscles swelled, and his body was filled with strength. He pulled the hound down in an instant. Bam! The hound fell to the ground like a rag doll. You piss me off. Holy white light began to surge on his body, and his energy and injuries quickly recovered. He wrestled with the little giant Tyrion. I'm Lonlister, Sangze. You're my servant. Fuck Tywin. I'm Prince Sion. You dare to disobey me? Fuck Mad King. I'm the brother of the Holy Mother. You want to betray your faith? Bah. Fuck Joanna. I'm your senior brother. You should listen to me. Fuck Chizong. The goddess stood upstairs in a daze, looking at the two people who were cursing and punching each other. She did not know what to do. Actually, you can come up together, she said softly. Shimin Ru, Do Tu Tu. Their movements froze, and their strange gazes met. In an instant, countless thoughts crossed. In the end, they sighed softly and nodded. At this moment, mighty heavenly dragon. Chapter 987. Shimin Ru and Go Erlang didn't come out to see Linus, nor did they want to visit the brothel. What happened today was too coincidental, as if it was God's will. Just as the teaching team was about to take the initiative, Linus came to Reese on her brother's pterodactyl. Garth put down his sister and left, but he was dressed as a white knight, and everyone on the dock saw him. So Linus made a big fuss. As bait, Shimin Ru and Go Erlang had fishing lines behind them, and there were people fishing behind the lines. Arya was the fishing line. She was the most outstanding faceless person. As long as she didn't use her supernatural power, even the goddess of lust thought she was an ordinary Reese person. Also, Arya hid in the crowd on the square of the palace across the road, and Dany didn't notice her peeping. In the beginning, when she saw the two men arguing over a seductress, Arya scolded them loudly. None of the men are good. But when the dwarf used God's descent, and the hound activated the paladin's divine spell, she suddenly realized that there was a problem. Because no matter how lustful they were, they shouldn't use divine spells on the side of the road, and they shouldn't use offensive divine spells on their own people. You don't even need to consider the big picture. If you use up all your divine power now, when the evil god arrives, what will you use to resist? The number of divine spell slots was limited, especially the dwarf. He had faith in the Holy Mother, but he wasn't fanatical, so he didn't accumulate much power of faith every day. The hound could do it, but the dwarf couldn't. So Arya immediately informed Master Chizong behind the fishing line that the evil gods had taken the bait, and the mastermind was the goddess of lust. Chizong sighed, helplessly. We're in big trouble this time. I thought Myrthea was weak and wouldn't fall out with the Dragon Queen, but I didn't expect her to be so tough and decisive. I told you not to underestimate her. Just because she's a woman, the crow said. Look at all the women in Westeros. Which one of them is simple? Arya said. Chizong said sincerely, I was wrong. Myrthea is a pink Valkyrie. Even if her priesthood has nothing to do with fighting, her fighting spirit is worthy of the title of Valkyrie. Throughout our journey, he is the first city-state lord to directly attack the Sutra teaching team. Chizong could be considered to have seen the world by now. He knew many things that were top secret to ordinary people, but were common knowledge to deities. For example, every trading city-state had many gods stationed there, especially those churches with temples. Almost all of them relied on one or more gods behind them. Although Chizong had always found it strange that the Holy Mother was so real and so powerful. Why was there only a small holy church in Bravos? Perhaps the Church of the Seven Gods was too righteous and did not fit in with the demons. In almost every city, there was a god who held the dominant belief. He could be called the head of the gods in the city, also known as the main god. For example, the crocodile god of Pentos and the three-headed god of Tyrosh. Although they died under Chizong's palm, they did not directly attack. The crocodile god didn't dare to provoke Chizong, and the others at all, because Pentos was too close to Dragonstone Island. Tyroshi's three-headed god died in Mill, disguised himself, and mixed in with a group of evil gods. Why? Because a fool could not become a god. As long as one was not a fool, they would not be willing to directly fall out with the Dragon Queen. This was just like how bandits liked to wear masks. They were not afraid of doing bad things, but they were afraid of being targeted, unless they were like the four devils of the Narrow Sea, who had no fixed abode and immediately hid in the corners of the world after finishing a job. That was why Chizong was willing to call the delicate Myrtea the number 1 Valkyrie of the Narrow Sea. Since Valkyrie Myrtea is so confident that she is not even afraid of the Dragon Queen, then I have no choice but to use my ultimate move. Chizong's expression was unprecedentedly serious. What ultimate move? Aria's crow asked in surprise. Just wait and see. The people monitoring the Seven Gods temple did not see Chizong leave, but he did not leave the holy church through the main door. Instead, he carried Varys and took off, arriving in the sky covered by dark gray clouds. There was a slowly circling pterosaur, Tessa, fixing Varys on the dragon's saddle. Chizong had a big crow stand on his shoulder, allowing Tessa to bring them around 5,000 meters above the dwarf's head. At that moment, Chizong unbuckled his belt and stood up from the saddle. With a leap of faith, under the big crow and Varys' bewildered gazes, he directly jumped down. Along with the sound of clothes fluttering, Chizong sighed and said, "Great mighty heavenly dragon, whirlwind clouds." Hum, 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 the sky blue stones shattered one by one, turning into wisps of green wind ribbons that surrounded Chizong's body. Circle after circle, like a green spinning top, the speed of his descent increased. Even faster when Shiman Ru and Go Erlang made peace, helping each other up, and hurriedly walked towards the entrance of the Passion Garden. A dignified roar came from the sky. Although the voice was louder and more dignified, they immediately recognized who it was. Not just the two of them, after being stunned for a moment. The lazy people in number 7 Xiaolu and the surrounding people who heard the voice also knew who it was, because this was the only one great mighty heavenly dragon. The angry roar was like the creation god's heaven-splitting axe, about to split the sky, about to cleave Lizzie Island in half. Looks like he came prepared. The goddess looked at the green shooting star descending from the sky, the charming expression on her face completely disappearing, her eyes filled with killing intent. She said coldly, "No wonder everyone calls him the masked evil monk. The so-called benevolent, bright, and just child of the seven saints actually doesn't care about martial virtues, deceiving and ambushing me. I am a flower like jade, a tranquil and non-battle god. Is this all right?" "Dodge. Chizong is coming fiercely," Black Goat said anxiously. The goddess was cold and emotionless. "I am a supreme heavenly god who cultivated the 10,000 flowers. I grasp the songs of the 3 laws of lust, beauty, and youth. A mere spirit, not Danny Leasy herself. Is it worthy for me to dodge?" Her skin became as translucent as pink crystals, visible to the naked eye. Red divine power as vast as the sea flowed in her blood vessels and bone marrow, and in the end, it surged out from her body, forming countless red ribbons, 1 zhang wide, the manifestation of laws and domains. The ribbons carried endless pink mist, extending endlessly, winding towards the green shooting star in the sky. It was as if in that instant a beautiful and flirtatious red flower bloomed. The flower bud blossomed, pink mist enveloping several kilometers in the surroundings. North Street, the noisy royal palace, and the plaza were all suffused with a faint red mist. It was as if a pause button had been pressed. The shouts stopped, the movements of their hands stopped. Then their eyes became scarlet red, full of desire, their skin becoming red and hot, their bodies about to burst. Roar, roar, roar. They released roars like vicious beasts in heat. Men and women, men and men, women and women, they tore at each other. Just being affected by the pink mist already resulted in this type of outcome. In that case, what about Qizong, who was wrapped in a flower bud? The green shooting star's speed slowed down, the sharp whistling sounds becoming softer. The air currents that were as fast as lightning began to become chaotic. The goddess laughed arrogantly. You dare show off your slight skill in front of an expert with such petty tricks? Black Goat let out a sigh of relief. Right as he was about to agree, he suddenly shouted, "Holy Mother, Divine Palm Second Style, whirlwind clouds." The red silk flower bud began to swell, cracking. Careful! Qizong broke free. Black Goat reminded urgently. The goddess stared blankly for a moment. Then she waved her hand again, and a second red silk flew into the sky. As expected, you came prepared. The goddess laughed. Unfortunately, I've used the 4 Holy Mother Divine Palm moves too many times. I know exactly where the upper limit of my strength lies. Holy Mother Divine Palm Third Style, super fire burning the heavens. A fire sprite self-destructed. Boom! The intense explosion instantly tore apart 2 layers of red silk, as simple as a normal person tearing apart toilet paper. A golden red fireball with a diameter of 10 meters erupted 40 meters in the sky, as if a great sun was falling. There was also a ring of thick red clouds in all directions. After the red silk exploded, it didn't immediately disappear. Instead, it spread out in all directions like a red cloud. Under the goddess' disbelieving gaze, the golden red fireball broke through the red cloud, quickly turning into the shape of a giant palm. The 10-meter wide giant palm of flames slapped down. So, there was still a killing move. The goddess revealed a look of shock, but she didn't panic. She waved her hands repeatedly, and red silk flew up one after another, wrapping around her head into a giant red ball. The huge flaming palm landed on the red ball, and a huge wave of air blew the roof tiles away. The balcony also made a cracking sound and slowly collapsed into the courtyard wall. Bio, Bwem. 4 fire spirits and 2 wind spirits self-detonated at the same time. Combined with the massive amount of Holy Mother's divine power, they all transformed into the power of a single palm strike. I was too careless. I didn't dodge. The fear in the goddess' eyes froze. Boom! The red silk balls were like eggs under leather boots. The moment the goddess's palm exploded the red ball, it landed on the goddess's head, as if she had stepped on a second egg. Then it was her soul, her delicate torso, and her limbs. The wind howled angrily and the fire raged, but not a single trace was left behind. Number 7 building was torn apart and set ablaze amidst the fierce wind and flames. The enormous shockwave even formed a visible hurricane, whistling past Reese City and all the way to the ocean in the distance, causing ripples on the surface of the ocean. Kacha, 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 kaboom. Very suddenly, above the 9 heavens, purple lightning appeared 3 times in a row, and the sky and earth trembled slightly together. It was not an illusion. The Dragon Queen on Dragonstone Island did not hear the sound of thunder or see the lightning, but she felt the world tremble 3 times. In the World Sea of Laws, 3 songs of laws that were almost complete collapsed at this moment. The heavenly God who sang them had perished. Mirthea has been killed. This is the great calamity. Even a big shot who has existed for millions of years has fallen at this moment. The gods all over the world understood. 7 hells, what exactly happened? 3 deafening thunders woke up the dwarf who had fainted in the shock wave. Yes, a brick was placed on his head. Master Chizong has made his move. He killed Yaya. She might be an evil god. This is unbelievable. Is such a beautiful evil god still an evil god? The hunting dog struggled to crawl out from under the collapsed wall and said with a dazed expression. The dwarf looked at the horn he had been holding tightly in his hand, and his expression was complicated. He sighed softly and threw it away. Arya walked over and looked at the sea of fire in front of her excitedly. This palm technique that descended from the sky, is it Master Chizong's killing move? It's so powerful. The entire building has been burned into a charred ruin. What happened? Asked the hunting dog. You caught a big fish, and then the evil god bewitched you. Have you recovered now? She asked casually. Chizong, I want you dead. Instantly, Rhys was enveloped in absolute darkness. Chapter 988. Night Lion was also in Rhys. Rhys was the place that the Alliance of Justice and Order prepared for the teaching team. Night Lion chewed on Chui Gu that day because he had an appetite and wanted to eat her. The other part was when Chui Gu and the goddess were making love. He hid in the corner and waited until he carried the goddess into the bedroom. When he saw a man lying on the bed, he felt uncomfortable. The remaining 4 points were a secret plan of his, to let the goddess of Mirthea be a target. Even the goddess knew that she could not be the target of Dragon Queen's first kill. How could Night Lion not know? Could the Alliance of Justice and Order kill Dragon Queen? Perhaps Dany felt that no one could kill her with the iron guards around her, but the Alliance of Justice and Order's power was far beyond her imagination. As long as 3 conditions were met, there was a high probability of killing Dragon Queen. First, she had to leave Westeros. Second, Dragon Queen did not ride a dragon. Lastly, the Alliance of Justice and Order was not afraid of death. If Dany was on Dragonstone Island, relying on the Westeros Heavenly Axiom and the Fire Wizard Tower, even if the evil gods of the Alliance of Justice and Order were not afraid of death, they would all die. If Dany had a dragon, she could run if she could not defeat them. This was especially important. If the wind god ran with a dragon, no one could catch up. In aerial battles, there were few gods who could defeat her in a one-on-one battle. Thirdly, could the gods of the Alliance of Justice and Order be fearless of death? They had gathered together for the sake of survival, and were definitely not fearless of death. Therefore, Night Lion, Arhro, and the other big shots had no hope of killing the Dragon Queen head-on. Even if Dragon Queen left Westeros and landed on the ground, the Alliance of Justice and Order would be united and not afraid of sacrifice. If they succeeded in killing her, how many people would die? As long as she was willing, there was an 80% chance that she could take down her biggest enemy with her. Night Lion wanted to use kidnapping, torture, and 100 ways to kill the queen's illegitimate brother to provoke the queen and make her lose her mind. He wanted to force her to find ways to increase her power and step into the Smoke Sea's ambush. The problem was, who would provoke the queen to lose her mind? If he stood out and made himself a thorn in the eyes of the Dragon Queen, the consequences would be perhaps Chui Ji's death could make the Dragon Queen focus part of her attention on the goddess. Yishur was just doing it casually. Chui Ji's incident only proved that he had the intention of letting the goddess share the burden. But since he had this intention, he would definitely make other more formal arrangements. For example, he would set the battlefield where the scripture teaching team would be destroyed at Rhys. Rhys's master was the goddess, And the leader of the evil gods was the black goat on the surface. He hid behind the scenes to ensure that the overall situation would not collapse. However, the development of the situation was too unexpected. Qizong used a palm technique that descended from the heavens, immediately slapping the goddess who comprehended 3 laws to death. Night Lion only wanted the goddess to help him attract some of the queen's hatred. He certainly did not want to see his old lover die tragically, especially when he died in such a cowardly manner. He no longer cared about attracting the hatred of the dragon queen. In a fit of rage, he directly activated the dark domain that enveloped the entire city. He let out a wild roar and wantonly made it known. At that time, Qizong was carrying a pair of golden goat horns and dark green scaled armor, walking out of the sea of flames step by step. Suddenly, a loud roar spread through Reese. "Qizong, I want you dead." The darkness was like a materialized sea of worms, spreading over from the sea 10 kilometers to the southeast. The black threadworms gnawed at the illusory light, causing the bonfire to shrink visibly. In the end, the flames were still burning, but no light shot out. Reese Street was completely dark. One could not even see their own fingers. The black threadworms even climbed onto the dwarf and the others' bodies. They were sticky like tar, taking away the light of life and soul of the human body. My eyes, I can't see anything. My soul power is flowing away." The dwarf seemed to have fallen into a swamp. He shouted loudly and struggled with all his strength, but he could not stop himself from sinking. "Holy Light Maiden, dispel the darkness." The hunting dog shouted loudly. His body was like a light bulb, emitting wisps of milky white radiance that was as light as smoke. The darkness struggled in the holy light like threadworms, even releasing hissing sounds. Arya's gray eyes were instantly dyed black. 90% of her body entered the world of death, and the speed of her energy loss decreased by 90%. This is the dark domain of a true god. Qizong's shocked and angry voice came from afar. "Mighty heavenly dragon, whirlwind!" Then the dwarf and Arya suddenly felt their bodies lighten. There was nothing under their feet, and they left the ground. The hunting dog was protected by the holy light of the maiden, so he did not completely lose his vision. He could only watch as a green 5-clawed python charged out of the darkness. It circled around him and quickly brought him to the sky. It was Qizong's wind sprites. "Bastard Qizong, where do you think you are going?" Thunderous roars came from all directions. The voices were filled with a sacred and dignified aura. They were clearly powerful gods. Hiss! Tessa had arrived. When Qizong descended from the sky, Tessa also quickly lowered her altitude. Since Qizong was ready to attack, there was no need for Tessa to hide at an altitude of 5,000 meters. Now, she was just in time. In half a minute, Qizong carried his 3 disciples to Tessa's back. "Run!" Qizong shouted. The 3 wind sprites left his disciples and wrapped around Tessa's wings and neck. They pulled out 3 wind belts that were dozens of meters long in the air, and the pterosaur's speed quickly soared. "Don't run! Qizong, you bastard!" The evil gods below roared, but few of them could fly. Even if they did, they could tell from the sound that they were slower than the pterosaur. They were getting further and further away. However, the teaching team was not completely out of danger. Their vision was still covered by darkness. This meant that they were still in Night Lion's dark domain. Night Lion could not only fly, but it was also not slow. The swamp pterosaur was too slow. Its normal speed was 120 kilometers per hour, and now it was only 250 kilometers per hour. The pterosaur did not need to rely on its vision to determine the direction, so it was not affected by the darkness. However, its body was in the dark domain. It was as if countless dark leeches were sucking away its life, force, and stamina. It could not escape in a short period of time, and its speed would only become slower. Qizong used the holy light to create a light zone on the pterosaur's back, but it only prevented the master and disciples from disaster. The pterosaur was 50 meters long, and he could not take care of it. So many evil gods, 30 to 40 of them. Fortunately, we escaped quickly, but if only there were no true gods. Arya listened attentively. She was shocked and regretful. The dwarf felt the same. He was shocked, but also felt that it was a pity. With a thought, he said, "Master, we can't go east. We have to go west, fly towards Yanghalberd City." Qizong placed a palm before his chest, sitting upside down on the dragon's saddle. He looked at the darkness behind him, on guard. "Don't play any tricks. Night Lion is behind us, and it's even faster than the pterosaur," he said with a low voice. The dwarf had already begun to control Tessa to circle around. "The enemy is ferocious. Let's return to the Westeros." He turned around, roaring with his loudest voice. Then, without waiting for Qizong to berate him, he gave him a look to calm down. "Perhaps we can fly a kite." The dwarf's voice was extremely soft. Qizong shook his head solemnly. "I am not Night Lion's match." The dwarf's expression changed. He suppressed his fear and said, "Then we really have to hide back in the Westeros." 3 minutes later, the darkness did not recede, instead becoming even denser. The circle of light, supported by holy light, slowly shrank under the devouring of the dark domain. Large beads of sweat seeped out of Qizong's forehead. Every minute, every second, a large amount of divine power was consumed. If not for the Holy Mother's endless power borrowing, he would have long been exhausted. Tessa's speed is slowing down, but Night Lion is speeding up. It's only a kilometer away from us now. "We can only try kiting," he said helplessly. His disciples nodded with heavy expressions. Back when they were discussing the fishing plan, the dwarf had mentioned an idea. If they fled on dragons, even if the evil gods could fly, their speed would definitely be different. When the fastest wave broke away from the main group, they could turn around and continue to flee. The enemy would continue to chase after them. It was like flying a kite. Squeak! Tessa flapped her wings more frequently, and her speed increased by a tiny bit. On the other hand, Qizong transmitted the Holy Mother's divine power to the 3 wind spirits, and Tessa's speed began to slowly increase. 2 minutes later, Qizong said, "Night Lion is also accelerating. It's only 700 meters away from us." The dwarf looked around at the dark domain. "It's about time, right?" Qizong unbuckled the buckle on the dragon's saddle, his expression firm. "For the Holy Mother's great cause of teaching, we are not afraid of sacrifice." After saying that, he somersaulted and left the dragon's back. Holy Mother's divine palm, whirlwind clouds. A wind spirit circled around him, bringing him to fly backward. The dwarf hurriedly controlled the pterosaur to increase its altitude, attempting to make a 180-degree turn in a crooked U-shaped trajectory. "You're courting death." Behind him, a thick voice filled with killing intent rang out. Boom! Before Tessa could complete the 90-degree turn, a series of explosions that sounded like landslides came from behind her. The darkness swelled and rolled like boiling water, and faint flames could be seen. Night Lion was filled with killing intent as he roared furiously. Qizong shouted at the top of his lungs, "Holy Mother's divine palm," and "Great mighty heavenly dragon." He even used super fire burns the heavens twice, which meant that 2 more fire spirits had self-destructed. When Tessa finally completed the 180-degree turn, her 4 disciples heard Qizong's shrill cry. "Holy Mother, save me. I can't take it anymore." The dwarf's expression froze. He turned to look at Arya and the hound, who were eager to give it a try. I didn't expect Master to be unable to take it so quickly. Why don't we split up and run on our own? Arya was hesitant. The hound was shocked for a moment before he glared and said through gritted teeth, I'm not afraid of death. For the sake of the Holy Mother's great cause of teaching, I don't mind dying. Wind Spirit, strengthen me. He shouted loudly and pulled out his sword. He leaped with faith and charged toward the center of the darkness. At most, I'll go to heaven and become a death god trainee. What's there to be afraid of? Arya gritted her teeth and jumped off the pterosaur's back. The dwarf looked around and patted Tessa's head. Slide past from the side and find a chance to whip that bastard with your tail. Light. Suddenly, a dignified female voice resounded in the sky. Wung wung. In an instant, light shone brightly. It was as if many suns had teleported from the horizon to the sky 2,000 meters above. The dwarf's eyes were stung by the golden light, and he could not stop crying. Before he could rub his eyes to get used to the bright new environment, the darkness surged over like a tsunami in the next instant. The golden sunlight was like a green mulberry leaf in the mouth of a silkworm. It was being chewed and swallowed at a speed visible to the naked eye. How dare you show off your insignificant skills in front of an expert? The rough male voice laughed coldly. Hee hee. The dignified female voice laughed softly. Evildoer, you really don't know your place. Her tone did not sound like the Dragon Queen at all, but that tone, the dwarf was sure that his sister had come. He was just not sure if it was a divine descent or if she had come in person. Fire. She softly spat out a word. In the next instant, threads of fire slithered in the sea of darkness like a snake. It was like a fuse. In a flash, it ignited a net of fire. The net of fire quickly burned into a sea of fire. Chapter 9, 89. Because of the word fire, the sea of darkness that covered the sky almost turned into a sea of fire in an instant. The darkness was ignited. The dwarf couldn't believe it and couldn't understand. At this time, in Reese City, 20 kilometers away, countless people looked to the northwest and saw a fireball with a radius of 5 kilometers. It seemed that the western sky was burning. They couldn't believe it and couldn't understand it. This is the first flame? No, it only has a trace of the characteristics of the first flame. But why is it so strong? Night Lion howled in horror and also couldn't believe it, but he knew the reason. Dragon Queen's fire domain had the characteristics of the first flame, burning everything. This was the strongest fire domain he had ever seen. Creatures with talents one day had an understanding of a natural phenomenon and became the most primitive extraordinaire. They were determined to study that natural phenomenon, transcend into holiness, understand divinity, and become demigods. Demigods studied the laws represented by natural phenomena, from loose divinity to regular clergy. The clergy evolved to the limit and opened the Song of Laws. One who could sing the Song of Laws completely became a true god. After becoming a true god, they continued to study the Song of Laws and could produce a corresponding domain. When the domain was studied to the limit, the Song of Laws would give birth to Supreme. This was probably the evolution process of a normal god. The core was the law. In essence, there was no difference between a god and a scientist, but the way they studied the world was different. The domain was the prototype of Supreme. Generally, only a true god was qualified to develop the law into a domain after the Song of Laws was completed. Or, like Aunt May and the past great wizards of Valeglia, they were affiliated with a god and could borrow the domain of a god when they were demigods. But this wasn't absolute. For example, Night Lion and Myrtea were fake, true gods. They deliberately maintained the Song of Laws at 99%, but still developed a domain. For example, Danny, when the Song of Laws was close to 50%, she developed the prototype of a domain. To put it bluntly, a domain was also a kind of knowledge. Bill Gates, Zuckerberg, and Steve Jobs didn't have a college diploma, only a high school diploma in hand, but their professional knowledge was not less than ordinary undergraduates. Therefore, when Dragon Queen comprehended a domain, Night Lion and other evil gods were amazed by her talent and were not too shocked. What was truly shocking was the first flame in the fire domain. The Night Lion had seen Lalo's greed of fire. It spread out unscrupulously and wanted to swallow everything that could be burned. Its range was as wide as the wildfire in the fields in autumn. However, its lethality was limited. If he remained calm and did not move or dodge, the domain of fire would not be able to hurt him. He had once struggled to escape from Beleriand's fury of fire, and the divine power in his body began to boil. The dark domain was like asphalt on the road at noon in summer, twisting and melting in the high temperature. However, the range of Beleriand's domain was rather narrow. Like the dragon flame, although it was violent, it was easy to dodge. Dragon Queen's fire domain did not have a wide range, and the temperature was not high either. It was almost between Lalo and Beleriand. It seemed mediocre. However, its energy level was unexpectedly high. The fire in the Song of Ice and Fire world was divided into ordinary fire, wildfire, dragon flame, earth fire, sun fire, first flame ember, and first flame of creation. There were a total of 7 levels. If one used the level of fire to divide the power level, generally speaking, ordinary people used level 1 ordinary fire, extraordinary people and ordinary demigods corresponded to level 2 wildfire. The most powerful demigod corresponded to level 3 dragon flame. Level 4 earth fire corresponded to ordinary true gods. Level 5 sunfire corresponded to powerful true gods. Level 6 first flame ember corresponded to the world's king of gods, and level 7 first flame corresponded to the god of creation. In this way, one could understand why Dragon Queen's fire domain could ignite Night Lion's dark domain. Because of the first flame characteristic, the energy level of the fire domain was almost close to the sun. Perhaps it was 4, 8, or 4, 9. Night Lion was very powerful and had lived longer than the door god. He could exchange 2 blows with the door god, and he could also fight with Beleriand and then retreat unscathed. It could be said that in terms of strength, he was on the same level as Lalo during the subversion period. However, Night Lion was not a powerful true god. He did not have the status of a true god at all. Therefore, even though his dark domain was powerful, his energy level was low, barely above 4. 0. On the contrary, when Lalo was still the king of light, his strength was not as strong as Night Lion's, but his energy level was close to 5. 0. If it was the frost god, he would definitely be a big shot with a 5th energy level. The status of a true god did not just represent responsibility, it could indeed bring about an increase in strength. However, energy level was not the only standard of strength. For example, Chizong killed Mertea with a single palm. Or now, save me, I don't want to die. My god power is burning. Your Majesty Night Lion, save me. No, impossible. Why is it like this? God power, divinity, god body, they are all burning bang. The evil god whose speed was second to Night Lion's had already entered the tail end of the dark domain. He was planning to pincer Chizong and the others, but together with the dark domain, he was uncontrollably ignited into a torch. Light and darkness are of the same origin. Night Lion's pitch-black left. I suddenly released dazzling white light, as if it had transformed from a black hole into a white hole, endless white light gushing out. The dark domain within a 5-kilometer radius instantly returned to his right eye. The pitch-black right eye became even darker, the small black hole evolving into an active, super-large black hole. The left eye was a white hole, while the right eye was a black hole. The light and darkness around Night Lion wriggled like living creatures, the space also trembling, the world singing a song of darkness and light, the extreme light of his left eye and the extreme darkness of his right eye combined to form a brand new domain, a giant Tai Chi ball with black and white distinctions. Inside the Tai Chi ball, all non-light and darkness elemental existences were repelled and squeezed. Dragon Queen's fire domain that was close to the fifth energy level gradually shrank, suppressed by an even higher energy level domain. It could only barely protect Qizong, Area, and the hunting dog. The dwarf Varys and Tessa were a bit far away. They were all howling and struggling inside the Tai Chi ball. The white light disintegrated their bodies. The darkness absorbed their energy and souls. It was like using a nanoscale scalpel to cut the people inside the domain into thousands of pieces, pulling out their tendons and skin. Today, the Sutra teaching team will be wiped out here. The consciousness you sent will also be annihilated. Night Lion's tone was calm, as if he was talking about something trivial. Saint Danny released her senses, carefully studying the Tai Chi ball that was crazily suppressing the fire domain. At the same time, she also separated a trace of her consciousness into the dwarf's body through the Holy Knight's seal, observing the damage the light and darkness power had on his body and soul. After a while, she sighed. So this is the Song of Light and Darkness that was copied from the Song of Ice and Fire. It's amazing. It's not even the real thing, but it has already surpassed the level of a true god. Since you have such knowledge, you should understand that struggling is futile, Night Lion said proudly. What, you want me to surrender? Saint Mother Danny said, amused. I want to advise you to put down the butcher's knife and turn from evil to good. Night Lion said righteously. Saint Danny said strangely, isn't that my line? Night Lion's voice rumbled, as if he was a just God judging the sins of the world. In just a few years, how many great gods who have cultivated for tens of thousands of years have died directly or indirectly in your hands? You are the source of all evil. Let me think about it. Stop torturing Tyrion first. He's making me annoyed. Saint Danny said, not only the dwarf, but Varys and Tessa were also suffering from the pain of hundreds of ants biting their hearts. Even the Tai Chi ball couldn't stop their howls. Hee, I want you to be heartbroken, Night Lion said with a sinister smile. Then, the dwarf's howls became even more shrill. The white light was like a small knife, cutting his flesh and tendons. The darkness was like ants drilling into his body through the wound, swallowing the illusory soul and light of life. Bastard, how dare you bully me? Saint Danny was furious. What answered her was Night Lion's carefree laughter and the dwarf's howls from his soul. After a while, Saint Danny finished her research. She retracted the spiritual sense she had left in the dwarf's body and said, you dark, evil gods are really cowardly. In order to avoid the responsibility of the world's fall, you gave up the position of a true god. In order to avoid the battle of the great Tao brought about by the mainstream songs of laws, you all chose the obscure songs of laws. Even the famous god of the night, Night Lion, was nothing more than this. Your black and white Tai Chi ball isn't the song of light and darkness, but the song of noon and midnight, right? Too cautious, too cowardly, too cowardly. I'm convinced. The emptiness of absolute ice gave birth to the initial flame. The initial flame created the world, and the world eventually walked towards extinction, turning into absolute ice and nothingness. In the icy nothingness, the initial flame was born again. Such a cycle was the highest truth of the universe. This truth was also the highest law of the universe of ice and fire, not to mention the gods. Even the world itself yearned to obtain this highest law. That was because after the world obtained the highest law of the universe, it would also evolve into a universe. However, the initial flame, which was the pinnacle of fire, and the ice that could extinguish a world. Either one of them was beyond the reach of countless planes and gods, let alone unifying the two songs of laws. Therefore, some gods began to imitate by mastering two opposite but mutually reinforcing laws. For example, light and darkness. Night Lion, as the name implied, represented darkness and night. He had a wife in his early years, the Lady of Light, who comprehended the new song of light. She represented the sun, light, and day. Light and darkness opposed each other. Light was born from darkness, and darkness was born when light reached the extreme. Light and darkness reinforced and restrained each other, thus forming a polarity unique to this world, the song of ice and fire. How strong this supreme polarity was could be seen from Night Lion's battle results. The question was Night Lion's light and darkness the real version of light and darkness? Dani knew the story of Night Lion and the Lady of Light, but before today, she had always thought that Night Lion had failed. She thought that Night Lion, who had betrayed his wife, did not get the Song of Light and could not master the Song of Light and Darkness. Not to mention that the Song of Darkness was clearly occupied by the root of the door god, but the Song of Light was mastered by Lalo in the early days. Now, Dani had merged with the destiny of the Lady of Light and sang the new Song of Light. How could Night Lion, who did not have the Song of Light and the Song of Darkness, sing the Song of Light and Darkness? When Night Lion shouted, "Light and darkness come from the same source," and created the Tai Chi ball, Dani looked calm, but she was very surprised. Therefore, she chatted with him while studying the Tai Chi ball. The dwarf even offered his own body as a research material. In the end, Dani discovered a sad secret of Night Lion. Perhaps he did not dare to comprehend the Song of Light and the Song of Darkness. Because the Song of Light and the Song of Darkness were mainstream laws, it was easy to form a competition with other true gods. Competing with the door god for the Song of Darkness, seeking death, being killed by the door god. Competing with the Lady of Light for the Song of Light, seeking death. When the long night came, he was the first unlucky one. Then what the hell did he comprehend? Chapter 990. There were 3,000 great Daos, just like how the river flowed down 3,000 feet. The 3 represented countless numbers, not an exact number. In theory, the world contained everything. The number of laws was also not exact. It was determined by the consciousness in the world. People looked up at the world and felt the mountains and rivers for a long time. This was the starting point of law cultivation. There was no concept of cultivation in the world. It was only because living beings felt lightning, thunder, sun, rain, or other natural phenomena. Their souls were intoxicated by it, and their spirits were sublimated to match the scenery. This opened the path of transcendence, which was also the beginning of comprehending the laws. Similarly, the world only had meaning when one's consciousness perceived it. Living beings observed, felt, and comprehended it. In the end, they remembered it as laws. The corresponding natural phenomena were more vivid and real, becoming the manifestation of laws that would never disappear. This was the essence of cultivation in the Song of Ice and Fire world. Humans and the world were interconnected and harmonious. The world only had the 4 basic elements of earth, water, wind, and fire, but there were so many gods who comprehended the laws. Obviously, it was impossible for every true god to sing the song of the 4 elements. Tao gave birth to 1, 1 gave birth to 2, 2 gave birth to 3, and 3 gave birth to all things. The 4 basic laws definitely could not represent 3. They could only give birth to 99% of the material world, representing 1, 1 in 3. The other 2 ones in 3 were soul and time and space. Cold, nothingness plus first flame equals this multiverse first flame equals the four elements plus soul plus time, and space equals plain world ice, and fire formed the universe. The world was born in fire, and outside the world was ice. The songs of laws that many true gods sang belonged to the choruses of the four elements, or choruses of choruses. Just like in a polytechnic, the physics and chemistry departments could cover more than half of the majors. As the representative of the night, Night Lion comprehended the choruses of the dark law, the midnight song. Night Lion, the lion of the night, he was the representative of the night. After that, he married the Lady of Light and learned the choruses of the Song of Light, the Song of Noon, from his wife. From then on, he represented both the night and the day. In a sense, he had reached the realm of perfection. You saw through it. Night Lion was shocked and hesitant when he heard the Dragon Queen expose his roots. You should have comprehended the Song of Light and the Song of Darkness, right? Otherwise, it's impossible for him to disguise himself so well. I didn't recognize him even after observing him for a long time. Danny said curiously, if she didn't know that the door god Root had mastered the Song of Darkness, and if she didn't comprehend the Song of Light, she would have thought that the Night Lion was really singing the Song of Light and Darkness. Only an old expert would be able to disguise himself on the level of the laws. Otherwise, he would not be able to fool Danny, an expert. Danny's words seemed to evoke some memories. Night Lion was silent for a long time and sighed. A long time ago, I almost sang the entire Song of Darkness. Later, I gave up and crippled my own martial arts, forgetting the entire Song of Darkness. Seeing me like this, old Fish Liang Mu took over this heavy responsibility. Heavy burden? This was different from what Danny had guessed before, but now she found it even more unbelievable. Yi Shur said coldly, "You are the main character of this era, a rare Holy Spirit among humans. But to the ancient us, the Holy Spirit was just a basic gift. Among the gods who comprehended the laws, who wasn't a Holy Spirit? I was a Holy Spirit, Murtea was a Holy Spirit, Lalo, Old Fish Liang Mu, and even the group of true gods under Old Fish Liang Mu were all Holy Spirits, except for the Holy Spirit. You call it the destiny of the Savior, which is also a common thing for the ancient gods. I was born in the dark world of the Far East and had the destiny of the God of Darkness. I could easily comprehend the Song of Darkness. As long as the previous God of Darkness died, I watched the gods of darkness of generations perish in the fall of the world. Do you think that when the long night comes, the first thing to be extinguished is the sun? Ha! Light and darkness come from the same source. Just like the great wall of Westeros blocking the cold air from the far north, when the world falls, the God of Darkness will also desperately resist the darkness from the Far East. Then he will really lose his life and be extinguished almost at the same time as the sun. The darkness and coldness that surged into the world formed the disaster of the world, the long night. I didn't want to die. I refused to become the God of Darkness. After perfecting my own midnight song, I took the initiative to forget the Song of Darkness. I once had the destiny of the Lady of Light. Just like you, I comprehended a brand new Song of Light. Similarly, after perfecting my own Song of Noon, I gave the destiny of the Lady of Light to the descendants of the Sky Emperor, the only son of the Night Lion and the Lady of Light. Yasser Yai's wife, Nisanisa. She also has a part of my bloodline. Lalo, that bastard. After cursing, the Night Lion's tone quickly returned to normal. I didn't expect fate to be so wonderful that you actually got that destiny. Danny let out a long sigh. Regional discrimination is indeed wrong. I shouldn't have been prejudiced against the dark world of the Far East. The dark demon God wasn't born a bad person. Unfortunately, hundreds of millions of years have passed. Those who are responsible have bravely sacrificed themselves for justice, leaving behind a group of cowards like you. Just like the Westeros now. Those who aren't afraid of death are all dead. Although we can't discriminate based on region, the environment we grew up in does have a certain influence on people. There are only 2 cowards left in the Westeros, but there are countless cowards in the Far East. That sounds nice. I only hope that when you really face death, you can remember what you said today. The Night Lion sneered. Fate is so wonderful. You're right. The Holy Mother Dany's tone suddenly became strange. You gave the destiny of the Lady of Light to Nyssa. After going around in circles, it finally fell into my hands. Now, facing me who has the Song of Light. Don't you think this is retribution? Light. The next moment, the black and white Tai Chi ball that was originally one with the elements began to bulge and collapse. The balance between light and darkness was lost. What did you do? The Night Lion was shocked. This is impossible. I have comprehended the supreme of the universe. My Song of Light can't be out of control. The Song of Light is in my hands. Also, you don't have the status of a true god. The Holy Mother Dany sighed. She could use the Song of Wind to take away the wind power of the storm god, but she couldn't use the Song of Light to make the Song of Noon of Night Lion lose control. Not only did the storm god comprehend the Song of Light, but he also sublimated the Song of Ice and Fire to the supreme law, although it was a knockoff of a knockoff. However, the Night Lion was inferior to the storm god. He lacked the status of a true god. The Night Lion had the power of the strongest true god, but in essence he was still a demigod, just like Dany. More importantly, how is this possible? You used the fire domain to activate the Song of Light. The Night Lion howled in disbelief. If the Song of Light could really restrain the Song of Midnight and Noon, the Night Lion wouldn't have thrown away the destiny of the Lady of Light like trash. In fact, ordinary Song of Light was ineffective against him. However, the Dragon Queen had already mastered the technique of switching between fire and light. In her eyes, fire and light were only different in appearance, but there was no difference in essence. In modern physics, this concept was obviously wrong, but in this universe, it was the truth. That was why the Dragon Queen could convert the fire domain into the light domain and retain the characteristics of the first flame. As such, the Dragon Queen's light and the Night Lion's light had similar energy levels. However, the Night Lion's light was the Song of Light of the Queen. Once his light of noon was illuminated by the light of the first flame, he would immediately lose control and become Dany's power. Mighty Heavenly Dragon, the Night Lion's light and Darkness Taiji Ball lost control. The scripture teaching team regained their strength. Chizong was the first to shout. His body was covered in a layer of light of the first flame, making him look like a golden man. Everywhere he passed, the Taiji Ball domain left behind worm-like destruction. Arya and the hunting dog were like him, shining with golden light like gods descending from the heavens. They were fearless in the Taiji Ball domain. When the Taiji Ball disappeared completely, the dying dwarf rushed over and saw the scene of the 3 heroes fighting Lu Bu. The 3 of them surrounded an abnormally tall monster with a lion head and a human body. Chizong shouted angrily and continuously used the Holy Mother palm. Wind, fire, and light flickered in his palm. Every palm made the Night Lion's aura weaker. Arya appeared and disappeared like a ghost. The stranger sword in her hand was vicious. Every time she stabbed, she would definitely hit the enemy's vitals. The hunting dog was not afraid of death. Even if the Vajra armor was scratched by the Night Lion's claws, even if he was beaten until he spat out blood and his organs were broken, he still did not give up the glory of being a main tank. He slashed with his sword and punched with his iron fists. He even learned from Chizong, and kept shouting, "Mighty heavenly dragon." The night lion was not having a good time either. The thick blood mixed with ink black and milky white dyed his mane and golden armor. The dwarf searched for a long time, but he could not find a chance to make Tessa whip her tail. It was easy to hit the side vehicle and injure their own people. Thus, he started to use the super crossbow to attack from outside. Yep, it was a small dragon slaying crossbow that was fixed to the back of the pterosaur's neck. The 1-meter-long, thumb-thick steel crossbow shot out with a whoosh. The night lion and the hunting dog, who acted as a meat shield, were hit. However, the night lion was huge, so he killed 1,000 enemies and lost 500 of his own. "I swear on my blood that I will kill all of you." After fighting for half an hour, the night lion's aura weakened. His armor was tattered, his mane was messy, and the pair of black membrane wings behind him were mostly broken. After leaving behind these words, he jumped into the sea and escaped. Actually, while the night lion was heavily injured, Qizong and his disciples were even worse, as a veteran demon god. Even if the night lion was suppressed in terms of domain, his witchcraft and melee skills were still top-notch. In terms of damage output, the entire teaching team could barely match the night lion. However, Qizong's moves were too vicious. Every Holy Mother palm had the spiritual bestowment attribute. This caused the night lion's HP bar to be permanently reduced. It wasn't just Qizong. As long as Arya and the hunting dog used the 7 gods' divine arts to attack the enemy, they would also have the spiritual bestowment attribute. For example, Arya's rapier was completely forged with the stranger's death divinity. Its strength was completely determined by Arya's will. There was no need to doubt Arya's will. Every strike could easily break through armor, and every strike would also destroy a portion of the soul. In fact, in just half an hour, the night lion permanently lost 15% of his soul and divinity. The Song of Laws even showed signs of collapsing. As for the teaching team, not only were they all wearing tile steel armor, they were also constantly using holy healing to recover their HP. In other words, the night lion was getting weaker and weaker. Qizong and the others would at most exhaust their energy, but their damage output wouldn't change. If they didn't run, as the big boss, the night lion would definitely be killed here. After defeating the night lion, Qizong and his disciples were excited and exhausted. They rested on Tessa's back for a night. When they returned to Lizzie City at noon the next day, they realized that not only was their 7 gods' temple destroyed, even the entire city was ravaged. Not to mention Lizzie City, even Prince Linus was eaten by a lion-headed monster that suddenly appeared when she was giving a speech. Just like eating a hot dog, the head was bitten off. The prince's body trembled, and then he lost control of his bowels and urine. The lion-headed monster didn't mind and licked it clean. It even smiled and said that the couple could be part of the team. The temple contractor wailed. Chapter 991. Demons. There are demons everywhere in the city. So there really are demons in this world. The contractor's face was filled with horror that could not be dissolved. Where did these demons come from? What kind of demons? Qizong looked around at the broken walls and said with a deep voice, "Also, who destroyed the 7 gods' temple? It's demons, it's all done by demons. Those demons are born in all kinds of strange shapes. They don't look human at all. They even spit flames and poisonous smoke, eat children alive, rape women, torture men, and commit all kinds of crimes," the contractor said with a trembling voice. "Are they the evil gods that are preparing to surround and annihilate us?" The dwarf moved to Qizang's ear and said softly, "You killed Goddess Mirthea, stirring up everyone's emotions. As the main culprit, we successfully escaped. So those evil gods who can't fly vented their anger on the people of Lizzie?" Qizong thought for a moment and said calmly, The night is long, danger everywhere. This danger isn't just the extreme cold and food shortage. The rampage of demons is also one of the disasters of the night. We are under the Holy Mother's orders to pass through the East. Isn't it to slay demons, spread the Holy Scriptures, and return peace to the world? In short, Lizzy's disaster had nothing to do with them or the Seven Gods Church. On the contrary, the church was the nemesis of demons. Those evil gods. Are the demons still in Lizzy? Aria licked her lips, her hand subconsciously reaching for her sword hilt. Her gray eyes seemed to burn with flames as she looked around, eager to give it a try. If they don't take the initiative to appear before me, I won't know either. Chizong shook his head slowly. Tyrion, why don't you go out and try again? Aria looked at the dwarf expectantly. The dwarf pointed at his face. Can I still fight like this? Also, look at Sangs and Varys. Their condition is even worse than mine. Tyrion's skin was pale, his cheeks sunken, the light in his eyes dim, as if he had been fighting for a month in the Garden of Desire. Tell me in detail what happened back then, Chizong asked with a frown. The contractor first looked at him in reverence, and then he suddenly shuddered, saying in horror, after you used the Buddha's palm that descended from the sky, the plaza and the surrounding streets were covered in a layer of red mist. Anyone who came into contact with the red mist couldn't help but want to. Masters, you should go to the palace square to take a look. There are still countless pools of blood there. The desire was too strong, and he didn't have time to vent it. Women were still fine, but many men could not control their desires. Before they took off their pants and found a partner, they would squeak like sausages that were stuffed full of meat stuffing. In the end, their sausages would burst, and their blood vessels would burst. Even so, his desire did not diminish. Because he had nowhere to vent, he eventually exploded and died. The contractor said with a twisted face, "Hiss, so terrifying." Tyrion clamped his legs together and said, I had the same feeling at that time, but it wasn't to this extent. You and Hound completely lost your mind and fought each other with divine spells on the street. Have you forgotten? Arya said with disdain. But we only wet our pants and didn't explode our sausages, the dwarf said. I'm not wet, the Hound quickly said. What wet pants? Arya asked curiously. Ahem, you'll naturally understand when you're old enough. Under the young girl's confused gaze, the dwarf was extremely embarrassed, and for some reason he felt a little stiff. Chizong said coldly, Tyrion, remember your identity. Sorry, I'll pay attention to the occasion in the future. The dwarf apologized sincerely. He then changed the topic and asked the contractor, how many people died last night? 1,000 or 2,000. Most of them died in the red mist. The dwarf muttered in shock. I didn't expect the Song of Desire's domain to be so domineering. Against such a powerful evil god, no matter how many mortal armies there are, it's useless. There aren't many heavenly gods who have grasped a domain. To begin with, Murthia can be considered one of the most powerful gods in the world, but his path isn't suited for battle. Chizong said with a serious expression. Murthia? The contractor's expression changed, as if he understood something. His gaze towards Chizong, and the others became extremely complicated. It was first resentment, then fear, and then confusion. The master and disciples saw his expression, but they didn't care, because the matter of killing Murthia couldn't be hidden at all. Moreover, this wasn't the first time they killed the city's guardian god. Pento's crocodile god and Tyroshi's three-headed god were both killed by them, and then they were still honored guests in the city's palace. But Murthia died then, so how can the domain be maintained? Arya asked in confusion. It's precisely because he died that the domain went out of control. Even a fart from a mortal can be maintained for a while. So isn't it reasonable that the chaotic domain of laws can be maintained even longer? Arya's mouth twitched, unable to refute. Qizong put his palms together, bowing towards the Holy Mother's broken statue in the Holy Church's ruins, saying with a sigh, "It's all Night Lion Demon's fault. If he didn't chase after us, I should be able to calm the chaotic aura of laws." Arya's mouth continued to twitch. For the first time, she realized that her master's title of masked evil monk might not be wrong. Actually, according to Qi Zhang's nature. Even if he wasn't the one responsible for the tragedy in the plaza, he should still be blushing in shame. After all, he was the one who killed the goddess. But before Qizong left the Westeros, he was taught a lesson by Big Sparrow for more than a month. If it were Big Sparrow, he should have reacted this way. There are more than 2,000 people in the plaza, right? Where are the rest? Tyrion asked. The rest entered the alley in time, but in the end, they collapsed on the ground like exhausted oxen, breathing little but exhaling more. Then, the demons came out of nowhere and cursed. The contractor swept his gaze over the master and disciples, saying, "The demons are cursing you. They were furious when they couldn't find you, so they massacred and devoured the people who couldn't move on the ground." Qi Zhang's mind spun quickly, thinking of a response. Tyrion asked, "Do you know where the demons came from?" "I don't, but they seem to be looking for you." The contractor insisted. "I'll tell you the truth." The dwarf's lips curled into a malicious smile. "The so-called demons are the gods that you worship on a daily basis." Tyrion, Yu Qizong frowned. The dwarf waved his hand. "Hiding it from them is actually harming them. Also, haven't you noticed? When the gods appear in the world on a large scale and attack mortals without restraint, the old order of the world will change. Perhaps we'll return to the previous era where humans and gods lived together. In the future, we'll encounter more and more evil gods, and they'll become even more unrestrained. We won't be able to hide it even if we want to," he said with a sigh. Qi Zhang's expression shook, and he fell silent. "What are you talking about?" the contractor asked in confusion. The dwarf said with a smile, "All you need to know is that the demon that made thousands of people explode their little brother last night is the goddess of lust, love, and youth that Yuli's people believe in, Muertia. That little bitch coveted my mighty body, and was slapped to death by Qi Zhang's master. The evil gods that devoured you are the gods of faith led by Lalo and Night Lion. They're all lovers of the goddess of lust, and they don't want the Seven Saints scripture to spread to the east." "No, impossible." The contractor's emotions surged, his face pale. "Why is it impossible? Night Lion has such obvious characteristics, and you can't recognize him? By the way, everyone is heavily injured, so why are you still so spirited?" the dwarf asked while looking at him suspiciously. Qizong and Arya's gazes sharpened. The contractor shrunk his neck and mumbled, "Last night, I was also burning with desire, but I was surrounded by old aunties that I didn't like. When I couldn't take it anymore, I suddenly remembered the white bone temple that Master Qizong taught me. And guess what happened? He became spirited. My desire was completely extinguished, and that's why I'm fine." "You can do that?" The dwarf was stunned. Qizong was deep in thought. "When I was wrapped in Urtia's desire red silk, Then I visualized the white bone desire demon diagram in my mind, and the illusions quickly disappeared, and my mind became clear. This was not an accident. The reason why the Dragon Queen created the White Bone Temple was not because she was bored. Because of the same crime, when Sharera Yangshin entered hell, she happened to be in the same level of hell as Cersei, in the same area. The two did not empathize with each other, and instead got along harmoniously. Cersei insulted Sharera, and Sharera did not like Cersei either. However, she was a transcendent half-god, and her methods were better and more direct. Using the method that the goddess of lust used against her, Sharera tried to turn Cersei into her own spirit of lust, the saint of lust heaven. Circe could not resist at all, and then she became even more depraved. Her soul underwent some unknown evolution. At that time, Dani started to take Mu Urtia seriously. In order to deal with the goddess who controlled the law of lust, she spent some time studying the Buddhist visualization method, the white bone temple that she had seen in Jizbar in her previous life. It was not some immortal cultivation method, but a very basic and simple psychological suggestion. As for what results could be achieved after the transformation, and whether there would be any side effects, Dani did not know either, so she let Qizong test it out. From the looks of it, the effect was not bad. Are those demons really gods? The contractor asked the question in his heart. The incident in the square alarmed the garrison troops in the other districts. When they saw the demons eating humans, the soldiers used their swords and spears to cut them. Although those demons had their own methods, they were all made of flesh and blood. They howled in pain and were stabbed until their flesh was mangled. In the end, more than 30 demons were defeated by 2,000 elites, and they fled pathetically. Are gods that weak? He asked doubtfully. 2,000 elites, 30 against 2,000, injured but not dead. Isn't that strong enough? The dwarf exclaimed. 2,000 elites couldn't even defeat the Dragon Queen from a few years ago, the contractor complained. Back then, she rode a dragon to rob Reese and burned dozens of princes and hundreds of guards to death, but we couldn't do anything to her at all. Don't compare yourself to her. The dwarf waved his hand. She's not a normal person. Qizong was puzzled. Since the soldiers chased away all the evil gods, why was Lady Linus still eaten? That lion-headed monster can fly. The contractor could not help but raise his head and look around, as if he was worried that the night lion would suddenly fly over. Many people died last night, and they died in such a strange way. In order to calm the people and stabilize the political situation, the nobles decided to elect a new prince overnight to preside over the situation. The contractor's expression became awkward. Many nobles died too. They were all terrified and wanted to use the Dragon Queen's name to suppress the man-eating demons. Thus, Lady Linus was successfully elected, but just this morning, on the balcony of the palace, when she was giving a speech to all the free people in the square, the lion-headed monster descended from the sky and landed beside her, saying, the lion-headed monster smiled coldly and picked up Prince Linus like a chicken, saying, I was about to leave, but I heard Dani Alice's name in the sky. When I heard her name, I felt a fire burning in my heart. It just so happens that the royal blood can be a great supplement. The prince begged, saying, I can help the king vent the fire, and even wrapped around him like a vine. The contractor and the master and disciples were all extremely embarrassed. To the contractor, she was their prince. To Qizong and the others, she was their compatriot, a fellow countryman, and a noble. She could almost represent the Westeros. Seeing that everyone was embarrassed, the dwarf was no longer embarrassed. He could not help but ask, and then, the prince is petite, and the lion-headed monster is more than 3 meters tall. It cracked, and then it ate her. Chapter 992. The Summer Sea, the west of the west, the land of the far west. The sky was dark, the north wind was howling, and the black water was surging, creating layers of waves, as if the sea god was roaring angrily. Hee hee hee, I didn't expect you to lose so badly. It's been half a month, and you still haven't recovered. In fact, the sea god wasn't angry. Instead, he was very happy. Under the sea, in a trench tens of thousands of meters deep, there was a gorgeous palace that looked like it was made of crystal glass. Unlike the solid glass of mortals, the glass used to make the sea god palace was all flowing water. The clear spring under the morning sun, the slightly green lake water in spring, the yellow flood of the river, the blood-red lake water at the peak of the mountain in the sunset, countless amounts of water formed a flowing palace at the bottom of the sea. There was a sea of stars at the top of the palace. The layout of the stars was exactly the same as the real world outside. The stars were like fireflies, flickering and dimming, but emitting different colors of light. It was colorful and dreamy. In the flower garden of the palace, there were thousands of strange flowers and herbs. The fruit forest was full of fruits. There was a square made of white jade. There were 31 wine pools made of gold and glass. They were filled with amber, gold, and green wine of 31 different colors and types. In the corner of the square, there was a meat forest that emitted a tempting aroma. Countless tall and boorish men and women wandered around the palace. They were either drinking and eating, or having fun, or singing at the top of their lungs, or fighting with swords. Not only were there humans, mermaids with a human body and a fishtail were also there. In the center of the white jade square, there were steps made of black iron, brass, silver, gold, and jasper. The jasper platform at the top was 50 square meters, and there was a huge round fishbone bathtub in the center. There was a handsome young man lying lazily in the bathtub. He was also a merman. He had dark golden scales with strange runes on them. His abdominal muscles were 8 packs, and his skin was as white as the finest jade. He had an inverted triangle body that was extremely visually impactful. Thick eyebrows, big eyes, a square mouth, and a wide nose. He had green, seaweed-like hair that draped over his shoulders. His facial features were ordinary, but they were very harmonious. There was an indescribable and irrefutable beauty. He was one of the 2 remaining true gods of the Westeros. Inami. Beside the bathtub stood a tall lion-headed man. Night Lion. I won't be able to recover from my injuries in half a century, let alone half a month. Dany Lilith is too vicious. Anyone hit by her divine art will suffer permanent damage to the soul. Not only will the soul and divinity evaporate, even the Song of Law's foundation will be shaken. The mermaid nodded and sighed. This is the characteristic of the first flame burning everything, right? Daenerys is too terrifying to be an enemy of. We don't want to be enemies with her, but she's crazy. She definitely won't let us go. Ysher said. The one who thinks she's crazy is the one who's really crazy. The mermaid laughed. Maybe she has her own reasons, but this is a matter of life and death. We have to unite and strike first, Ysher said. Lilith, Lilith, if Lilith, if Lilith, Lilith. Lilith, 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 Lilith. Lilith, 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 Lilith. You're not the first person to pull me into the alliance. I've also rejected you many times. The mermaid shook her head and sighed. I've already moved the flowing water palace to the edge of the world, hiding in the trenches. Isn't my attitude obvious enough? Night Lion said faintly, you want to avoid the calamity, but can you avoid it? I heard that Dany Lys came looking for you, and the storm god. The mermaid raised her eyebrows. You guys are really well informed. You are now one of the 4 true gods in the world, and you are also the most powerful one. Who dares to ignore you? You are like the sun in the sky. Where can you hide? Ysher laughed. You called me an idiot back then, and now you call me the most powerful true god? Inami mocked. Choosing to become a true god is truly foolish. However, you are indeed the strongest true god. This is not contradictory. Inami sneered. If I listen to you now and help the Alliance deal with Dany Rise, then I'll be the stupidest heavenly god. Yes, the traitor storm, and I don't like Dany Lilith, but so what? If necessary, we will even help her deal with the Frost god, just like how we helped that bastard Lalo deal with Balerion back then. This has nothing to do with whether you like her or not. The fall of the world will not affect you much, but the true God who carries the world's law sea will be the first to suffer. Just like you said, there are only 4 true gods left in the world, and I am the most powerful one. You are the most powerful true God, but the one who carries the lost sea is that one. Night Lion said, when that one falls, it will most likely be my turn. The mermaid said with a face full of misfortune, he hasn't fallen yet. He looks like an old piece of wood. The surface is shaking, but he can still hold on for a few more waves. Night Lion said. The mermaid waved her hand and said, forget it. As long as the world doesn't stop falling, he will not be able to hold on. The sooner he falls, the sooner I will take up the post. There is no way I don't even know this. If that's the case, then why are you still hiding at the edge of the world? Go out and help Danny rise. Night Lion said, as long as you don't mess around, she should be able to take on this wave by herself. Then she will become the God King, and you will lick her feet and be her loyal servant. What about your ideal of absolute freedom? Night Lion asked with a smile. She can't become the God King. The current world doesn't have the ability to give birth to a true God. The mermaid shook her head. Since she can't become a true God, how can she summon the sun? Why don't you join the Alliance and help Lalo take back the Song of Fire and Song of Light, and let him end this long night? You know, that guy is obsessed with saving the world. Night Lion suggested. Are you fooling the deviant ghosts? The deviant ghosts don't believe that you will give the Song of Fire to Lalo. The mermaid's golden eyes were full of sarcasm. Those ordinary demigods join the Alliance to protect themselves. But an existence like you is used to staying in the easternmost dark world. How can Danny Rise hurt you? In the end, isn't it all for the first flame? Night Lion was silent for a moment and said, I won't hide it from you. I am indeed interested in Danny Rise's Song of Fire. But the crisis of life and death is definitely not an excuse I made up. This calamity is extraordinary. Even if you hide in the deep sea trench, you won't be able to escape. If you don't have a sense of danger, you won't hide, right? He said meaningfully. This time, it was the mermaid's turn to be silent. After a long time, she still shook her head. Leave. I'm different from you. Don't play the sea god horn anymore. Before next summer, the flowing water palace will not appear in front of anyone. You will be my last visitor. You can't escape. Night Lion did not give up. Sigh, I've said it too clearly. It doesn't look good on everyone, the mermaid muttered and said calmly, you can't even beat Danny Rise's angel, Chizong, asking me to join your Alliance of Justice. Is it to learn from the anti-dragon Mother Alliance? If she came with her real body, you would have turned into ashes. You aren't her match, but there's no need to be ashamed because I probably can't beat her either. Even the children on the street know that you have to choose strong friends. If I join your Losers Alliance, will I feel safer? Nonsense. Look at you now. You're like a pitiful golden retriever forced into a corner by a male dog in heat. You're 10,000 times more pathetic than before you formed the Alliance. I don't want to be the second you. Night Lion's eyes widened in anger. His fangs protruded and cut his lips. A few drops of blood flowed down the mane on his chin. Yes, when he did not activate his law domain, he was bleeding bright red blood. Although it's a difficult question, it's the truth. The mermaid shrugged and casually teased the mermaid in the bathtub. Night Lion barely suppressed the anger and murderous intent in his heart and said, compared to Daenerys's Song of Light, which has the first fire attribute, my Song of Noon is a little inferior and can be restrained. If not, she might not be my match. If that's the case, why do you have to find me? There should be a lot of gods in the Alliance who are as powerful as you, but not restrained by her, right? You're just an extra layer of insurance. Night Lion hesitated and said, we have a big plan. If you join us, I'll tell you. I promise, the plan is foolproof. Forget it, don't tell me. The mermaid waved her hand. If you have insurance, I'll have to take more risks. He pointed at the 31 wine pools outside the white jade square. Look, the god's wine bottle is still here. I'm drinking alone in the flowing water palace. Why? Inami is cautious all her life. She's not muddle-headed in the face of big things. The mermaid said proudly. Night Lion raised a middle finger in his heart and asked, "You're not interested in Danny Rise's first fire at all? You know about my battle with her. The Lawmaster's song has an obvious suppressive effect on the chorus. You stole my blood witchcraft and combined the blood of the god's descendant to achieve the combination of two opposing laws, thus simulating the supreme law of ice and fire." The mermaid raised her hand to interrupt him and said, "Don't slander me. I'm only using your idea. The method of simulating the song of ice and fire was created by myself after learning from old fish Liang Mu. No matter where you learned it from, your song of water and fire is the same as my song of light and darkness. It has a fatal flaw. When facing Danny Rise's song of fire, it will be suppressed to the point of imbalance." Night Lion said slowly, "I know what you mean, but..." The mermaid sighed in loneliness and said, "I have two kinds of songs of law, the song of flood with turbid waves and the song of fire with roaring flames. They're both very rare choruses." "That's true, but it doesn't mean that I don't have the chance to comprehend a more advanced main song. Now everyone knows that Danny Rise is old fish Liang Mu's successor, but who knows that I'm the previous crown prince? In the last era, after old fish bewitched me to become a true god, he secretly told me the reason. He predicted that he would die at the end of this era, and the next era would be the lone river mother goddess turn. There would be a vacancy in the song of wind and water, and a true god would be needed to fill it. And my talent in the song of water is far stronger than those of the lone river mother goddess. He wants me to inherit the song of water of the lone river mother goddess. I went as well, and have been an apprentice under lone river mother. Before I killed the sea dragon and was stripped of my position as successor by old fish, I studied under lone river mother goddess for 5,000 years. When she said this, the mermaid didn't have any regret, only a disappointed expression. Lone river mother taught me for 5,000 years, and I still couldn't comprehend the song of water. Even if I took Danny Rise's song of fire and bloodline, would I be able to master the power of the first flame like her? He said bitterly. Chapter 993. My talent in the song of fire is far inferior to the song of water. What's the use of getting Danny Rise's bloodline and the song of laws? The mermaid asked, "You're depressed because you haven't comprehended the song of water in 5,000 years? Which one of us doesn't have billions of years of cultivation?" Night Lion disagreed. "How old is Danny Rise?" The mermaid said impatiently. "Her situation is special, or rather, humans are special. They have short lifespans and weak strength, but they are exceptionally talented in cultivation. If everyone thinks the same as you, Lalo would be ashamed to death," Night Lion said. "Lalo can't represent the ancient gods. He's more special than Danny Rise." The mermaid waved her hand, her face full of disdain. Night Lion said, "Lalo also has strengths that we can learn from. He's tenacious, never gives up, and can endure loneliness. You're a god and can live for countless years. If 5,000 years isn't enough, then 50,000, 500,000, 50 million years. Carry on Lalo's spirit of studying for billions of years. There will be a day when you succeed." The mermaid's mouth twitched, and she shook her head. "If you give me 50,000 years, I'm confident that I can comprehend the song of water. If you give me another 50 million years, I can sing the song of fire. But that's it. The song of laws has different levels of mastery. Instead of wasting billions of years on the highest level that might not be suitable for oneself, it's better to choose the correct path. Instead of spending 50 million years studying the Song of Fire, it's better to push my Song of Disaster to a higher level. What's suitable is the correct path. The songs of the four elements may seem high level, but they're all life-threatening things. It's not worth it. Your thinking is correct. What's most suitable for oneself is the best. But Dany Rise's Song of Fire is different. For that trace of the first flame, it's worth it even if you have to bet your entire future on it, Night Lion said. Worth my ass. The mermaid sneered. In order to snatch Dany Rise's bloodline and Song of Fire, I have to take a huge risk and fight her to the death. After surviving by a fluke, in order to fight for the spoils of war, we will fight to the death with you, our allies, who have ulterior motives. Even if I was lucky enough to survive, I would still have to deal with Long Night and Cold God, who had lost their savior. Even if they were lucky enough to survive, would the next era last for 10,000 years? He hadn't even gotten used to the first flame before he had to prepare for the next world pendant. Would I be lucky enough to survive? Even if I managed to survive time and time again, where would I find 50 million years to study the Song of Fire? Night Lion sighed helplessly. If I can convince Lalo to hand over Shireen's soul, will you join the Righteous Alliance? Are you threatening me? The mermaid suddenly stood up and floated in the air above the bathing pool. Her body was surrounded by a layer of transparent water, and a scarlet sea of fire was burning above her head. In the flowing palace below the throne, the people who were drinking and making merry immediately put down their wine bottles, and women picked up their weapons and glared at the Night Lion on the level 5 platform. A war could break out at any moment. Don't get too excited. Yishur took a few steps back and lowered his hands, making a gesture of not wanting to start a fight. This is just a temporary idea. Even Lalo might not agree. He smiled bitterly. Leave, I don't want to see you again. The mermaid said coldly. Night Lion sighed, helplessly, and returned to the sea under the lead of a mermaid soldier. Woo-woo, when Night Lion's breath completely disappeared, the mermaid took out a golden conch and blew it. In a moment, all the iron seed and murlocs in the flowing palace gathered under the throne. Rowers, let's leave this place, he ordered loudly. Inami's rowers took their positions and rowed the oars in their hands. The flowing palace was like a spaceship with countless tiny tentacles turning into a stream of light and quickly disappearing into the depths of the trench. In the blink of an eye, another 2 months passed. After the teaching team left Reese, they went to Volantis, Slave Bay, Queers, and were now in the Centaur Underground City. After that, they went to the last stop in the western continent of Ursus, Raging Howl City by the Jade Sea, the city-state where the Dragon Queen's messenger Gigi was killed. In Volantis, Chizong and the others met war god Yuan Kai, who had returned from Slave Bay. After leaving Slave Bay, on the way to Volantis, War God led the captive army to fight a few battles. The Marteris people blocked the path of the traitors. The invasion of the demons in the land of Long Summer, the Volantis consul led the noble army to ambush outside the city. War God Yuan Kai won every battle, each time achieving great results at a very small price, completely proving that he was worthy of the title of War God. After leaving the Dragon Queen, I finally regained my confidence. When receiving Chizong and his disciples, War God sighed. After taking down the city outside the Black Wall of Volantis, the Dragon Queen appointed him as the governor of the West Army, assisting the West-conquering General Clan to govern Volantis. War God initially refused, but after returning to Volantis, he took the initiative to step down from his position as the commander of the captive army. But later, the Blackwell nobles refused to give up their rule over Volantis, sowing discord, causing the rebels in the outer city to split into several factions. For example, Zidon's mercenary faction, the captive faction, Little Doxum's small noble faction, the Waterside Widows merchant faction, and the returning Tiger Cloak army also formed their own faction. Oh, little Doxim was Fat Faust's son. The fat merchant Faust Doxim, who helped the Gith people transport food in the early years, was captured by the Dragon Queen outside Astapor City and became rich because of it. He was used as a scapegoat by Consul Dofas and Supreme Priest Benello. After being chosen as a consul, he tried his best to convince the people that the long night is fake. The sun will rise soon. Don't rush to buy resources. Don't panic. In the end, when the long night came, his dream of being promoted to a Blackwell noble was shattered, and he was also torn apart by the angry people. The family business he accumulated through doing business with Slave Bay was also swallowed by the Blackwell nobles. Fortunately, his son Little Doxim had met the Dragon Queen a few times, and with this experience, he gained some reputation among the slaves and small nobles of Volantis. The rebel forces were scattered, and they were bought over by the Blackwell nobles, then defeated one by one, and suffered a few losses. Gradually, the Volantis people realized a terrifying fact. The food in the outer city was almost gone. We need a leader. Waterside Widow stood up and organized a high-level meeting. If this continues, we will all starve to death under the mockery of the Blackwell nobles. Invite the war god to come out. In the end, they found the Kayuan war god, who had retired long ago, because as long as he was not facing the Dragon Queen, he had always been invincible. I just want to enjoy the peaceful life of a normal person now. You can leave. At that time, the war god changed his name and married into a small merchant family in Volantis. When Zidane, Danzo, and the others found him, he was in the back alley, sitting on a small stool and picking shrimp lines. Our brothers need you, Zidane advised. My family needs me even more. You need to pick shrimp lines? Danzo was speechless. I caught the shrimps. The war god's face was full of hardships, and his hands were full of frostbite, but his smile was very happy and satisfied. But your father-in-law's family looks down on you and talks behind your back every day, the commander of the Tiger Cloak Army said. Thousands of Tiger Cloak Army soldiers returned to Volantis with the prisoners of war, and they had fought under the command of the war god, so they naturally respected him. It's okay. My wife is very good to me. It's just a normal person's life, and I enjoy it, the war god said, frankly. But your wife is always looking for wild men outside, Zidane said hesitantly. The war god's expression froze, and he pounced on Zidane like a tiger. You dare slander my wife. Zidane hurriedly said, It's true, the neighbors all know, and they are hiding it from you. If you don't believe me, I can take you to, then a group of people took the war god to catch the adulterers. The war god's face was pale. Know your identity. I'm the master of this house. If I didn't take you in, you would have starved to death on the streets. His wife only felt ashamed for a moment, and then became abnormally tough. I want to be alone. You guys go back. The war god's face was ashen. It shouldn't be. Even if he had become a son-in-law, even if his wife was cold and noble and didn't even let him touch her hand, she should still treat all men equally. Why did she have to steal men? The next day, 20,000 soldiers blocked the streets around the war god's house, knelt on one knee and shouted in unison, War god, please come out. Thousands of Tiger Cloak Army soldiers also shouted, Tiger Commander, please come out. The war god's wife and father-in-law's family were stunned after that. The war god accepted the Dragon Queen's appointment and became the general of the Slavers Bay Army. The people who knew you best were often your enemies. The war god's understanding of the Dragon Queen and her policies surpassed most of the Slavers Bay officials. So, with his background as a slave owner, he skillfully carried out the slave liberation movement in Volantis, the long night production to save himself, and a series of things that the Dragon Queen had done and was doing in the past and was doing now. When the dwarf first arrived in Volantis, he thought that he had arrived at Slavers Bay. After helping the war god take down the Black Wall, the message team finally arrived at Slavers Bay. Before leaving, the dwarf even brought along Cadillac's wife. He promised to let the attendants reunite with the couple. After resting in Slaver's Bay for half a month, the message team went to Quar's. They bought a shop in Zaluona to build the Great Holy Church, and then went north to the underground city outside White Cloud City. This is a miraculous city. Chizong and the others were dazzled. The dragon worm tunnel had no end. The cave was as warm as summer. The ground and walls were covered in shining grass and fruits. Every vine, every leaf, every fruit was like a translucent fluorescent lamp, flickering with a faint radiance, colorful like a fairyland. Arya lightly touched the tomato on the side, asking curiously, "What kind of plant is this? Why is it shining?" "It has nothing to do with the plant. It's because I'm working hard," a crisp and tender female voice replied. Then, within a few kilometers, the fluorescent light in the cave drew out a long, illusory line, converging in one place. Then, a small fairy appeared in front of Arya. The rest of the place became dark, the plants no longer emitting fluorescent light. "My name is Little Radish Head, the gardener of this orchard," the little fairy said. The dwarf immediately understood. The little fairy was named after a vegetable. It was definitely a fire fairy. "I can turn into light and enter the bodies of all plants, giving them the most appropriate light," Little Radish Head said proudly. "Amazing." The dwarf sighed and then asked, "How long can you work, and how large of an area can you take care of?" "This place is close to the crack in the Earth's crust. It emits fire elements all the time. I can absorb the fire elements emitted from the Earth's crust while providing sufficient light for the land within a 10-kilometer radius, 24 hours a day, never stopping." After saying that, Little Radish Head turned into a stream of light again, lighting up the long underground farm. A 10-kilometer radius, hundreds of thousands of acres. The master and disciples of the teaching team were stunned. What's there to be surprised about? If the crack in the Earth's crust is bigger, I can shine even brighter. I'm a little sun. Little Radish Head's voice came from the tomato. The dwarf was stunned. It seemed that it was normal for a little sun to shine within a few kilometers. The underground farm isn't that big, and if we're too far from the crack, we can't guarantee the temperature. Crops don't only need sunlight to grow. Temperature and fertilizer are also important. Chui Luo shook his head. Chapter 994. The air in the dungeon was very good. It wasn't stuffy and turbid like the caves. Instead, the air was fresh. The breeze brought along the fragrance of fresh flowers, the sweetness of fruits, and the fragrance of green leaves. A few centaurs sang a ballad and drove a group of goats. They looked carefree as they walked past the small team. The centaurs drove the goats further away and disappeared among the fluorescent plants. It was a picturesque scene. Today, the ones who live the happiest are the centaurs. They are even happier and more at ease than they were before the long night. The dwarf said in a ridiculous tone, "They are the citizens of King Cow." Dungeon Lord Chui Luo said matter-of-factly, "Can Winterfell build an underground botanical garden?" Arya asked expectantly, "I've been to your family's tomb. It's too cold." Chui Luo shook his head. "Look here, 200 meters underground. It's not affected by the cold outside. It's so warm. Winterfell's underground cellar is too shallow, and the area near the hot spring is too small. Unless the dragon worm goes over and digs another 100 meters. How many little elves are there? Do they produce enough food?" The gnome asked curiously. "Just 3 fire elves, centaurs, shepherds, and Calixi City's hair cologne. The underground manor mainly produces vegetables, fruits, beef, and mutton. We haven't planted high-yield crops, so it's not enough to feed everyone in the dungeon. However, the dungeon isn't a sealed city system. The fruits and vegetables we produce are enough to feed 2 million people in Slave Bay. Slave Bay also provides us with salted fish and kelp. You saw it before you came in. A group of workers is loading goods for the pterosaur. The dungeon alone and Slave Bay alone can't last long in the long night. However, if the two are combined, we don't have to worry about food for 10 years. Moreover, as Calixi's power grows, the light elves will grow as well. When Light Song is perfected, the light elves' light intensity will increase by a few times. By then we can plant wheat, corn, and other crops on a large scale. Perhaps the dungeon can last forever. Chui Luo was full of confidence, and his eyes were full of hope. Compared to the Westeros in the abyss of suffering, Slave Bay is like heaven. The hound sighed. The dwarf said, helplessly, they've been prepared for this for a long time. They started stockpiling grain a few years ago. At that time, the Westeros were still in the midst of the rebellion of the Four Princes. Then, he raised another question. The pterosaur's efficiency in transporting goods is somewhat low. You only have 20 pterosaurs, so you can only transport 20 to 30 tons of goods each time. The efficiency is indeed low. Pterosaurs also consume a lot of meat. Chui Luo nodded helplessly. We're considering building a team of horses pulling sleds. We'll take the route of White Cloud City, Raza River, and Meereen. It's over 1,000 kilometers, the dwarf exclaimed. Follow the river. The river is not completely frozen yet. Walk 400 kilometers to Khaleesi City, and then load the goods. Chui Luo pondered and said, actually, even if the river is completely frozen, it won't be much of a problem. They could build relay stations along the way and pass the information layer by layer, but it would just take more manpower. In the long night, there are still hundreds of thousands of centaurs who have nothing to do. After a night of drinking with the centaurs who had nothing to do, Tessa carried a ton of tomatoes and led the team to Horse King City in the north the next day. The reason why they took a detour to Horse King City was not to build the Temple of the Seven Gods and lay out the path of faith. The faith of the Horse God in Horse King City had already been reformed into the more advanced and civilized Pegasus religion. Pegasus was Megalosaurus, and the main god of Pegasus religion was Blackie. If the team went to Kor and built the Temple of the Seven Gods, they could create a more efficient path of faith from Dragonstone Island Pento's Kor Horse King City barren land. Yes, the Seven Gods and Blackie could borrow Pegasus, Blackie's temple. However, Dany was worried that Black Goat would lead Kor's army to kill the team, so she took a detour to Kor City. It was very awkward. Chizong did not know that when he killed the goddess, Black Goat was also implicated, leaving only a set of dark green scale armor and a pair of golden goat horns. Chizong also picked up the spoils of war. He even gave the small scale armor to the dwarf as inner armor, and the golden goat horns to Arya as daggers because the horns contained dense death energy. However, the team did not know who the horns belonged to. Chizong knew that he had killed a few evil gods, but his attention was on Myrthea at that time. Why would he care about a small fry? He thought that he had killed the goddess spirit. Of course, Black Goat was not a small fry. It was much more powerful than a spirit. If he was in Kor Temple, he would have dared to fight Lalo. However, Rhys was not Kor, and he was not like Myrthea, who had comprehended many songs of laws. When the Black Mountain Goat died, the Sea of Law did not even tremble, which was enough to explain the problem. That unlucky guy was very similar to Dragon Queen in the early days. He was very powerful, but his realm was lower. The Dragon Queen did not have a good relationship with the gods, so she was not well informed. She did not know that Black Goat was dead for the time being, so she did not change her itinerary. Except for Horse King City, the team's itinerary was predetermined in advance. When news of what happened to Kor Temple came, Dany might have guessed something. However, even if she knew that Black Goat had died, she would not let Chizong go to Kor. Pentos, Mir, Tylosai, and Reese were all city-states in the Narrow Sea. They were 400 kilometers away from the Westeros. No one in their right mind would dare to offend the Dragon Queen. Volantis had war gods and returned prisoners of war, so it was safe. The Karst royal family had long withered in the dragon flame. The real power had always been in the hands of merchants, and Zero was one of the 13 giants. Therefore, although the team seemed to be very active, they were actually very stable. Kor was different. The Dragon Queen did not have the ability to directly and quickly threaten it. If it was before the long night, the Khal King's 100,000 colossus were spread across the vast inland plains. If any city-state dared to not give them face, Khaleesi would immediately fly into a rage. However, she could not do so now. The route after Karst was Raging Hell City, Thunder Island, and Barbarian Capital. They were all under the jurisdiction of the Dragon Queen's long arm. That's right. Pale skin, icy blue eyes. I am not sure if there was any light. At that time, we were holding torches. Perhaps there was a reflection in the eyes. However, that thing did not have any emotions. Just by looking at it, my soul almost froze. I feel that it is not a human. The dark-skinned, middle-aged eunuch said in fear. As the long night fell, most of the foreign merchants in Horse King City chose to leave. The boundless east and west markets were covered in snow. No one cleaned them up. Other than the centaurs, there were only a few old people who had lived in the plains for their entire lives. They chose to wait for death here. According to the Khal King's orders, the Dash Karim also moved to the foot of the Goddess Mountain after the long night fell. They took wood, dug a cave, and built a brick bed. At this moment, the team came to the old priest's cave. They sat on the wide brick bed and questioned a Dash Karim eunuch with a serious expression. This was because the eunuch seemed to have seen a deviant ghost. Deviant ghosts in Horse King City. How could this be? When the Dragon Queen received this terrible news, she immediately ordered the team to head north to Horse King City to investigate the matter. The old Dash Karim, who could only pretend to be mysterious and rely on deceit, had already learned the moon singer meditation technique that the Dragon Queen had taught her. She had also successfully become a qualified Pegasus priest. She had established a faith link with the Pegasus, Big Black. This way, the old priest could communicate with the Dragonstone Island's magic net hub through the glass candle. Although she did not leave the house and had been hiding in the desolate cave of Horse King City all this time, she was not completely ignorant of the outside world. When I heard Hal's description of strange people, I felt that something was wrong. Isn't this a deviant ghost? So I immediately sent a message to the Khal King. I did not expect you to really come. The old woman sucked on the tomato with her toothless mouth while using her black eyes to scan the faces of the people in front of her. Tyrion twisted his neck uncomfortably and asked, "Is it strange that we are here?" Kiki. The old woman laughed strangely and asked if I dreamed of you sitting on the brick bed and talking to me before the deviant ghosts appeared. Would you find it strange? Prophecy? The dwarf's expression changed and asked again, "Then can you prophesy whether the strange people are deviant ghosts? Didn't the Khal King send you here to investigate this matter?" The old woman sucked all the tomato juice, but did not melt a single piece of tomato meat. She frowned and sighed. "The night is long, and there is a shortage of food. We cannot waste it. Hal, take this and cook a bowl of tomato and fish soup." The black man, Hal, respectfully took the shriveled tomato that the old woman had sucked dry and left the guest room. Chizong and his disciples' faces were pale. Their stomachs were churning. They swore in their hearts that when they ate later, they would not touch anything other than roasted meat. But the old woman wiped her mouth and licked the juice off her hands. Then she sighed and said, "I haven't been able to sleep well recently. I keep dreaming of ice, snow, and a sea of fire. There are also countless people crying. This is an ominous sign. A great calamity is about to befall the continent. If deviant ghosts cross the sea and sneak into Horse King City, Ursos will be in real danger." Chizong said solemnly, "Where did you see the strange stranger? Were there any signs of theft at the cemetery?" Hound asked, "Just at the womb lake under Mother Goddess Mountain. There are only 3,000 to 4,000 people left in Horse King City. The cows and sheep have been slaughtered and stored. Fishing in the lake is enough to fill our stomachs." Hal met the strange person when he was chiseling the ice on the lake. The strange person only observed him for a while before retreating and disappearing into the snow. As for the cemetery, the old woman laughed strangely again. "Centaurs don't have a cemetery. After we die, we have to ride our blazing horses and rush to the night kingdom of the heavenly horse god." The preaching team stayed in Horse King City for a week. They were busy for a week, but they still couldn't find any traces of the strange person. They even hung the bodies of 2 old slaves who froze to death in the forest north of Womb Lake, but they didn't turn into zombies. Helpless, they could only continue west. But unexpectedly, the flowers they planted with the intention did not bloom, while the willow they planted with the intention did. Things unexpectedly took a turn for the better in Shimiliana. Arya, who was following Chizong amidst the cheering crowd, suddenly turned around and said with a trembling voice, "Uncle, is that you?" Just because she took an extra look at him in the crowd, she saw that unruly face through that ordinary face that didn't belong to him. The uncle's body also trembled. He closed his eyes and silently took a step back. His figure faded into the crowd, disappearing without a trace. "It really is you, Uncle Jia Kuan." Arya was shocked. "Your eyes." Chapter 995. The previous savior had many titles. The people of Westeros called him Yeser Ahai, which was a more mainstream name around the Jade Sea. He was also known as Hail Cologne, Etal in the Barren Land, Nephrin, Shadowhunter Edric, and a series of other names. As Hail Cologne, the savior had a group of descendants. They named their country after their ancestors and established the Hail Cologne descendant country. After 8,000 years, the Hail Cologne descendant country was only left with 3 cities with female governments. The city closest to Meereen was conquered by the Dragon Queen and renamed Raging Howl. Next to Horse King City, there was also a strategic city built between the sea and the cliff, Shimiliana. The mission team originally did not plan to go to Shimiliana. On the eve of leaving Horse King City, Dash Karim suddenly received an invitation from the Shimiliana high priest. There shouldn't be any conspiracy. Horse King City and Shimiliana have always had a good relationship. Before the long night, there were female red jade warriors coming to the grasslands every year to make a living. Their high priest also stayed in Horse King City for 5 years when she was young. I was still Khaleesi at that time and had a good personal relationship with her. When she found out that I had become a priest of the Pegasus Church, she sent someone to send me a glass candle and told me to contact her more often. Hearing the old centaur's words, the message team decided to make a trip to Shimiliana. At the city gate, they unexpectedly met the venerable dragon. Yes, it was the old priest who claimed to have hatched Goldie. During her years in New Gith, she alone exterminated dozens of small and medium-sized nobles. After New Gith fell, she became a guerrilla on Jean Island for more than a year. Later, after the Battle of Meereen, the guerrillas lost all hope of turning the situation around. The nobles of Gith also gave up on the idea of hatching dragons. After destroying the dragon eggs, they prepared to settle the score with the venerable dragon. The venerable dragon was also very clever. Before the Day of Reckoning, She crossed the strait between Jean Island and New Gith Island overnight and surrendered to the Mother of Dragons guards. I have never done anything wrong to the Dragon Queen and Slave Bay. Facing the trial of General Hattar, the venerable dragon was not guilty at all. When the Dragon Queen found out about this, she could only pinch her nose and agree with her explanation. Then she waved her hand and let her go. The old hag had killed more slave owners than any of the Queen's generals, but she had not harmed any of the Mother of Dragons guards. She had even done a meritorious deed. She was grateful to the Dragon Queen for releasing her kindness twice. The key point was that she was allowed to take away the reward paid by the Gith people. Therefore, the Dragon Granny proposed to let the preaching team come to Shimiliana to preach. Regardless of whether or not Chizong can survive in barren lands, at the very least, he has already reached Jade Seaside, slaughtering gods along the way. Even Goddess Myrtea was killed with a single palm. Just him alone is worth making friends with, not to mention that he's just a lackey of the Dragon Queen. The venerable father persuaded the people in power in the city. Actually, there was one thing that she did not say clearly. The descendants of Higher Cologne did not have their own ancestral gods. Since they could believe in the Eastern evil gods, why couldn't they believe in the seven gods? The venerable father had secretly made a decision. When Master Chizong arrived, he would accompany him and seriously ask for the Seven Stars Bible. Then he would be personally baptized by Chizong and become a glorious believer of the seven gods. Finally, he would also apply to become the Archbishop of the newly built Seven Gods Shrine in Shimiliana. She knew the details of the Seven Gods Church, but she just wanted to rely on the Dragon Queen and the Megalosaurus. The venerable father always believed that she had a special relationship with the Golden Dragon. Perhaps becoming a priest of the Megalosaurus seven gods was her true destiny as the venerable father. The venerable father hatched dragons, and the venerable father believed in the Megalosaurus. It was too predestined. The welcoming ceremony was very grand. The venerable father led a group of red jade warriors to set up a formation outside the city. Chizong and the dwarf were invited to sit in the same carriage as the venerable father, while the remaining 3 disciples walked behind the group. Both sides of the street were crowded with onlookers. There were foreign merchants, local women with red jade inlaid on their faces, and the eunuch brothers of the red jade warriors. For every 100 males born in this race, only one would be kept for mating, and the rest would be castrated. Arya was walking around in boredom. Suddenly, she saw a person in the crowd that she would never forget, although he had become her, and was even wearing cosmetic contact lenses. She could still recognize that it was not her, but him, Uncle Jakuen. Arya had just called out when he, who had disguised himself as her, shrank back and disappeared into the crowd. His eyes are emitting blue light. The death god meditation technique has gone berserk. Arya's expression changed drastically. Her body flashed and disappeared in front of the crowd. She did not turn invisible. Instead, 90% of her body had entered the world of death, leaving behind a gray shadow. This shadow was only 10% of her original size. Ah, are my eyes playing tricks on me? It seems like someone suddenly disappeared. It's that horse-faced lady. She disappeared? If it was before the long night, the crowd could still see a blurry and strange figure. But now the sky was dark, and they could not see any traces of the shadow in the darkness. Arya's strange behavior quickly attracted Chizong's attention. After explaining to Shang Fu, he shouted, "Mighty heavenly dragon," in front of everyone, causing everyone's hearts to tremble. The tiles on the roof beams rustled and snow fell. "Mighty heavenly dragon, you live up to your name." Seeing Chizong disappear into the sky as fast as lightning, Shang Fu could not help but say to Prince Jean, "I've lived in the palace for a long time, and I've also heard of Master Chizong's deeds of subduing demons with the mighty heavenly dragon. Now, it seems that you live up to your reputation." The dwarf nodded awkwardly. At the same time, he was on guard and looked around cautiously in case an evil god was trying to lure him away. On the other side, when Chizong found his female disciple in a remote alley, he saw her competing with an ordinary-looking middle-aged woman with a dagger. Arya held golden goat horns, while the other party used a pair of crystal daggers that were as thin as cicada wings. "Ice sword." Chizong's expression changed. The daggers were blue like crystals, but they were surrounded by a circle of frozen mist. In essence, they were no different from the ice swords used by deviant ghosts. But the other party was clearly a living person. "Uncle Jia Kun, what happened? Why are you here?" Arya shouted sorrowfully while dealing with the other party's continuous attacks. "You betrayed the Black and White Academy. Now, everything that happens to the faceless has nothing to do with you." The woman spoke with a man's voice. Her tone was as cold as an ice sword, smooth and without a trace of emotion. "Hey, evildoer, what is your relationship with deviant ghosts?" Chizong did not plan on watching his disciple reminisce with his old lover. With a shout, he could not help but strike out with his right palm. "Holy Mother, no!" Arya screamed. She moved to the side and stood between Chizong and Jia Kun. Chizong pulled back his palm in time, but Jia Kun attacked mercilessly. He took the opportunity to stab Arya's back and her neck. "Evil creature, you dare?" Chizong saw everything clearly. His eyes widened in anger. Separated from Arya, he used Wrath of the Heavenly Father. Borrowing Seven Gods' Big Black's soul force, he released a soul attack with a holy attribute similar to a true dragon's roar. Chi-Chi Jia Kun released a muffled groan. His hand slipped, cutting open 2 holes in Arya's crocodile god leather armor, revealing the iron chain armor inside. There was also a layer of light blue ice left at the holes. Arya had also escaped poverty and changed into a set of divine equipment. "Are you crazy? Why are you protecting this deviant ghost?" Chizong pulled Arya over and berated her. "This is someone I know. Moreover, I didn't even get to ask him clearly. If you kill him with a single palm, won't all clues be lost?" Arya said, "I know what I'm doing. I'm only going to injure him, not kill him." Chizong said, "I don't believe you." Arya shook her head. She then went up to stop Jia Kun, who was about to run away, fighting him again. "When have I ever lied to anyone?" Chizong said in embarrassment and anger, "Tell me yourself. When have you ever left a survivor among your subordinates?" Arya said, "I wasn't familiar with the Holy Mother's divine palm before, but now I might be able to." Chizong said uncertainly, "Perhaps." Arya chuckled coldly and said, "If you want to help, then play support." Helpless, Chizong could only retract his palm and use Wrath of the Heavenly Father on Jia Kun 3 times in a row. Arya took the opportunity to deliver 6 deep cuts on Jia Kun's arms and thighs. Clang! The ice crystal dagger fell on the stone floor. Jia Kun's body also swayed a few times, and then he was kicked into a trash pile in the corner by Arya. Then she stepped on Jia Kun's neck with her long leather boots and deftly removed a human skin mask. As expected, it was that familiar middle-aged man's face. Chizong's expression changed greatly. "Damn it, it really is a faceless one. Uncle Jia Kun, what's wrong?" Looking at the man whose expression was as cold as the other ghouls, whose eyes radiated blue light like the other ghouls, Arya felt sorrow in her heart, her eyes turning red. Seeing her like this, a hint of sadness appeared in Jia Kun's cold blue eyes. "Arya," he called out softly, but it was as if he was using all of his strength. Veins popped out on his forehead and face. as if he was struggling against another consciousness. He still has his humanity. Qizong walked up in shock and bewilderment. He pressed his finger against Jia Kuen's cold forehead, continuously firing out Wrath of the Heavenly Father. Although Jia Kuen grunted repeatedly, his spirit's aura rapidly weakening, his eyes gradually came back to life. He gave Qizong a grateful look, and then said with a pained expression, "The Black and White Academy is finished. The faceless have prayed to the death god for thousands of years, and all the death gods in the world are worshipped by the Black and White Academy. The faceless have long believed in the death god and its power, and have also yearned for it for a long time, just like how a person yearns for rain after a long drought. Finally, the rain has come." The faceless cheered. However, not long after, a certain someone discovered that there is a true death god in the world, but he is not the god that a certain someone was looking forward to. Only the frost god is the true death god, because he can sing the complete song of death, the main song. "Did you meet the frost god?" Qizong said in shock. Jia Kuen nodded lightly. Apart from Arya, there are only a handful of people in the Black and White Academy who can cultivate the death god's scripture. A certain someone and the benevolent person have no talent. Thus, the benevolent person brought a certain someone to meet the death god, the frost god. In the underground palace, a certain someone knelt before his throne, offering the blood of a noble, while he used blood witchcraft to help a certain someone complete the baptism. Then, a certain someone easily condensed the fundamental runes of the death god's meditation technique in his mind, and then his cultivation speed was even faster than Arya's. At that time, a certain someone was overjoyed, even believing that he was about to sing the song of death, that he had a chance to become the true death god. "You guys are too." Qizong was stunned. The faceless person is too proud, too conceited, too arrogant. Jia Kuen sighed. Back then, a certain someone even asked the death god if the death god's scripture can cultivate the song of death, and it sat on the throne, looking down at the servant kneeling below, nodding lightly without any expression. A certain someone was overjoyed. Now that I think about it, a certain someone seemed to have overlooked the mockery in its eyes. "All the faceless people became like you. What are you doing here?" Arya asked with a trembling voice. A certain someone summoned all the faceless people in the world back to the Black and White Academy, including the apprentices and retired old faceless people. The Black and White Academy had a total of 587 faceless people sacrificed to the death god, and then they all became his slaves. As the death god's scripture realm increased rapidly, the faceless people's weak self-consciousness was quickly obliterated. A certain someone did not lose his thoughts, but he was completely unable to resist his orders. He had a certain someone spread across Ursos, moving around the city as a human, buying babies, stealing the corpses of powerful warriors. Chapter 996. Jia Kuen said faintly, "Buying infant slaves, collecting the corpses of powerful warriors. When the wind dies down a little, the mountains and rivers will be as cold as iron, the cold air will soar into the sky, and the entire city will be covered in ice armor." The master and disciple shuddered, looking at each other in shock. How long has this plan been going on? Qizong swallowed and said with a trembling voice, "More than a year." Before the Great Wall collapsed, all of the faceless were scattered everywhere. For example, I stayed in Shamiliana for more than half a year, buying more than 5,000 boys and girls under the age of 1 from the slave traders and the poor, stealing and purchasing more than 20,000 corpses of powerful warriors. That's impossible. How could 5,000 babies be born in half a year? Also, why didn't father notice such a huge commotion? Qizong said in disbelief. Jia Kuen's soulless eyes glanced at Arya's right hand, which was holding a human skin mask. "The night is long, the commoners have nothing to do, so they can only give birth at home, but the long night also makes their lives difficult. By selling their children to the slave traders as slaves, not only can the children survive, they can also get money to buy food. So why not? Shamiliana doesn't have 5,000 babies, but there are vast villages and small towns outside the city. Including the surrounding population, 10,000 babies is more than enough. A certain person has replaced more than 10 slave traders, openly searching for babies inside and outside the city, either sending them out to sea or going up the stone path north to enter the Bone Mountain Range. Once I leave the city, I will kill the slave traders who are escorting the babies, turn them into living dead, and then pray to the cold god to turn all of the babies into little deviant ghosts. No one will suspect me if I change my identity and return to the city. Wait, you said baby boys and baby girls. Chi Zhang's expression changed, saying solemnly, even baby girls? Do you still not understand after seeing a certain person? Jia Kuan said bitterly, deviant ghosts are another type of human, new humans. They have thoughts, can communicate, and can reproduce. Deviant ghosts might be transformed from humans, but the difference between humans and deviant ghosts is like God's descendants and humans, Arya said. Jia Kuan was stunned, saying, what a certain person wants to say is like humans and children of the forest. Arya said slowly, God's descendants are the world's main characters in the last era. God's descendants' bloodline degeneration, or interbreeding with humans, gradually evolving into the current humans. Jia Kuan stared at her. Her expression was as cold as before, but she was much more energetic and confident than when she was in Bravos. Her body was also more mature and cold. You've grown up. He sighed. Arya blushed. Qizong looked at the two of them suspiciously for a while, then said with a frown, I know that female deviant ghosts can reproduce with male deviant ghosts, but isn't it a little too early for that? I remembered that the three-eyed crow once said that the deviant ghosts would only reproduce on a large scale in the later part of the long night, when the situation was set. Naturally bred deviant ghosts are like civilians. They are not as powerful, efficient, and easy to command as the converted deviant ghost warriors. Female deviant ghosts and the natural deviant ghosts are weak, but they are not controlled by the deviant ghost king. Even if the deviant ghost king dies, they will continue to live. Someone guessed that the God of Frost plan would forcibly replace humans with deviant ghosts. Jia Kuan said. Arya sneered. Will this plan work? Before the next generation of deviant ghosts are born, the long night will end. As she finished speaking, the smile on her face slowly disappeared. Could this long night really end quickly? Looking at Jia Kuan, and then thinking that there were 587 Jia Kuan active all over the world, and more than half a year had passed, she was not sure. Does the School of Black and White really have 587 faceless? I have participated in the monthly gatherings of the faceless as a maid many times, and there were more than 20 people present each time, Arya said with a serious expression. Half of them are retired old people, and the remaining half are collecting information in various cities. The other half are high-level faceless that you can't see. They are often out on missions and are not in Bravos, such as someone. So, how many people are left in the School of Black and White? There were about 70 faceless who lived in Bravos. Excluding the apprentices, the number was about right. However, Arya still had doubts. Does the School of Black and White really allow the faceless to retire? In Dr. Wargrave's play, all the faceless who wanted to retire ended up in a miserable state. In Dr. Wargrave's play, once the ruthless faceless met true love, they would ignite the dying passion in their hearts. For love, for the child in their beloved wife's belly, they would secretly decide in their hearts, after finishing this job, I'll take you far away. And then the whole family would be reunited. Every time the faceless who carried out the mission of silencing a witness would say to the dying senior lying on the ground, "Once disloyal, never use. Today, you betrayed the God of 1,000 faces for love. Tomorrow, will you reveal the secrets of the faceless to other forces for your family?" The audience felt that this was too reasonable. The more reasonable the plot, the stronger the sense of immersion and reality. Then, while everyone watched with tears in their eyes, they hated the School of Black and White more. Even Arya felt that this was very reasonable. Jia Kun sighed. Every faceless is the most powerful killer in the world, and some rarely die in missions. Therefore, there are many faceless who are still loyal to the School of Black and White despite their age. It can't be said that Wargrave's play is wrong. There really are people who betray the School of Black and White because of love. But how can there be so much love in the world? 99% of the faceless dedicate their lives to faith and don't love anyone at all. Years of faceless trainee education have long eliminated some people's ability to love others. When he said this, Uncle Ja Kuen looked at the big, lowly Arya with a complicated expression. Arya looked at him and seemed to understand something. Her heart was confused and sweet, and there was a bit of despair and bitterness. Chizong inexplicably felt that he was unnecessary. Ahem. 2 coughs broke the picturesque scene. Jia Kun sighed inwardly and continued. When you're older, the risk factor will increase and the success rate of the mission will decrease. Many old people even get sick because of the long journey and die on the way. This is not good for the School of Black and White. Therefore, when a faceless is in their 40s, as long as they feel that their limbs are inconvenient and their energy is not enough, they can voluntarily apply for retirement. Then the School of Black and White will arrange for them to be the gatekeepers of the Iron Treasury, the Sea King's Palace, or the great noble families who believe in the God of 1,000 faces. Arya's mouth twitched. So, Bravos has lost a lot of old gatekeepers. Why didn't the nobles and the Sea King notice? Is the Sea King involved in this? When we arranged for the retired faceless to go to other cities, we didn't hide it from the Sea King and the great nobles. No one asked questions. The School of Black and White doesn't need to explain anything to anyone. We did rope in a group of great nobles who believe in the God of 1,000 faces, but that doesn't include the Sea King. The Sea King is human, but we are not. Jia Kun looked sad. Someone saw a deviant ghost in Horse King City. Are they your companions? Chizong asked in a low voice. All the faceless sent out will avoid Dragon Queen's sphere of influence to avoid alerting the enemy. If there are deviant ghosts in Horse King City, they must be passing by. Even if we encounter a sutra teaching team, we will avoid them. Your visit to Shamiliana this time is really unexpected. Someone planned to leave the city immediately, but you landed outside the city instead of going to the palace. When we met you on the way out of the city, Jia Kun stared at Arya again. I don't know why, but someone couldn't help but stop and look at her. I didn't expect her to discover my identity with just a glance. Perhaps this is fate. Arya's heart trembled. She muttered, Fate seems to be too cruel. Cough, cough. Chizong used all his strength to make his presence felt. Then he squeezed Arya hard, causing her to fall to the ground. He supported Jia Kun's cold body and asked, Did the faceless actions hide from the gods? Be as careful as possible. Move cautiously and avoid Dragon Queen's sphere of influence. This is the order given to me by the Frost God. I think it didn't ask me to avoid the gods, if the gods really exist. Jia Kun said with some doubt. Although he was turned into a deviant ghost by the Frost God, his knowledge was still shallow. Well, among humans, Jia Kun was very knowledgeable. But in the supernatural realm, especially in the knowledge of gods, the faceless were much worse. The faceless were very similar to the seven gods church of the past. They were both strict and powerful church organizations, but they didn't have any gods. Do you know the identity and location of the other faceless? Chizong asked again. No one in the Black and White Academy has all the information about the faceless. What about the benevolent person? He trains the faceless for the Black and White Academy. Arya asked, You've been in the Black and White Academy for many years. Have you seen a second apprentice? Jia Kun asked. In the faceless gathering, I've seen servants like me, but I don't know them, nor have I trained with them. Arya said thoughtfully. Jia Kun's eyes suddenly bulged. His eyeballs almost jumped out of their sockets. Veins popped out on his forehead and neck. He seemed to be in great pain. What's wrong? Arya was shocked. Master Chizong. Chizong immediately reached out and tapped Jia Kun's forehead, using soul attacks in succession. While shattering the mutant will in the sea of consciousness, the handsome uncle's soul was also riddled with holes, bleeding from his 7 orifices. This doesn't solve the root of the problem. It even damaged his foundation. But now that he's a deviant ghost, his connection with Frost God can't be severed. The old cultivator was troubled. Jia Kun blinked a few times, squeezing out the blood in his eye sockets. He said weakly, Hurry up and kill someone. Frost God has sensed someone's abnormality and is removing someone's control over the corpses. Killing someone now will kill at least 20,000 corpses. Master Chizong, hurry up and ask the Holy Mother to descend. Arya said anxiously. Chizong said awkwardly, For such a small matter, this isn't a small matter. Uncle Jia Kun can find at least a few dozen faceless. I'm afraid the Holy Mother can't do anything. Otherwise, the deviant ghosts would have been turned back into humans long ago. Chizong said helplessly. Arya was stunned. She muttered, At least try. Jia Kun struggled to sit up. His tone was urgent and solemn. Kill someone. All mortals will die one day. Arya, you know that death is never a punishment for someone, but the final destination. Arya blurted out, But now Frost God has become the god of 1,000 faces. If you die, your soul will also return to Frost God's embrace. Jia Kun's expression froze. From now on, all mortals will die one day. All mortals need to serve. This very pretentious catchphrase could no longer be repeated. Chizang's expression changed. Arya, you are the death god. You can take his soul. Chapter 9, 97. Arya, you are Stranger's wife. You can save him. Or let me use Holy Mother Palm to free him completely. Chizong placed his right palm in front of his chest, ready to strike. Even a high-level law god who had comprehended 3 laws could be purified, so the puny other ghouls were naturally nothing. No, Arya hurriedly pulled him away, pulling his right hand. Let me do it. She sat down beside Jia Kun, and her soul left her body, turning into a black-robed woman that ordinary people couldn't see with their naked eyes. She held a giant death scythe, and with a whoosh, she entered Jia Kun's consciousness. The next moment, she was about to swing the scythe. How dare you? A powerful wolf floated out of the void. Ice, nothingness, death, and darkness turned into 4 scythes that weighed 10,000 tons. They came from 4 directions, wanting to cut the death god girl into 8 pieces. Arya multitasked. Her physical body held a goat horn dagger and cut off Jia Kun's head. For a moment, the 4 giant scythes were like a flood that had lost its source. Their momentum suddenly weakened. You want to save him? Sure, a life for a life. The foreign will that remained in her consciousness turned into a burning red seal. In a split second, it was branded between the death god girl's brows. Under the cloak, the girl's pale horse-like face revealed pain and shock. Her meditation technique, actually uncontrollably underwent some kind of change. It became more perfect and more compatible with the death god's divinity. It even evolved the darkness and ice attributes from the power of death. However, her meditation foundation began to go out of control, no longer under her master's control. Arya immediately understood. If she didn't do anything, she would become the second Jia Kuan. What happened? Qi Zhang's voice seemed to come from beyond the sky. Arya looked around. The ice-blue space in her consciousness collapsed and dissipated. She returned to the gray and white world of death. On the tip of the scythe hung a naked man with half-long hair. The tip of the scythe pierced through his back and came out from his chest. His limbs and head drooped powerlessly. No blood flowed out from the wound, but ice blue and darkness intertwined and devoured each other. With a thought from Arya, the pitch-black scythe cracked. With Jia Kuan's soul as the center, it transformed into a 30-centimeter tall lantern. The wick of the lamp was Jia Kuan's soul. 7 or 8 long needles extended from the wall of the lamp and pierced through Jia Kuan's soul, burning a ball of ice-blue flame. After that, Arya's soul returned to her body. She was still holding an ice-blue lantern in her hand. Wherever the light shone, the air would condense into a light blue icy mist. When the mist landed on people's bodies, it would continuously absorb heat and vitality. It was like roasting a fire in reverse. Only when the frost power in his soul is completely burned away can he be sent to the stranger, hell. Qizong pondered. There's something wrong with my sea of consciousness. Arya stroked her forehead and told her what had happened with a solemn expression. Qizong looked at the corpse on the ground that was gradually melting into a ball of light blue ice water. He said with a frown, "Immediately establish a holy hall and carve a statue of the Holy Mother. Tonight, we will pray to the Holy Mother. Tell Dragon Queen first." Arya said. Qizong nodded. Dany was also shocked when she received the news. This was not the script she had planned. The reason why she had taught my son Jia Kuan the death god meditation technique was very simple: to destroy the black and white house from its roots. Did Dany hate the assassination and threat of the faceless? Of course she did. However, she could not be like the main characters in the novels in her previous life, who were arrogant and shouted "die" before rushing to bravos and spitting dragon flames to burn the enemy's nest. The reason was simple. Those novels were all loners. They sacrificed to the heavens, the earth, and their parents. They had no brothers, friends, lovers, or children. They were all alone and had nothing to worry about. When they were unhappy, they immediately vented. Dany had a family and a business. She was afraid of revenge. Therefore, she chose to take revenge in a more secretive and vicious way. She bewitched the faceless to cultivate the death god's scripture. When the Black and White House became the umbrella company of the Song of Ice and Fire world, when Bravos became Raccoon City, even if the biohazard crisis did not happen, once the long night came and a group of ice zombies appeared in the Black and White House, what would the people of the world think? It did not matter if it was flour or lime. It would be poisonous white flour. Anyway, the scholars of the City of Knowledge would announce to the world that after years of unremitting efforts, they had finally found the cause of this long night. The Bravos people had found a few deviant ghosts in the land of eternal winter as early as 20 years ago. They had even captured a few of them and secretly studied them at home with the intention of developing a weapon of mass destruction that could rule the world at that time. She would not need to do anything. The faceless and Bravos people would be hated by everyone. Everyone's condemnation would end without a cause. Now, the biohazard crisis script that she had prepared for the faceless and Bravos people was quietly rewritten by another famous director. Those goddamn idiots hid the deviant ghosts and really went to study them. Director Long, who had the script changed, was flustered and exasperated. It was like the Americans slandering a small country for hiding weapons of mass destruction before starting a war. Then, something embarrassing happened. When the war started and entered the white-hot stage, the other side really brought out a large number of weapons of mass destruction. This kind of blunder would not happen in reality because everyone knew that if you showed your weapons directly, the Americans would not dare to attack you. I finally understand why the Justice Alliance is so sure that there will be a large-scale ghoul rampage in the Urso continent. Dragon Queen's eyes were filled with murderous intent. I'll be honest, I want to start the long night of the gods. Those deviant devils are not willing to support the sea of law. They are not willing to bear the responsibility of protecting the world as true gods. But they should not have used the future of the world as a bargaining chip in their battle with me. They should have watched coldly as the frost god plotted against the various cities and watched as humans unknowingly walked towards destruction. Are there no temples for them in the cities? Are there no believers among the humans? Especially that bastard, Pro. To think that I thought highly of him and thought that he was more responsible than the other demon gods. But who would have thought? At this point, Danny's expression suddenly changed. Bran, do you think Lalo could be transferring assets? If Urso fell into hell, the temples of the red gods in the cities would be the first to bear the brunt. In the world, the red gods had the most temples and the largest number of priests. On the other hand, the Westeros, as the starting point of the epidemic, were slowly getting under control. Bran and the staff of the door god did not answer. Bran. Danny called out again. Sorry, I went too far into the fog of fate and got lost. After a long while, Bran said tiredly, Lost. Danny had a strange expression. Don't worry about me. As long as you keep holding this weirwood, I will find my way back. Bran said. Danny nodded reluctantly and asked, You heard what I said before? Now I hear it. Bran sighed and said, Urso's fall is inevitable. There is no point in pursuing responsibility. In the end, you will still have to hold your nose and cooperate with Lalo and the other heavenly gods who are willing to fight the deviant ghosts. I will not cooperate with them anymore. Danny said firmly. From today onwards, the they that represented the gods would forever be they in her mouth. They were no longer the great and holy gods, but a bunch of beasts. Even if some forces let the devils do whatever they want, even if they abandon the northeast continent, Urso is to the east of the Westeros, Braavos is to the north, even if they have ill intentions towards our army, even if they have countless reasons not to cooperate. But Bran sighed helplessly and said, But only by uniting all forces against the deviant ghosts can the living win the final victory. You said this. Everyone knows it, and it has formed a belief. You can't destroy the momentum you created, right? I want to announce it to the world and let everyone know the true colors of the gods they worship. How do you think they will react? Danny sneered. The gods might give up on resisting the deviant ghosts after their faith crumbles. He might as well swallow his anger and let the gods work hard to fight for the destiny of being the savior of the world. When the long night is over, you can raise the butcher's knife and settle the score with them. Bran advised. No one is an idiot. Danny shook her head. I will immediately inform the major cities of Urso to strengthen their defenses and prepare for war. Even if I don't say it, the princes and grand dukes can guess what the gods have done. Bran said, Although the rulers of the cities are helpless, they can only swallow it and not fall out with the gods. The two of them were right about the reactions of the major cities. In the morning, Arya met Uncle Jaquen. Before noon, the Dragon Queen received the news and immediately sent a warning to all the Grand Dukes, princes and kings of Urso through messenger crows and glass candles. However, among the cities on the other side of the narrow sea, only the Sea Palace of Braavos was connected to the magic net center of Dragonstone Island. Yes, the Sea King and Dragonstone Island had discussed sending reinforcements to the king's landing many times. No, this can't be true. See, King Tormo's tall body seemed to have lost its backbone as it slumped weakly on the throne. It blankly glanced at the pale-faced ministers below and confirmed again. The kind people rejected the summons of the Sea Palace. They didn't reject the summons, but killed all the guards and messengers who entered the House of Black and White, the fat watchman Bizarro said in a trembling voice. The Sea King turned to the fat zebra man with a big head and a small face and asked in a trembling voice, "Master Zanza, do you know about this?" Zanza was the first Jahada of the Jajesnai people to complete the Great Unification, equivalent to Danny's Call King, so the zebra men liked to name their daughters with this name. Similar to the Westeros, the most repeated female name was Jenny. Master Zanza was the high priest of the Moon Singer Temple. Originally, if the Sea King wanted to see her, he would have to go to the temple in person, but this time the matter was too serious, and almost all the higher-ups of Braavos were gathered. Well, almost, but not all, because a tenth of the watchmen and professors were like the House of Black and White. After receiving the order, they refused to come to the Sea Palace. When the Faceless left Braavos en masse, I sensed a great crisis, and then I saw the truth in the prophecy. The old woman's thin, sallow face was full of guilt and sorrow. Why? Did the Moon Chanter Temple betray Braavos? As well, the Iron Treasury, the House of Black and White, and the Moon Singer Temple are the three pillars of Braavos. What else do you want? What else are you not satisfied with? The tall, burly, and tenacious Sea King was howling in despair like a woman whose husband had died without leaving behind an heir. Chapter 998. Your Majesty, my lords, the Moon Chanter Temple is very prosperous in Braavos. We are very satisfied and grateful for the treatment we received today, but we don't have a big backer behind us. Zanya's eyes were filled with tears as he said with shame and sadness, "I wanted to inform your Majesty at first, but the next moment, a bigger crisis came to my mind." What crisis? The Sea King suppressed his anger and said in surprise, "Did the Faceless from the School of Black and White threaten you?" The old woman with a big head and a dry face smiled bitterly. "How can the Faceless make me afraid? The crisis came from the gods and the Frost God. I discovered the secret of the School of Black and White through prophecy, and then the gods of the cities and the Frost God knew that I knew. They didn't want me to make it public immediately. In the prophecy, I saw the consequences of going against their will. Not only would I immediately meet with misfortune, but Braavos would also become the center of the zombie disaster. Isn't the Frost God in the Westeros?" A doctor wondered. The old woman sighed. "Our world is like a leaky house. The Westeros are at the door, and the Frost God and the other ghosts are outside. The other ghosts enter the door from outside, and the Frost God can only enter the house when they occupy enough space in the house. At that time, the Frost God and the Dragon Queen will be like the other gods running wild in our world. Before that, the Frost God can also have limited interference in the area of the house. Wherever the other ghosts go, it will be within the range of his interference. The most dangerous place is certainly in the Westeros, but there are also other ghosts in Braavos. If you had reported to the School of Black and White earlier, we would have eliminated the other ghosts immediately. Wouldn't we have cut off the Frost God's tentacles?" The Sea King said, "Yes, since the Frost God is still outside, why should we be afraid of his threats?" The Key Keeper and the city doctor complained. "You don't understand." The old woman stomped her walking stick and said quickly, "I saw the consequences of attacking the School of Black and White in the prophecy. After the believers of the God of 1,000 Faces die, their bodies will be sent to the School of Black and White, where they will be skinned and stored in the tomb. The School of Black and White is equivalent to the Tomb of Bravos. There are hundreds of faceless other ghosts and more than 100,000 corpses. Once the calamity of the living dead broke out, Bravos would fall within half a day. Do you know what happened to Casterly Rock City and Port Lannister? Even with the all-knowing three-eyed crow and the godlike Dragon Queen, a city with a population of several 100,000 was turned into a ghost town overnight. Isn't Bravos also in a precarious situation now? Is it about to be overturned? The Sea King asked in despair. No. The old woman shook her head with a strange expression. Have you forgotten? The faceless ghosts of the School of Black and White have long since left Bravos. They also took a large number of ghoul warriors with them. Everyone in the Ocean Palace had a strange look on their faces. The old woman shook her head and sighed. Of course, I'm not an ignorant person. How can Bravos remain unscathed after the fall of Ursos? But I don't have the ability to spread the news. The Moon Singers originated from the Jujesnai grasslands and were priests of the Zebra tribe. Their history was shallow, and they did not have any powerful gods to rely on. Any fiend god could barge into the divine temple and kill me. If I pretend to be deaf and dumb, I can still protect myself. If I'm stubborn, the result will not change, but the priests of the divine temple, and I will die with no flaws. The Sea King was puzzled. Bravos is open to every god. Why are the gods doing this to us? The sad thing is that the gods are not targeting us at all. They seem to be playing a bigger game of chess, the old woman said helplessly. What plan is more important than the safety of the entire Ursos? The Sea King could barely suppress his anger. His eyes were red, and his face was full of resentment. I'm not a god, so I don't know much about the secrets of the gods. I don't dare to ask, but it must have something to do with the Dragon Queen. Either we ask the Dragon Queen, or we go to the islands of the gods and ask the priests of the major temples. After thinking for a moment, the old woman suggested, Your Majesty, I suggest you gather all the priests together and have an honest talk. Whether Bravos can survive the long night depends on the help of the gods. The Dragon Queen will not help us. Why? Although the Dragon Queen has disagreements with us, she is still a human. She cares more about the survival of mankind than the gods. Whether she is a savior or not, at least she has been dealing with the deviants. When she found out about the faceless deviants conspiracy, she warned us immediately. The Sea King was puzzled. The Dragon Queen dares not leave the Westeros. The gods obviously want to harm her. Look at what happened to the teaching team. Your Majesty and the other lords should understand. The old Moon Singer said. The Sea King sighed and arranged for the court and the nobles to go to the islands of the gods to invite the priests of the major temples. When Valeglia ruled the world, she captured slaves like crazy. Other than the Westeros, even the distant Jujesnai grassland was the territory of the Dragon King's slave-catching team. The slaves came from different races and had different beliefs. Bravos was a city built by runaway slaves. Therefore, this city-state had the most liberal religious policy. The first generation of the Sea King even emptied an island in the center of the city to build temples for all the gods in the world. The powerful gods had temples, but more gods were forgotten by mankind. Only a small shrine was left, and countless other shrines were placed in the sanctuary, a big brick house covered in moss. The first to arrive was the Nos with black skin and golden eyes. Your Majesty, the Sea King, the god of harmony, never leaves Nos Island, nor does she participate in the disputes between the gods. I'm afraid she can't provide much help to Bravos. The Nos kowtowed. The Sea King also knew the style of the butterfly spirits in Nos Island, so he was not too regretful. He only asked, about the grudge between the gods and the Dragon Queen. Can the God of Harmony tell us a thing or two? The gods formed an organization called the Justice Alliance, claiming that the Dragon Queen is the king of the evil gods and will direct the long night of the gods at the end of the era. The Black Pinus said, I know all of this. Is there any more secret information? The Sea King asked, Your Majesty, my lord has never sent down an oracle. The above information is what I heard from other monks when I was visiting the islands of the gods. The Nas said helplessly. The Sea King waved his hand and told him to get lost. Your Majesty, my lord was killed by Chizong. You have to help us. The second to come in was a black-robed old woman with a pungent smell mixed with various perfumes. As soon as she entered, she cried to the Sea King with snot and tears. Priest Helen, the weeping lady has fallen. The Sea King was surprised. Your Majesty, the weeping lady is the goddess of Mirthea, just like the Holy Mother and the Stranger of the Seven Gods. The weeping lady is the goddess of poison and death. The zebra man Zanza whispered. The weeping lady's image was an ugly old woman. It was a new clergy that the goddess had condensed in the last 1,000 years. It was still very far from the Song of Law and barely formed a clergy. Even the weeping lady can't beat Chizong. What can a mortal like me do? The Sea King waved his hand, and the servant brought the old woman who had lost her deity away. Your Majesty, my lord's statue cracked 2 months ago. Sob, sob, sob. My lord was killed by Chizong long ago. The olive-skinned Tyroshi man wailed. The corner of the Sea King's mouth twitched. I heard that when Chizong stayed in Tyroshi, he accompanied the Grand Duke to the Triangular Tower to sacrifice 3 lambs. Chizong is the masked evil monk. His hypocrisy and shamelessness are known to the world. The priest of the 3-headed god cried. The Sea King waved his hand. Bring the priest to the side hall for a drink and relax. Your Majesty, my lord has fallen. The statue cracked. I can't sense his existence at all. Sob, sob, sob. The barefooted eunuch with a hood over his eyes cried with a sharp voice. The Sea King was stupefied. Was he killed by Chizong too? Maybe. I'm not sure. The eunuch said. The Sea King frowned. The blind god Bosi worships extreme desires and seeks justice. You even gave up your names and genitals. Why did you kill Chizong too? I don't know. Sob, sob, sob. The Sea King waved his hand. The eunuch was brought away. Another white-haired old priest walked into the hall, with tears streaming down his face. The old priest did not say anything. He only gestured with his hands with a sorrowful expression. Sigh. God's silence's statue cracked too, or was he killed by Chizong? The Sea King held his forehead and sighed. God's silence was the god of silence. He also had a stone temple on the islands of gods. The old priest nodded in despair. Even if the god he believed in had fallen, he did not give up on the teachings that he had persevered his entire life. The old zebra woman sighed. As long as it's a god that has fallen recently, there's no need to ask. They were all killed by Chizong's Holy Mother Palm. The Sea King waved his hand. The next high priest entered the hall. Sob, sob, sob. Your Majesty, please uphold justice for us. The silver-leafed golden tree in Zeline's garden has withered. My lord has fallen. Sob, sob, sob. Zeline was a god. His statue was 100-foot-long gilded tree covered in silver leaves. The Sea King rubbed his face. He said helplessly, call them all in. The palace steward received the order. Soon, more than 50 elderly priests were brought in from outside the palace. There were all kinds of priest robes, colorful and colorful. There were all kinds of skin colors, black, white, brown, and yellow. Men and women with a mess of accents. The Sea King said, tell me which temple's statue cracked, and then we can't sense the god. Sob, sob, sob. My lord was killed by Chizong. Sob, sob, sob. My lord's statue cracked a month ago. Chizong. It must be Chizong. My lord also lost contact a month and a half ago. Your Majesty, please uphold justice for us. Chizong is a scoundrel. He murdered my lord. We and him, in an instant the palace was in an uproar. Many priests wailed and complained about Chizong's viciousness. The Sea King's head swelled. He massaged his temples to get everyone to quiet down. Then he changed his words. Bravos is in great trouble now. We need the help of the gods. May I ask the priests which of your gods is still alive and can be contacted immediately? A large group of people stood below. However, all of them kept their mouths shut. They blinked and looked around. The Sea King also widened his eyes in anticipation. He looked around the crowd one by one. For a moment, the palace fell into an awkward silence. Could it be that all the gods went to hunt Chizong and were all slapped into ashes by the Holy Mother's palm? Zanza, the old moon singer, found it absurd, but at the same time, he felt an awkward sense of joy. The Moon Singer Temple, with its weak foundation, could finally dominate Bravos. Cough, cough. Your Majesty, may I know why you want to contact my lord? After a long while, someone spoke.